you beautiful COD fans. It's another action-packed weekend here in the CDL, and we've got 3 more matches coming your way today.
First up, the East Coast Rumble. The Subliners have their sights on Boston as they look to keep the win streak alive. Will ASIM have anything to say about that?
Next, 2 teams looking to cement their spot at the top of the league. Optic versus Rocker. Can Young Gunny and Lynn spark more Minnesota magic?
And finally, where's the Vamos? Can the struggling Heretics turn it around today against the Vegas Legion?
It all starts now on the Call of Duty League.
Of course he can. World champ for the 1v2. Dude, it's everywhere on the map. Oh my goodness.
With how well he has been playing in Challengers,
Papa Seem get another one in the window. That'll be 2.
Unbelievable.
We are in for one hell of a season.
I got one. Front left assault. I'm leaving for one.
For one still, yeah. He's short of me.
Nice.
Let's get front.
Absolute ramp.
Iron the up. Don't scare.
Her front.
I have your coast. I have your push.
Let's go, boys.
Go, baby. Let's go, boys.
There's some life being shown by the AW World Champion Attached, the old man on the roster, popping off against LAG. And with Geo now in the mix, Vegas has a perfect record.
Yeah, what's crazy is the fact that they were able to win a control, right? And that's been Vegas Legion's woes for the past, 3 years.
Welcome in, everybody. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. Let's start with you, my guy. I heard you were at a concert earlier this week. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
Dude, it was a great time, man. I'm looking forward to some good games this week, though. I'm ready to watch some Call of Duty. A lot of these teams, some roster changes, tough early impressions, but also some good, as you talked about with Vegas. So ready to see if Miami Heretics can bounce back.
And Alley, while Nameless was hanging out with Drake, you, of course, been working on the WXC. We'll talk about that in a moment. Right now, though, we have to highlight this guy because Attach is back in the building against Miami. And can he perform the way he did against LAG? That was some of the best Call of Duty we've seen from him in years.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Attach, we always forget, I feel like, how old this guy truly is and how long he's been around. He is the veteran for this squad, and the way he was able to pull out versus LAG, I hope it continues because I think that's the most hyped I've seen Attach in a hot minute.
Attach locking down the spawns and getting the dub 3-1. It was bittersweet revenge, and here's what he had to say about the matchup.
Honestly, I got flashbacks till after the major. LEG knocked us out. They reverse swept us. And then just hearing the interview, walking off the stage, then also looking over the team that did the choke symbol, I kind of got flashbacks like PTSD. And I don't know, something took over me. But I apologize to everyone if me holding up the #1 sign offended you.
Don't trigger my guy Dylan. He's been around here for a minute. 86 events. And just to put this into perspective, the other 3 on his team, 13 combined, Allie.
13 combined is crazy, and no wins, but he's got 9, and he's going to try and get that 10th, and they're first on the right side of your screen. I think the most impressive map out of me for him is you see that age right there, 27. He went 32 and 17 in that map number 3 in that series. So hopefully we see a little bit more of that today.
And we're looking for more improved gameplay from Geo as well. In his opening matchup, dropped a .88. What did you think about his first games with Vegas?
I mean, honestly, I think a .88 is fine if his other AR is dropping at 1.4. Attach was super frying. I think, it's a structural change for this roster. Sort of doing the right things will lead to success, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, we saw it in that control. Attach had the map on lock, and it only happens if you have people watching your lanes for you making plays, and that's what Geo did for this roster. Can he go off? Can he have better performances? Absolutely. But in that control, that was Geo's best map of the series, and that's clearly one of the main reasons they brought him in.
I love this season. Look how many Challengers players we now have in starting lineups. Gwyn, Snoopy, Abuza, all considered for the Rookie of the Year honors, as is Linz. Let's talk a little bit about what we expect to see here a little bit later.
And what's crazy is a lot of these Challenger players are plugged into these teams to fix them, right? So yeah, on that leaderboard, there wasn't anybody with any insane stats, but they've all had their moments in these series, these maps where they have had takeovers, where they have pulled the rest of their team through series. So So that's what's really important when it comes to the challenger scene and making sure we cultivate this younger talent. Because again, they're the ones that are expected to fix some of the old vets.
And if you can't read, maybe you're on a cell phone that's too small, let's break it down what we just saw their name was. We have the Challengers broadcast up and going. It's Wednesday and Thursday. We got guys like Brycey and Ton back in the business. It's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, it's been awesome. You know, watching the Challengers players fry this year, I was talking to Study about it because he's cast them now, and he was like, man, these guys don't care. They're just making plays, super exciting gameplay, and that's where all the newer pros are coming from. So go check it out.
There's Challengers, of course. That's coming up Wednesday, Thursday. This weekend, though, we have 3 matches each day, and we got to start jumping into this one with Miami because Miami started off red hot in the Major I qualifiers. They have been ice cold. This team having to run up against Toronto and Atlanta. Not an easy way to start your schedule, but it has to get easier from here, right?
Yeah, it's incredibly tough when it comes to Miami because at first they were setting the pace in the league. In the opening qualifiers, they were taking everybody by storm, and then they had to the major, unfortunately get popped out. Journey has an unfortunate performance, and then Eric Boom gets plugged into the lineup for Major II Qualifiers, and they just can't seem to find their footing. This is a team that would set the pace. It was very high octane, very quick engagements. They went up against Atlanta FaZe, and well, Sippin' and Beezy dropped 67 kills on their forehead. So for Miami, they've got to fix it out soon.
To be honest, I thought that they played pretty good against Atlanta FaZe. You know, they win that first hard point where they were basically dominating to start things off, and then they get to a 5-5 search and destroy where I didn't even hate the play that they made 5-5. Right. Just a one-way smoke for Beezy, finds 2 through the fence. They could have been in a situation where they were up 2-0, and then they end up getting smoked in control. And the last hard point, honestly, Eric Boom played the best on the team. He had the best series on that roster, so I think they're happy with his performance. But you can see here, Chris, it's just been tough when you look at it from an overview. They haven't won in quite some time.
They haven't won in over 30 days. The last victory was over LAG on January 20th before Major I even kicked off. Can Miami get it back in business tonight? We find out, and they seem a little confident on Twitter at least.
As they should be, man. They put in that work. Like, they came in with a brand new team after getting smoked at the major and played the champions. Got bopped out, played FaZe, and look damn good. So they should still remain confident. I hope they are.
Our mid-match on the day is going to feature Texas and Minnesota. And Minnesota was once in 12th place. Now they're currently in the 5th seed. But let's start here with the green squad. What have we seen from Texas since Boston?
They've just been looking insane. I mean, their respawn has been incredible. And since we've had this new patch with the addition of Rio, I mean, they are disgusting. If this isn't an auto veto against Optic Texas, you might be trolling because Shotzi and Kenny were just having, I mean, everybody was having their way on this map. You can see it on screen, 250-122. It was versus the LA Thieves, but I mean, they're feeling good in this split.
Yeah, the main thing that we were looking at for Optic Texas was their search and destroy. And you know, we only got one of those, but we saw like the situations. It was their retaking and like their defense in SD was very bad, mid-round adjustments. It looked much, much better versus the LA Thieves. We need to see a bigger sample size, but that is what will hold this team back if there's something that's going to hold them back throughout the stage. So clearly that has to be the focus. And to Ali's point about like Rio being added to the mix, it helps them tremendously. Now it gives them the freedom. Like, they can go ahead and veto Invasion, work on Karachi, add more sub-maps to their repertoire. Like, Optic looks pretty good.
Here's what Pred had to say about the new map.
So I think that's something that we really focused on, and you know, I'm kind of happy that a map like Rio got added. It's kind of, you know, good because we have a, you know, me and Ann both like to run the sub, so finally getting a map that we can actually run a sub on. So it just, you know, it feels good. The pacing's quicker, so that's something that we've been working on.
They've been working on it, and they look good. The Rio KD leaderboard belongs to Optic. You can see Shotzi at the top. You got Dashy there at the number 5 spot, and quite a few FaZe guys in the top 10.
Yeah, Optic Texas, FaZe, Toronto, these are all teams you're not going to want to play on the new Rio hard.
Yo, what about Lamar at number 2, guys? He's been frying. That is a subs paradise, and this old man got a 1.4.
I don't know how he's doing it, but I like to see it. Congratulations, Lamar, for being in our top 2. Linz wasn't on that leaderboard, but he might be at the end of the day. When you're looking at Rookie of the Year nominees. He seems to be the favorite right now, Ali. Talk to me about this Minnesota squad.
It's just about that consistency, right? Minnesota was a team that came in, and I don't think anybody expected them to be as good and kind of underdog as they have been. Again, a team that placed top 4 at the major, and it hasn't slowed down since we've moved into our online qualifiers. So Linz is certainly making the reputation right now for himself of the Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, you know, you talk about like even their last matchup against the best team in the world in Toronto, they go all the way the distance, Lynn's positive KD at the end, you know, matching the subs on the other side in terms of easy. And, you know, this guy is just a young, talented player who's been plugged into a team with some slower ARs and asked to do a lot. And he does everything pretty well. Like respawn, search, and destroy, he can do it all. So he's exciting.
Rookie of the Year contenders right now. Lynn's the front runner out there with Gwyn and Snoopy. Anyone else you'd put on that short list?
On that short list? Ooh, I don't know. Nobody's really made a standout just yet than those three.
We got plenty of time. It's only Major 2 of 5. Let's talk a little bit about a team that won a Major 2. They won the World Championship in 3 overall tournaments in 2023. The New York Subliners were on fire to close out the previous title. This game, well, the first Major didn't go their way, but the online matches are, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, it just takes a little bit of time. You know, this is a team #1 in rotating throughout stage 1, not able to win a lot of hard points. Well, they have to capitalize on those good situations, and they've done that so far throughout this stage. And also, like Hydra, he's the MVP from last year. Takes some time, and now he's frying once again. That last match, one of the best performances we've seen from him so far in this game, which bodes well for this team. And I feel like people forget they made a roster change, right? That's a championship team that switched. Priesta brought in Sib. You know, it's gonna be a little bit of time. That's a dynamic change in your roster. He's a slayer. He has to feel comfortable. So for New York, I expect them to become a top 4 team.
Yeah, it's just some slight inconsistency for me when it comes to New York. I never thought I'd be saying that about our defending world champions, but they are coming off a 3-0 against the Seattle Surge. The only thing I'm worried about right now is their control. They're forcing high rise in a lot of these series, and it's getting down to the wire. And so I'm hoping to see them expand their map pool moving forward.
New York today plays against an East Coast rival in the Boston Breach, and Boston made some changes of their own. After struggling at their home Major, they brought in one of the great SMGs from the Royal Ravens, now wearing Boston green. And Asim, he was able to put up a few numbers against his former squad.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's the reason they single-handedly was able to take that map #3 and even get to the game 5 to get this win against the Carolina Royal Ravens. I don't think there could have been a better plug for the Boston Breach than putting Asim into this roster, and now it really feels like a very well-rounded, possibly very consistent team in the Boston Breach. This is the worst lineup for the New York Subliners right now to have to go up against the Boston Breach at this point in time.
Yeah, for Boston, I think this is exactly what they needed. I think, you know, at this point of Asim's career, he's pretty consistent. He can use any weapon. Like we saw MCW on this map just taking over. He can play fast. He's also intelligent. We saw a lot of situations where, like, TJ could have won the game for the Ravens. It was Asim who stopped him playing for spawn. So Asim is the right guy for this.
And speaking of Asim, if you want to check him out, Censor and Bance, all of them were followed in an excellent new documentary by my guy, Shawston. The Passion Pit is out there. It debuted today. I'm only 15 minutes in, and it's already a lot of fun.
It's incredible. I mean, we know what Shawston's capable of doing. Also, Boston Breach, shout out to them. They're always doing that extra step for the entirety of the community. It also features Kelsey Rooney, one of the first girls to qualify for the Elite last year. So make sure you check it out today.
Awesome stuff there from Challengers. Remember, the Challengers broadcasts are going on Wednesday and Thursday, and eventually you will see some of their stars rise to this leaderboard. Currently, if you're taking a look at our 12 teams, it's Toronto and Atlanta out front. Optic and Subliners looking to get their 9th win, and a lot of room if you were looking at that right side of the screen for some shakeups here, Nameless.
I mean, a lot. I mean, we're looking at teams. I mean, there's only, what, a 3-match difference down there. And, you know, some teams are descending. LAG haven't looked as good as of late. Miami are on a pretty bad trajectory. So, I don't know. We might have some shakeup, a lot of shakeup come Major 2 time.
Well, we're told the players are almost ready. So we're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be breaking down the first battle of the day. It's New York taking on Boston.
Spice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Check out all of the awesome in-game rewards you can earn for free just by watching the Call of Duty League. What's on tap this weekend? An all-new lineup including a weapon blueprint, emblem, calling card stickers, and XP tokens. Just link your YouTube account now to start earning.
My mind run deep in my thoughts when I didn't have it. Sleeping on the floor, wishing it was a mattress.
This is
now I'm in Hollywood with actors and actors, where everybody knows the latest trends and fashions. I'd rather keep it a buck, 100 if you ask me. I was trying to pay the bills just like last week. I was trying to sell the deals just like last week. Trying to run plays and run it up like the math. It's in my DNA to have hope and make a way. Good energy for the first down low. She was trying to take it off angle, but the kills continue to go back. Not today, staying in my lane, didn't complain. This was meant for me. Whatever come my way, this is meant for me. I'm trying to tell my story.
They can't kill him. They cannot kill him.
And I just fall for anything.
Welcome back. It's week 2 of our Major II Qualifiers, and the first match is ready to go. So let's get right into this one. Jumping in straighter than a cruise missile. I'm going with New York Subliners out of the gates. This is a 3-1 victory. They're going to lose that control.
3-1's kind of crazy. I said New York. I kind of want to go Boston, but I guess I should stick with my first pick.
New York, New York?
I'm going New York as well. I got them winning this one 3-2.
Fans, time to catch up. All right, everyone is on board the Subliner train. Let's get this party started as we send it over to Merck and Maven.
Thank you so much, guys. Lovely pregame show as we get ready to go.
Was that Puckett in the lead with predictions? Oh, yeah, Puckett's in the lead, crushing it over there.
Listen, sometimes, man, like, remember when I won, like, the overall thing, like, 2, seasons ago?
Yeah, I don't know how you did that.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, the less you know.
You know, yeah, that's how that works. But it's an exciting one here. I mean, between these two, both coming off wins last week. What, New York wins 2, Boston, they both take down Carolina.
Yep.
So improving.
This is going to be a fun one to see. We're seeing how some teams do with changes this week. These teams battled, I think you mentioned all the way back in like that first qualifier going into Major 1. It's been a while, different squads. What was the outcome of that one?
Well, I think it was a 3-2 victory for New York, and just kind of relying on their search and destroy. You're going to need that here, especially Boston. That's kind of what they're trying to fix. Just their S&D has been their weak point. And now you saw a seam last week. That's where he struggled, so trying to get him more comfortable. But we had Skid Row hardpoint to start us off.
Well, he looked great in the respawns, though, right? I think it was invasions, some great like late map rotations. In the control, he was popping off. I think he earned like 3 or 4 cruise missiles. Like Asim was making his presence known in those respawns. You're gonna have a very tough test now, a tougher one than you've had so far with him on this roster, with this Subliners team. It can be a little Jekyll and Hyde at times. Not sure what Subliners I'm going to get, but when they are popping, they are hitting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously our world champs, right? They had Sib, so much firepower, but just haven't been able to put it together. Got a big focus on that Major 1, just getting double rounded out of the tournament. A huge surprise to everybody, ruined those pickums. But Snoopy with 3, they were talking about Rookie of the Year. And Snoopy, he is trying to win it. He's, 4-1, and he wins that rotation of P2 with 37 seconds on that first hill.
Yeah, there's a chance maybe he gets overwhelmed, and maybe you flip it out, right? There's an opportunity for Subliners to make a play, but Snoopy says, no, sir. You already had a great advantage early on. Now you try to tack more onto this. If you're him, just trying to get some damage in, get in the comms to stay alive within this point. Rely on your teammates to crush everywhere else. We know one of the biggest money hills we have currently in the air, in Asim. Once again, right back 2 in the respawns. 5-2, 3 in a row. He's hitting right now.
And I was just going to say, I mean, just such a great start for Boston Breach. They were winning all the gunfights on P1. And you're thinking New York, they're just going to tunnel, and that happens. But Snoopy was there. So now you're already up 70 points. You had a 1-6 start for Kids, 0-3 for Skies. You're putting them in the blender.
Yeah, and I know, listen, a lot of this is going to come down to the search and destroy, as you mentioned, just because of these two teams and where they're at in that mode. But this is a winnable series for Breach. New York have not by any chance been those like world championship titans so far. They have been susceptible at a loss
or susceptible just for like a game 5 and anything happens type of year so far.
Oh, they have, yeah. But luckily for them, their search has been their best thing. But yeah, just not the respawn team that we saw last year. But I will say, last weekend they looked a lot better. Skies was just a monster for them, and they need a response here at P3 to get back to this game. Because if this is broken, you're already looking at a 120-point deficit. But behind Hydra's 2 kills, he's on 3 in a row. You see Slasher and Priest both just kind of chilling. Everyone slowing down as Boston Breach wait for a couple of players off spawn to go for this break. Still waiting as those two are going to hit middle staircase and try to go top flat right now.
Here we go. The help's about to come in. You're about to have reinforcements in just a moment. What's the timing going to be for Boston Breach? You're able to break through. Now, granted, there's only 20 seconds left. You did a nice job early if you're subliners, but due to the success for Breach through P1 and P2, the fact you get some extra time here, it's all gravy. You still hold on to a 70-point advantage. Things are looking good. Lying prone in wait is Snoopy's. He's off to a 7-2 start. Now let's see what subliners are able to do with P4. As you've already got one picked out of the early rotation, as Slasher is able to find the wall bank.
Yeah, I mean, just great patience there from Boston. I mean, Priesta and Slasher just waiting for the teammates to come off a spawn. Another break opportunity here. They're trying to take care of the players on God stairs, able to find one Hydra, the last player remaining. And now spawns get be a little bit all over the place. Those comms are coming in, but Slasher on the hill behind the break.
This is looking so good for Boston Breach early. They desperately need these hardpoint wins with the way the Search and Destroy has been, but so far, so good. Looking to push that lead up to 100 if they can. You mentioned the spawns, they could be a little bit all over the place. Well, good thing for Boston Breach. The spawns are everywhere on the outskirts of the map, so they're enjoying the time inside of the hardpoint as Snoopy 9-3 is soaking it up. That lead now up to a 100-point advantage. You do lose a one-on-one on the hard points. Hydra's able to get the kill. A bit of scrap time, but now it makes the rotation more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a 4-on-3 in this area. The wall bang's coming in. Kismet, though, up top trades will slow that down. And Boston just kind of know, with one player there, they want a break attempt early. It's going to be difficult to do so as Kismet on 4 in a row on this rotation does such a great job. The MCW able to hit the shots. Sib with one of his own, and New York, they very much need this hill.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's massive. Consider the fact that you have Hydra win for the scrap time, that Kismet's able to pop off on this spree on the rotation. Now you get Hydra back into the mix as well as he's able to throw up a double. 6 in a row for Kismet. Sib's on 3, Hydra on 3 before the death. You've started to get rolling now if you are subliners. The gun's starting to get hot. The early control is there. You're right back in this one, and it's just been nothing but yellow in the feed. A fantastic streak there from Kismet.
I mean, he gets a cruise missile, so you have that to work with. If they work, well, we'll have to see. Playing right yesterday, they were just going straight down into the floor. So we'll have that. Sim's going to have one as well. He's on 8 in a row, so they have really turned it up. But I was just going to say, such great control where Hydra was across the map fighting Boston off a spawn while they were locking down that P5. Now in position here to win this rotation on the P1. Still, though, a 36-point lead here for Boston.
Yeah, sometimes the talent is just going to shine, and you've seen these moments from subliners where you have these individual moments where you are just locking it down. Skies is 4 and 8, just kind of hanging out. The rest of the team has started to erupt, but his call to the other members is starting to push through. The Simtics will end up hitting for Snoopy, but it's got wild and frantic around the point. As there's a contest here now, but subliners, I mean, yeah, 100-point advantage just disappears in the blink of an eye for them.
Yeah, but I like this from Boston. I mean, you have that lead. That lead's going to go away, but just make sure you can lock in this P2. Get that 60-point hill. We will see, though, if the cruises come into play, you can land it in the top window, use that to break. You got a couple of them if you are New York. Well, I mean, that lead is gone. Lead's going to change, and that's going to be the call. So Kismet, Hydra's going to find the first one. All the comms coming on in. Is he going to connect? He does. So it's going to be 3 dead. All eyes now on Slasher to try to lock this down.
Slasher gets back into the point. Hydra, though, trying to hunt. Hydra going to get there. Hydra going to get the kill. And behind the cruise, in the individual moments for subliners, you're able to break in on this P2. Lead now to subliners. And now Boston Breach, where you saw the displays of good teamwork, good patience on like a P3. That's easy to do when you have a 60 to 80-point advantage. Is that patience still going to be there now that you're starting to get into a hole?
They had a chance. They had 2 dead. But one player on the hill was able to find a kill. That's going to be Hydra, 4 in a row. Still, Priesta is here, though, trying to get this break attempt. You can at least go 50-50, but Hydra's going to win the big one-on-one to lock down the rest of this time. That would have got Breach right back into the game. All of Boston is still here, trying to fight for the scrap time, but they're going to give up another cruise with that. I mean, New York, what, they were down 90? And now they're going to be up 60.
I think the trophy and cruise change just to brilliant example. Like, how often do we see P2 broken? Not often. I know there were moments, but now that you can get a cruise missile in, maybe wrap it in, find a kill, find a guy in a key position, how different it can be. They make that look easy. And they have turned that massive breach advantage into advantage of their own. Now up 40 points. Sky still hunting, finds his 6th and 7th in the game. It seems so trivial based on how many of these teammates have got. You got 19 on Sip, 21 on Hydra. They have been frying. You still have some crews to work with. Now up over the 200-point mark. It's going to be tough for Breach.
I mean, it's just crazy. Like, you go back and watch the first, 4 hills. It looks like Boss is going to run away with this. And then Kismet starts to pop off. Sip starts to pop off. You use the crews to chain together P1 and P2. And now you are 30 points away from winning this map #1.
Yeah, absolutely. Just flipped on its head. But Boston Breach still trying to battle back, getting a bunch of this P3 time. They did a great job. What, it was P4 where they got the break the first time through. You're going to need that here if you're going to make a rally. You're going to need to get another break. I think it started with Slasher getting maybe an opening wall bang to try and find an entry for them. Will they be able to do it again? Otherwise, probably going to be lights out in this map 1.
I mean, the issue is, too, you still have, what, 2 cruises to work with if you are New York?
Good point.
With
Good point.
P5 coming up, so
yeah,
they have everything that they need to close this map out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good job in the early at P4 where things, when they started to unravel, was what? The tail end of that P4 in the one-on-one, then the rotation and Kismet holding down P5. You need the opposite result right now if you are Boston Breach. So far, they go 1 for 1. Sip, though, able to take down another, and there won't be a trade there for Boston Breach. Asim trying to be the late hardpoint hero that he was last week and not able to do it there. All the kills coming through for Subliners. They have got it locked down, and that will be map 1. A hot start for Breach leads to Subliners catching fire and just dominating from, like, what, P5 onward in the first rotation?
Yeah, I mean, that was just insane. It was, what, 3-4 hills in a row for Breach. Not maybe they didn't control all of it, but even going 50-50 at P3 and P4 was great for them with that early lead. And then they just gave up a streak, right? You're trying to get the trades on Kismet. Well, that's going down. You have Hydra in your face. Sib's working on another spree, able to earn another cruise. And they basically know we have this cruise to break that P2.
It was about 140 to 40. I mean, it got to just about a 100-point advantage. I'm sure we'll see the graph as we get deeper into this, but you're up about right around 100. Not sure the highest moment it hit, but you're in that ballpark, and then just the talent from Subliners erupts. You have 7 spree from Hydra, 9 from Sib, 8 from Kismet. You just start to put this Boston Breach team in a body bag, and it's going to be tough. I mean, when you are clicking with the talent you have, world champions like Subliners, whew, it's going to be hard to hang, and you saw it there.
Yeah, this is we're going to take us through some highlights, and yeah, you kind of said it. Just starts off with Snoopy, Boston in control. They have an 80-point lead here. They don't get much more after this. This is truly where things start to turn around. Kismet locking down, creates no trades. The wall bangs are trying to deal with him. And then as soon as Kismet's done, it's Sip's turn. They turn that into a P1 hold. They use that cruise missile to break P2 and run away with it.
Yeah, when I said it was 140 to 40, it was like 138 to 40 is about what it was. And they still have 138 as they continue to climb. They still have 138. Is there now? This is basically probably we're at like 150 point swing almost, or getting close to that. You just get blanked for that stretch.
Oh yeah, they didn't get a point.
No, they got blanked from like 5 to 1 to 2, just dominated. They're still at 138. Finally, a point comes through. But you're outscored like 210 to 30. Somewhere in that ballpark that you get fried, deep fried, once they get rolling. And that's got to be a frustrating one, because I'm sure the comms like, yeah, boys, we got this. Yeah, keep rolling. We're frying. We're up 100. Keep it going.
Yeah,
then just bang.
Here's the game flow. They just completely flatten out there. They plateau heavy throughout this map, where Subliners, they just go straight up.
Look at that 138 from 4 to 5 to 1. Even P2, you get to 150, you get 2 points. So it's literally 4 hard points in a row. You basically don't get a point. Body bag.
Unreal. I guess a good thing for them, they never allowed Breach to earn that cruise, right? Where on the flip end, you gave up 3 cruises. I think the Desh talked about it. We talked about it last week with New York. What you're starting to see in their respawn, Hydra's just going wherever the hell he wants, right? Like, this guy's literally across the map there at P5, and he's all the way back laundry, going for those alley kills. Like, he's just kind of flowing, being annoying, while the rest of his team is locking it down, but able to win that Skid Row hardpoint. Now the scary thing for Breach, they have struggled in S&D. Just the one good thing, Invasion Search, neither of these teams have a map win. So it's like 0-3 for Breach and like 0-2 for New York or vice versa. So someone's going to find a win here.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. Before we get into this map, too, we're going to take a look at our Monster pregames, kind of go through both teams, talk about how they've been looking. But, yeah, the Search and Destroy has been a focal point of this, and I thought it was going to be even more so, like if Breach was able to get that map one victory. But now, you may be in a bit of trouble because since day one, even if maybe the respawns haven't been there for New York, the Search and Destroy, for whatever reason, has clicked. I mean, Hydra has stayed in really the form since he's entered the league. The guy has just been a titan of the Call of Duty Esports League. He is fun to watch.
No, yes, but this is the one map where they've had some struggles, right? Obviously, you're going to go back and listen to those VODs, but taking a look at the New York subliners, the Monster Energy pregame for them, as we get those stats rolling on in. What, solidifying that S&D map pool. Again, what's the veto? 0-2 on Invasion. Haven't played Rio yet. You see the other three between High Rise, Karachi, and Terminal. Obviously, Terminal is gone. So now Terminal's still in. We all wish it was gone a little bit. Yeah. I do. Playing ranked.
Eventually we'll probably get there.
But, you have that Karachi map 5 if we get there.
Yeah, and this is one, too, where, I mean, I guess if I was maybe trying to widen the map pool, I'm definitely, I guess, hoping that I could play some Search and Destroys we're not comfortable on against a team, maybe, like this Boston Breach team. Try to get advantage, but not Joe, as we bring it up here. Will take us through the Boston Breach.
Well, S&D woes, right? It's kind of the opposite. The S&D has been the strength for New York, and yeah, Boston Breach trying to figure it out. Active 5-map losing streak. We'll see if he gets better here than we saw it with Asim last week. I think he was just trying to get comfortable, trying to find his role on this team, so we'll see if he gets better today. And then strong control defense. Nameless talked about their high-rise control for both of these teams has been so strong. They're going to need it in that game 3.
We'll see how deep this series goes. You have to rebound now if you're Boston. Looking so strong early in that map 1. The struggles then throughout the second half and latter points of that game. You try to answer now in Search and Destroy. And yes, are you outclassed in this mode 100%? But as you said, if you get them on a map, or maybe there's been some weaknesses for this New York team. Kismet, maybe in respawns at times, he hasn't been maybe the bulldog he was last year, but in Search and Destroy, 1.91 so far through the Major II Quals. We're looking at 2 matches, obviously, from last week.
And again, his respawns got better last week.
They did. They really did.
They're starting to find their form again, find their flow. And that's what probably a bunch of these teams in the league are a little bit worried about. They find a little bit more respawn consistency, but into this Search and Destroy.
Seeing the newcomer to Boston Breach, where he had a fantastic series for them last week. It was really just in the respawns. The Search struggled. We'll see. Maybe he can get some more output today, as they're looking for an opening here on attack. Kind of the lone man currently playing that B-bomb on defense will be Sib. Playing deep for info or Kismet and Skies, but so far with about 40 seconds off the clock, not a lot of pressure yet, but Sib should be getting info soon, and he's right back to the tractor.
Yeah, and this is just kind of an info play, maybe just trying to get them to over-rotate, or are they going to push up towards B? Now you have Kismet off that back wall. Going to help him out. No trophies in round number 1, so all about the nades. Priest's nade not going to connect, and Sib knows pressure on him. Smoke down, and well, Kiz is going to help out his teammate, but there is a quick trade. 25 seconds left through Dark. Hydra's able to find 1 into a 2-on-2.
20 seconds to go. Snoopy's POV. Pin back tractor, 53 HP left in it. Still have to try and get this bomb planted. Snoopy's been able to pick it up, but can he actually get it down? Now he tries to go for the plant. He got the angle. Skies is able to cut him down. Now, Asim, chance to be a hero, but just no time to work with. Able to take down 1. Second is there for the trade, and you're able to collapse. And that's a big one, because you know how tough it can be defensively. You don't have a trophy there. You see how difficult it is for Sib to try and hold, but the help gets there in time, and they're able to retake the site.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Snoopy, he opts to go for that plan with Asim's position. Asim is pretty much watching Ice Cream side, defensive side. I mean, I know the angle could be there, but he was just open to the opposite side, and that's what happens. They flank through Dark and able to take him down from DVD pillars.
Well, Kismet, he's all smiles so far. He gets 2 in that round, and he's laughing it up right now as the boys are vibing after the map 1 comeback. Now, we'll see what they're thinking on offense. It's looking like it's going to be a heavy B hit as the stun is going to hit. We'll see how they play behind this. Lurking through Dark Alley. It's Sib, and he's able to get one on the claw. So Snoopy already out of the mix. Sib's got to back down behind the stun for now. The rest of the team starting to push up.
Yeah, now this is on Slasher, but he's going to get taken down as Kiz able to find another one. Starts with that first blood, and all of a sudden you're in a 1 versus 4 for a team.
Yeah, they make this look easy offensively, huh? They're very decisive. Sib is able to get one before he swarmed, but what, Sib with the opener through Alley? Slasher kind of left on an island.
And that's just Snoopy going for a very late cross to break it. It was very late in the round.
It kind of like Sib's he's like,
you already have one player upside treehouse.
I got a freebie, I guess.
Yeah, you have Sib at the DVD door, and he's just like, hello, sir? Tries to cross and just gets shut down.
Well, this is kind of how we expected the Search and Destroy might go, even if it is a weaker map for subliners. The Search and Destroy sauce has been there, and they want to get real aggressive on defense. They are sending it at them right now. Kismet, he's already up and behind enemy lines, able to hit shots at range. He's now up to 4-0, but the pressure is there. You are on the back foot instantly if you are Breach. 5 in a row now for Kismet. Hydra involved quickly. It's a 1 versus 4 opportunity. That's the right word, but Snoopy. Dead.
I feel like I'm watching Ultra Surge at the Major.
That round, like, kind of
felt like, right? Like map 2, they're just kind of finding first blood and then just going. No respect on the NYSL side, just trying to end these rounds as quick as possible.
That's exactly what I was thinking in my head. The way they just sent it on defense there, like how aggressive they got on Invasion is, you won't see it all that often that everyone's kind of sending it up the map.
When you hit 2 players back treehouse, like.
Yeah. You got a goose egg on Priesta and Slasher. They found no success thus far. Obviously, subliners, they flip a switch in that map 1. Can Breach do the same? We haven't seen a lot of that from them this year, but maybe an opportunity to do so. Snoopy at times been the playmaker for this team. They're going to need him. He gets the first blood.
Yeah, he kind of goes right back to that aggressive play style. At least I like to see this, right? Sometimes when you're getting destroyed, you play very safe, you don't take any risks, and he opts to play for a pick inside a DVD and a seam. He's going to snap onto the second, get some help for a teammate, and there we go. He gets the third as well as Breacher on the board.
Okay. And that is impressive how you got bodied in that last round. They kind of come out like, all right, if you can do it, we can do it too. They push up lanes defensively. Snoopy finds the first blood, and they're able to take out the rest of the squad. A big one there from Asim. Nice little snapback as he goes to reposition to get the second kill as well. They get caught sprinting. Asim makes him pay. He's got 6 of their 8 kills right now on 3 in a row. But can you do it on offense?
Can they shut down maybe just like kind of Kiz and Hydra finding an opening? Looks like going to be a pretty standard setup here for New York, kind of what we saw in round 1. Kiz all the way in the back. You have Sib on that B bomb. The other 2 focused on A. And pretty much the same thing for Boston, just very slow, spread out, trying to find the info.
I think after you got ran through in the last round on offense, you're probably thinking, all right, let's see if maybe they go forward again, go for the jugular. Maybe we can catch somebody, but they let 20, 30 seconds go, realize that's not going to be the play, and now they start to push their way up this B street. You've got it heavy here. Last time you try this, a little bit different, right? When you think about where they got picked apart from, this time the more standard setup, like you said, for subliners, and they're going to start to go for it. Sib trying to get the shots through. He's able to do it from the tractor, takes down 2. Sib standing tall. Slasher is at least able to get one, but he's going to have to get them all now, just on Slasher.
Yeah, I mean, that's just all on Sib. Is Slasher now in a 1 versus 3, able to find the first, almost gets the second. But, I mean, Boston is just hoping that's a trade on the bomb site, right? You get the bomb site, you can start to fake the plan or at least have that bomb control, but Sib shuts it down. And I was going to say his trophy was kind of so far off to the left that you saw the smoke go down. He probably wants to put that trophy behind the tank if possible to shut some of the nades coming in down. But it works out because he's got the MCW, able to find the shots.
Yeah, the opener through the tractor, and then I think it was Priesta going for the trade. He's had no success so far. He's on 0-4. He's the guy that's probably got to get that kill, and he's not able to do it.
It's not easy. It's not easy. No, You're hoping a stun or a nade hits, or maybe your first teammate gets a bullet off.
Yeah, I don't think he was weak at all, right? Yeah. So not one of those guaranteed trades at all. Tough one for sure. But trophy out from DVD. 3 in a row for Sib.
Trying to get across, though.
Well, this time, because he crossed there way earlier than the time we saw him get caught. Oh, Lordy. Hipfire, he's somehow still alive for a moment, but we'll drop how Hydra gets 2. I've got no idea, but Priesta, again, maybe the guy in position that's got to get the trade. He's not able to do it. Hydra guns him.
Tight control on A over to NYSL. They're going to start to work this plant. Slasher has a good idea maybe of this repositioning from the skies. Does he spot him? It looks like he has eyes on him, so they know the positioning of New York just going to come down to these gunfights.
First fight ready to go. I think Hydra kind of gets caught with the movement there as a seam. Able to get another big one now. You thought his position was known? Sure is. Jig is up. He's going to get dropped. Slasher with the kill. Beautiful retake there from Breach. And yeah, I thought after Hydra got 2, they were in trouble. But as you said, Asim kind of gets one at the same time. Puts it to a 2 versus 2. Wins that first big gunfight against Hydra. And yeah, Slasher had eyes on the position the entire time for the final kill.
Yeah, I mean, Slasher sees Skies, and then Asim, he sees Hydra plant the bomb. He doesn't cross back to Cafe. It's just, all right, I know where this guy's going to sit. And, you know, he's able to get that pre-fire, hits that jump shot. But, yeah, Priest is probably happy they win that round because you're not wrong. Again, he's going for a trade. I don't think Snoopy hits Hydra. It's just you're hoping that he has the advantage, knowing his spot. And, honestly, the fact Snoopy gets a kill there is huge. That hit fire hits.
Yeah, because they look ugly, that sequence.
Well, yeah, you just saw that Amos just drag on.
I wasn't really trying to roast Priest because that was another, like, yes, he didn't get shot at all. So it's not one of those freebie trades, but it looks like you, yes, it looks like you should get the trade there, and he's 0-5, so he's been struggling in this one a bit, obviously. But you get the round win, you get the clutch there from Slasher and Asim, you're still fighting inside of this one.
A little bit of a different look here for Boston. All over towards B has been the play call. They're going to hit out towards A. 3-on-3 is one player in Kiz thinking about getting aggressive towards Slasher. You had Sib, I think, spot him early in the round. I mean, Slasher's always in that spot. Been there all year.
Still, it's the offense where you've got to get a round victory if you're Breach. Where the struggles have come. Asim, another big kill within this one. They needed him to step up in the search and destroy, and he's been doing exactly that. But his feet, are they too large? All right, Priesta! Could be a little too big. Priesta, this time for the trade, maybe not going to be able to happen. Slasher gets a kill down to a 1v1, but again, Breach clutch up. Slasher gets it. Priesta's in the Mega Blender.
I feel so bad for Preston, man. He's just hoping. You see both of them just hopping over. Then this Kisman just flies on through Dart, but Slasher there for the cleanup on both. They knew Sib's positioning.
He's just getting baited, bro. He's getting baited. No,
he's not. It's just the next man up. It's just some of these fights aren't easy for him.
No, they haven't been.
Just hoping he's getting on the board, but at least his team is.
Hey, you're still in the game. Are we got a Dickie D special coming if they win this, maybe?
I like it.
4-3. They finally get that offensive round victory. Is it around the objective? Certainly is not, but they get the round victory. Now it's on New York to answer back if you've lost back-to-back rounds. You've had your struggles on Invasion Search. You're 0-2, trying to widen that map pool. Asim, another one. He's 10-5, and where the struggles were in Search last week, not struggling right now. He has picked it up in a big way. Priest is like, give me a freebie, baby. Set me up.
I got the cross. Yeah, I like it. Playing for info here, and that's really all they need right now in the 4-on-3. I like that switch up there from Breach. Just, again, getting Snoopy into Broken. We have B Street on lockdown, so you can focus towards mid-tank, but now that focus has to change up a little bit as Sib able to take one back and turn this into a 3-on-3. And Priesta, Skies is hit.
Gone, but another chance, maybe for a clutch here for Boston Breach. You've been winning these little skirmishes, these 2v2s is where you stepped up big, and Slasher's been a big part of that. He gets another. Now it's on the young man, the rookie. Snoopy, Skies, 20 to go. Oh, God, the timing! Go! That's painful.
I was just having this discussion, I think, with a study in Nameless yesterday playing Ranked. The amount of, I feel like, I don't know what it is with this title. The amount of COD timings that happen is unreal. I swear, for everyone.
I guess I think it's probably due to the brilliant thought last year that dead silence shouldn't be a thing, so that it probably happened far less because you can hear footsteps. Now you get back to a title with Deddy, and it's probably far more noticeable because I think Deddy is what leads to a lot of COD timings because silent footsteps, obviously. That's my thought, at least.
No, it makes sense. But, yeah, look at the COD timing definition, and you put that in the book right there.
I was about to say, oh, he's got a freebie here. Like, he's holding it with the rival, and then, that one is painful. You got to rip off 3 straight now if you are Breach. And 1 more to close it out for Subliners. Hello. Bye-bye.
I just doesn't want to overpeak kids, but they were hoping to find one. Is Hydra Kismet in a reposition now?
Look like he was like going to order takeout, but then he got shot at. Yeah, kind of changes things.
Don't want that to happen.
No.
Yeah, it seems out of there. So 45 seconds left. One of these slow rounds for Boston. Where are they going to commit to? Maybe starts with Slasher. Trying to find some info up that B Street.
And Sib, he's been so good here.
Does he have a trophy down? Don't see one down yet.
He's either stayed along, like long enough, like in the round 1, or he's gotten clutch kills. Right now, he's staying alive. Kismet through to help him. Hydra with the kill. Advantage over to New York, but it's right back as Priesta's on the board. It comes down to Priesta. Now for the map at a 1 versus 2. Under 20 seconds to go. Priesta going to take the fight. Not going to happen. Sib still there on the site, and it's a New York Subliner search and destroy win. You had your moments if you were Boston Breach. You had some big clutches. You win that one-on-one, who the hell knows how it goes. But you get some unlucky timing, and, well, to be fair, you're kind of outclassed in the mode right now.
And that's just the issue kind of with waiting and playing that long, right? The fact that Sib stays alive for as long as he has on the map over towards B, they just then get suffocated. It's then Kismet and Hydra through DVD Alley. There's so much to worry about. Flank, dark, all the timings like we just saw in the round prior. They don't go your way, and you are screwed if you don't take care of that player on the site.
He's 1 in 80, like 1,000 damage. Like, he's got more damage than Snoopy. I mean, obviously, the kills don't always tell the full story, but he had some frustrating moments for sure within that one, but probably none more frustrating than maybe the one-on-one. That's the one that's probably going to bite you. A little bit of bad COD timing, but you had your chances. You're not quite there yet in Search and Destroy, but I do think you can take one thing away. I mean, Asim stepped up in a big way. He had some brilliant moments. I mean, maybe after the first blood getting caught was a tough death, but he's playing with a lot of confidence, and I like to see it.
No, 100%. Then on the other side for New York, I think everybody, again, you're getting very active with Hydra and Kismet, and then the other two just locking down bomb sites. I mean, Sib, B was his. That was his area, and Boston could never work that site.
Yeah, it was either kills or just staying alive long enough. He did such a brilliant job there. But we're ready to head to break. New York is up 2-0. They're going to look to close it out in the control. Boston Breach so far got the firepower to hang with the Subliners. We'll see. They can close out in 3-0 fashion. We get back from this quick break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Hello and welcome back. We get ready to continue on. Subliners in control. It's been all smiles. We saw Kismet giggling, having a great time. Obviously, this is, you know, in some ways, you know, they already played each other, but a revenge match, maybe another side for Priesta after what happened after they won the World Championship. Struggles in that search and destroy. Want to rebound from that for sure. But Subliners, you see the full roster there, and they've got some heavy hitters. That talent was on display in the round one. Asim, though, on the other side, coming into Boston Breach, we've seen some stuff we'd love to see.
I just think map one was a bit of a, I don't know,
uppercut? Like,
yeah, I think it's just tough mentally to deal with if you're boss. I would love to hear the comms. They were probably up on a high, up 90, close to 100 points, getting fired up. Snoopy has that big play, P2 rotation.
Yeah.
And it's just like everything got knocked out of you. And the energy can be difficult to take into map two, but the good thing for them, this is their best hardpoint map, or sorry, control map in this map number
it's like
3.
You're watching like just any like boxing movie, dude. You know, like once some person's ahead, they're dominating, right? It's just that one punch comes
One
and,
punch
like, lays them out, or like cracks a rib or something, and then everything changes. You just saw that map one; it was unbelievable. But you talked about the defense, how good Boston Breach has been. And they're going to need the map 3, the swing game. Can they get something back? Can they start to make a rally? As they've pushed many people to a map 5, they've gone to a lot of deep series. You're trying to do it here.
Yeah, you saw on the other side, Boston, yeah, one of their, you know, they're very good defensively. And for New York, well, what was it, 12 and 11, their attack on high-rise control, I think 6 and 4. It's like top 2 in the league. So, you know, you're winning 60% of your attack rounds on this map. That is fantastic. Difficult to do, as you know. It's just one full dead, and you're in the spawn trap. So, yeah, Boston, they're going to have to be on point here on this defense.
Well, we're going to talk about Asim for a moment because we saw him on control last week, and that guy was amazing. It felt like every time he was up, he was getting a cruise missile. Like, it literally, he had like 3 or 4. I can't remember what the number was, but he was unbelievable. The guy was a walking streak. And you need that Asim here.
No, you do. And I think he can also just be a big vibes guy, right? For the squad, kind of get everybody locked in. Let's forget about those last couple of maps. You know, normally when we talk about a Challengers player coming up, it's not a veteran like him who's been in so many different rosters, winning scenarios. They may be the quiet ones. Instead, it's Asim who has, yeah, he's pretty much he's a vet.
Yeah, it's a little different than maybe you're like Snoopy coming into a COD Champs last year or even this year, where you're surrounded by veterans. Maybe we've done podcasts with players that were like, it was tough for me to speak my mind early on when I thought we weren't playing the right way. It was very difficult. I sort of just did what the team wanted me to do.
Yeah, you're just trying not to mess up.
Takes a while to like, I don't know, earn your voice or develop your voice sometimes. Yeah, a little bit different than Asim, who's probably gets like, come on, guys, we're doing this. Shut up, you little.
Oh yeah, is he from the South? I didn't know.
I don't really know where I went with that.
Okay.
But no, you got the confidence to kind of speak your mind and tell people they're being idiots. But I'm sure there's good communication, I would think, on this team when you have the likes of Priest and Slasher. I don't know Snoopy as well, just from like a communication standpoint, but we know they're amongst the best. They find a way to play the game. It's just maybe being out talented a bit right now.
Yeah, I see. Sib is just locked in right now. Guy's standing up. He's at the hand warmers. He's got his controller.
And Asim
staying warm.
Unfortunately, as good as Asim has been in control, they do need him to play. Okay, he's back on camera now. He's starting to get. I was like,
in water. Yeah, stay hydrated. Everybody stay hydrated, folks.
Good point. Good point.
It's important.
As we get ready to get into this control and see if New York can just close it out. Considering we had the commercial break, I'm not sure if one of the players is having an issue or if they're trying to figure something out with the coaching staff, but we'll get into this one as quickly as we can. We're here in about 30 seconds to get in the game, so we'll be good to go. I was worried there might be like a technical issue or something, but it seems that's not the case. So
been a few of those today.
Yeah, it happens.
Everyone got on level 1. We're like, what the heck?
Yeah, no, I didn't play it. I didn't stream today. I woke up and I just got on Twitter and I'm like, what's happening?
Couldn't play it right this morning, so that got checked right away. But I had to play Warzone without loadouts, which was honestly kind of fun.
It takes you back like the blackout days.
Yeah,
right?
it's kind of fun, like old school BRs in a way a bit.
I kind of wish it was like that.
Maybe like a mode or something, but yeah, I mean, I was trying to do your Destiny this morning. Yeah, couldn't do it.
Wasn't in the cards.
Wasn't in the cards.
Everything just broke today. Yeah, I was actually worried when I was reading some stuff. I'm like, are we having matches today? But it looks like we got to a place where we're able to compete today. Breach, just trying to get locked in, dialed in, and bring this one back. Subliners, and we're going to talk about them trending upward because this is a team we expect to be competing, be a top 4 team. And then the major happens, and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's just really, I think that the keys to focus on is hard point and control, right? I mean, you see 1 and 5 in Major 1, 1 and 3 in that control, and then you just see what's happening now these last couple of weekends. I mean, much better in those respawns. I mean, their search and destroy was fantastic, but you're like, with all this firepower, with this roster, what's going on? And again, a much different game than what we had last year. I think it's probably taking some of our sub players, especially like our entry guys, a little bit more time to get comfortable on the map, pull out an MCW. You're seeing it across the league.
And a lot of times, what have our tournament winners been? They've been people that have found a lot of balance. You've been good across all 3 modes. Typically, if you are like a one-trick pony where you just have like the search and destroy to Reliance really been your hard carry, you're not usually going to get the same result in a major. It's just, it doesn't happen. Teams are probably a little bit more prepped at times. It's a different ball game once you get the LAN. They need to work on their map pool. They need to find a little bit more balance in their gameplay. And as you saw in the graphic, they're trending upward. They're seeing some improvements there. But yeah, we're into our 3rd match here in Qualifier 2. Still not a ton to go on. But Asim, last time we saw him here, high-rise control. The man was a lord. Does he have what it takes? It's a little bit different of a matchup playing against Carolina versus the Subliners. As Sib finds our opener, and the drop shot is there. That just filthy. On to Priest at the corner.
I see him trying to make a play with that rival. Does get taken down. And yeah, kind of where this upward trend started was with that Carolina match, right? You're down 0-2, and the reverse sweep starts here. And that round 5 victory, that's when they got this confidence flowing. It's Hydra in the spawn, and he's going to take down 2 of Boston Breaches. They now have a 4 life advantage. And round 1 on offense can be very difficult just with no trophies, no extra utility to work with.
Maybe Snoopy can kind of bail him out. They're pinned right now. He's able to get in behind enemy lines, maybe alleviate some pressure from their side of the map. He's able to win a one-on-one against Skies. But you can see they're kind of stacked up. The rest of his team just trying to get out their front windows. He's the guy that hopefully alleviates some of that pressure. Then Slasher and Asim able to get kills from the front row. He's going to end up dropping, but I think job done. You were able to get out, get underground, make a play.
Yeah, I think maybe, he's in that spot. You still have a stun and a nade. Maybe just throw that stun, get that info, and then just play your life, right?
Try to be a nuisance longer.
Work these ticks a little bit longer. Yeah, give your teammates a little bit more time, but still, yeah, without him, they don't get out of their base. So he's able to get right back on the beat.
Yeah, it was kind of my logic. I'm like, yeah, he doesn't do that. You're probably, this round's over, but that might still be the same result. You've only got 10 seconds to work with. You're right back to square one as you're getting stacked up towards your base. I mean, we saw from Sib's POV in the opener, the 2 kills he get, the second chow on a Priest, just a thing of beauty. You're able to pause the clock here for a second. Maybe you're going to get 1 tick, but everybody else has died around you. So Asim is going to be the last player up on that objective. As he drops, that should be the round.
Yeah, I mean, New York, no, with only 1 player on it, this objective is going to go slow. So let's just take our time, slay around the point. Let's not go into a 4-dead situation. Play around the players off spawn, and then once we do, let's use that space to get the player off that point. As you said, it's only 1 tick.
Well, it's tough. You go like 3 or 4 down off the break of that, so you're pinned early. That takes, 45 seconds to get out of that. The only time we see people usually bounce back in those rounds is you're able to get the first point. You're able to get some extra time added on there. They just aren't able to get that next wave of kills. They do enough to get out. They can't win the big fights at mid-map. They're right back to it. Right back to spawn. Boston Breach were never a threat offensively.
Yeah, the only good thing, or one of the good things, I guess, is you obviously get that 1 tick, but Hydra doesn't earn a cruise because he was like 4-0, 5-0 to start, so
Yeah, well, considering the map 1 where it was raining cruises. But it was all New York in that round 1. They're looking to keep it rolling here round 2 as we go to listen in with New York Subliners.
Nice. I think he might be top Pelly, bro. I don't know. Come here. Where's he? Back left. Two of them. On B. Yeah, send him on B. RG, one back left. He might push my street. Outer propane, maybe. RG, I have no propane. One's on the right. Street, you got elevator. Oh no, right side, nice, good shit. Nice, I'm getting top propane, guys. Go left. I'm nading your triple. Go left, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go beat down. Triple going right. One shot on the right. One's on A. Oh, Jen on your right, keys. Yeah, one's paper. I'm weak. I'm looking hella Snoopy, inside blue. Inside blue. Left window. Preston weak left window. Heli steps. I don't see him left window. Heli steps. I shot him twice left. Heli steps. I'm trying to get you up. Got me. Nice. Heli steps. Top Pelly. He went out of propane. One on B, one top Pelly. Top Pelly weak, Sasha. Out of propane, we saw Pelly. Top Pelly, Sasha.
Mid window weak. Top Pelly.
Top Pelly dead. I need the left window. Beat on my right. Mid window. Wick. Underground. I'll be on the ground. I'm one shot. Watch my street. Your street's good. They're gonna hop a B then. I'm watching top B. There's 2 on A. To that side. I'm watching top B. Hopping up.
Blue. Our side blue. You saw him on the green top already.
Yeah, green tarp. Ace him one shot.
I stunned it.
One shot. Might be out. Yo, street, guys. Out of propane. Hold on, I'm one shot, Paco. It was flash. Oh my god, Papi.
Green top on me somewhere.
I'm going right.
Green tarp weak. Beat down. Our side beat down.
Green tarp dead. Alright, good job. I'm pushing out their spawn. I'm left window. Pushing out their spawn. Try to get a kill, Paco. I'm on B.
Oh my god.
Let's do need a check.
I'll tell you what, Skies is vibing. It starts with the opening comments. You're a bad boy. Then he's gassing Hydra, who's on 6 in a row. They are ripping and roaring. Looking to get the second point as Boston Breach are trying to bring it back. Not sure if we're going to have time to listen. Then we go with Boston Breach.
I can't get on in a second.
Right and left. He's on the far left. Left. More.
We come back to us. We thought maybe we were going to have time. Maybe a break was going to come there to hear Boston Breach. We'll get to maybe a little bit later in this match, but it just happens quickly. You take over if you're subliners, but boy, they were vibing in the comms. They had us cracking up.
Well, I mean, not only were they vibing, but there was a lot of intensity there, right? Like,
yeah, sure.
They were calling a lot of things. Hydra was on point. It just felt like, I don't know, it was a little bit different from this subliners team. Obviously, just Major 1 going to motivate them with their result, and they're bringing it here in this match and Major 2 qualifiers so far.
Yeah, I think maybe in Major 1 even when they were caught sometime. I'm not Major 1, yes, but also in the qualifier, like when they go to a map 5 when you don't think they should. Maybe they're starting to bring the intensity more to these league matches. Try to just close people out.
I think Skies make you laugh.
Yeah. Maybe that does it, but it was really kind of the opening wave of kills that put Boston Breach on their back foot early in their first offensive round. Trying to maybe avoid that this time around. So they're not fighting from their base the entire round. But they're in trouble. This might be a 3 out of subliners. But Boston, who we only got a moment to hear, they're trying to bring it back. Listen in, Boston Breach.
Caesar. Trying to flank him. Top propane.
Flank him.
Hydra might spawn underground. Oh, he's front jam.
I don't see propane. He jumped down.
He's a long.
I'll kill him.
Spawn underground, I think.
I think he's in the
Got me. Inner green top.
He's in the base Hydra. He's on B.
Inner green top. They're base Hydra.
Last is mid B. I would choke him point. One shot.
Trying to pick up a right. Nothing right.
All left spawn. He's up point, yes. Mid side point.
Watch underground.
Back left and probably another one underground. I'm one shot. He got me. Okay, back mid and back left.
Back. One more mid base.
Yeah, mid and left. Stand point again.
Stay left. Stay point.
You can play right, Isham.
One's going out the mid base. He's going out the mid base.
Yeah, he's beat up. 2 beat up. I got 1 weak. One more.
Dante, one's back left window.
Back left and look at the thing.
Back left window, bro. Back left window.
You should probably work me off your spawn. I need back crack.
Yeah, we're trying. Mid base, one shot. Heli stairs.
Deep right pocket, one
Underground.
3. Last one.
One shot from left. Trying to get on B.
Yeah.
He's on B though. On it, he's got me one shot.
He's weak. He's to the left.
Maybe their best teammate's the 5th man. Explosive barrels taking out 2 members of subliners, and maybe a chance for them now to get on it. But after that wave of kills, it's nothing really else that follows it up. You can't get to the point. There's no success offensively, but with .3, yeah, I'll shut my mouth, but the Bulldog's still eating.
No, it's over.
As that will end it. Subliners come out and they look convincing. I mean, at times they just, I don't know, anyone seems they can beat them. Anyone can push them to a map 5. Here it is all smiles, it is all vibes. They even knock out the webcams for Boston Breach as they just handle business and dominate.
That was one of the more convincing series we've had all year, honestly.
Yeah, especially from them. Yeah.
Just on this title, that is a statement game that the subliners have arrived. The world champions we expected, the roster maybe we expected. They're starting to put up some insane numbers. And again, Hydra getting comfortable, 22-9, Sib with some big moments, but you hear it in the comms, the intensity. It's finally the respawn we expected from this squad.
Yeah, and you know, with the changes to the cruises, obviously when you have the individual talent, you're able to earn 1 or 2 in the map 3. You earn like 4, whatever it was in the map 1. It was big in breaking the P2 on Skid Row. Like, we know they have the individual talent. Maybe sometimes the comms are off. Maybe sometimes there's a lapse in positioning, but when you have players that can pop off at any moment, I feel like just the cruise change has to be huge for a squad like this. Like, Hydra can earn 1 in seconds, it feels like. There's unbelievable talent.
Yeah, just a huge game changer for them. And on the side of Boston, I just think that map 1 just really took the air out of them. I think it did. It just feels like they cannot bounce back from that. I mean, you would expect them to, but sometimes it just be tough. It's a tough mental battle.
Yeah, I mean, map 1, absolutely winnable. You're up almost 100 points, and then you just get flatlined for 4 hard points in a row as subliners take over. But that'll do it for us for map 1. It's 3-0 for subliners. To the desk we go to break it down. Christopher Bucket, hey there.
Hey, Maven. How you doing?
Hey.
I'm here too.
You guys are vibing
we
today.
Got Allie, we got Nameless, and of course myself to break it all down. We all called it, right? We all called it, Clint. None of us thought Boston was going to win. Clint called Boston to win this one 3-1. He was dead wrong. Yeah. Why was he wrong, Allie?
He was dead wrong because this, unfortunately, the world champions have come to play this Major II qualifier. As I said, they were a little inconsistent, but there's nothing more consistent than that Skid Row. They go down 100 points, and then they have every single rotation in the game. We're talking about the best rotation team right now that we have in the New York Subliners. I mean, they weren't losing a single map after that one. That round number 2, not round number 2, that high rise again, another masterclass out of Hydra. Previously, he went 19 and 10 in their last matchup versus Seattle Surge. This time, 22-9. So keeping up at pace here. I doubt we see high rise control make it in a New York Subliner series again.
Yeah, it's definitely getting vetoed. I mean, we've seen them just dominate this map, the pressure that they're able to apply, and you can just see the practice must be going really, really well because we get to that list and everybody's just vibing. They know what they need to do. Everybody's playing their role like exceptionally well right now. And, you know, a lot of this time, you know, we've been talking about New York and, you know, how good they've been at the little things in Hardpoint. Well, it was about capitalizing on those little things, on your rotations. They did just exactly that on the map number 1. When they got an opportunity, they ran away from it. I mean, you saw on that rotation, P5 to P1, who do you need to make a huge play? It's Hydra. He jumps out, just a high intellectual player, flips the spawns. They then chain that into like 100 unanswered points going into the search and destroy. They're so confident in each other. Like, you saw them just a flurry of kills off the rip, playing super aggressive. And then when they need to reel it back, they're the world champions, Chris. They can do just exactly that. And one last thing with the guy I want to highlight, Sib, making huge plays. You saw him at the back watching middle tank and then sitting back tracker, just being annoying so the playmate Kismet and Hydra can get the job done.
This guy's the best personality in the league.
He's great,
close.
bro.
Yeah, he's there.
I was listening to his comms. The kid is nothing but hilarious. He only dropped, I believe, 14 kills, but he had 3,000 damage and 14 assists to go with it. On
you gotta add extra assists from the hype too in the comms.
In map 1, he was like double neg too. I just think when it comes to Skies, like, have you guys ever seen the lie detector he did with Miles?
Yes.
Like, last year before, so funny.
Check it out. In the meantime, we got to check out our scuff play of the game. This was Hardpoint. It looked great for Boston. And then this happened.
It's a P2 Hydra. I'm assuming it's going to be P2 Hydra. Oh, it's Kizzy laying down, finding a kill.
It's a whole montage, fam.
This was the start. So this was the start of New York Subliners' run to go on to win this map. It was on that final P5. Kismet goes on a 6-free in the back. He gets a streak. Hydra gets a streak on P2. And again, they did not lose a single rotation following the rest of this map. Boston Breach is able to get maybe 20 more points on the board by the time New York Subliners closes it out.
Yeah, you know, Hydra was like fending off the entire team on that P2 while his team was setting up P3. They get a majority chunk of that. And then they're able to break into Barber over as well, which is kind of unacceptable on Boston's side. But nevertheless, you went up against the world champions. It's a tough game. They're on point.
Subliners showing that they are back in full force. They are currently now with 9 match wins. That's going to jump them over Optic to the 3 spot on the leaderboard. But the good news for Optic fans, you got your match coming up next, and you'll be taking on Minnesota. That'll be the second battle of our day. Before we get there, we got to talk with a player from the Subliners. They're loading up right now. Who do you want to talk to today, Allie?
Oh, we got to talk to Skies after those comms. We got to ask him what are we doing.
Let's bring on Mr. Giggles live here in our Monster Energy Winter Spotlight. Guys, I see you there with your duo. How was today?
Today was great. I didn't have to do anything. These guys are just insane. They were killing everything. I was just rotating, blocking. I think I had one little highlight play, but today was godlike.
What happened in the first 2 minutes of that hard point?
I mean, it's just P1 and P2 chain skid row, and they had good side. It was just like if you can regain from that, and we were still pretty confident once they went up 80-0 because all you have to do is just chain the next hill.
Guys, we got an incredible listen in that map number 3. Do you mind telling us who on your team is Poppy? I think I heard correctly.
Paquito. Paquito's my papito. I don't know. We usually thrive whenever we're like in a goofy mood like that, so I just try to like just say some funny stuff like that. It just gets them in their flow.
Guys, seems like everybody feels so comfortable in their role now. It didn't look like that throughout stage 1. How have you guys made so much progression over these last 2 or 3 weeks?
I feel like just before the major, we just didn't have a lot of foundations on a lot of things, and then after the major, it kind of like locked us in. And then we just went to overdrive and started working harder, and then just talking more and coming in earlier, and just watching it on the TV, really going on the TV on the couch, and just figuring out like foundations and then building from that.
Skies, where can I watch more of your content? Do you stream? Do you make YouTube videos?
I've been on my content account. My TikTok is Cedar Skies, and Twitch I stream basically every day.
There he is.
Like, my Twitch is SKYZ just Skies.
SKYZ, that is Skies. He's dropping bombs here for the Subliners. Congrats on another win.
Appreciate it, bro. Have a good one.
All right, we got to go to break. Before we do, quick reminder, sync your calendar. If you want to watch the Subliners again, how do you do it, Allie?
You just got to scan the QR code on your screen or go to callofdutyleague.com/schedule. Make sure to keep up to date when all of your favorite teams are playing and who they're matching up against. So add your favorite teams in 2024 schedule to earn the squad up calling card as well and match all of us in game.
Spoiler, it's against Atlanta at the end of Sunday. We're going to break. We come back. It's Minnesota. Can the Rocker keep climbing the leaderboard? Today they take on the Green Wall after this.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Right? Champs is solidified. Now it's about getting that championship. We know how that momentum can get you the ring. And look at that trophy. What's that?
The best in Call of Duty history
right there.
We did pretty good in Black Ops 2. I think that thing is better. Let's take a look at the catch that.
Craziest play I have ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if anything will ever stack up to this play.
I mean, I can't believe he had time to reload for the first one. I mean, part of that at all. And the fact that Priesta accidentally mantles the Godheady.
Behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like,
do a little dance, make a little love. Who's dead tonight?
trusting Envoy to make the play, or maybe where the Stump's coming through. See Scum backing up the hell of the mouth, but he strikes, gets the first blood, and for the moment, he gets away.
Oh, he got another kill! No way! Envoy is on one right now.
We're going to have some laughs during this match, Maven. I'm going to openly just ask, who will be the worst player we see in the All-Star game today?
The worst player from all of these teams? Oh, this is hard, man. It's the All-Stars. Oh, I got to think about this.
It's going to be Octane.
It's going to be Octane?
Yeah.
He was a beast, so he was number 2 overall S&D KD.
Yes, he has, but guess what? Octane's had one good event since like 2016.
I'm going with Nameless, just because he can probably hear me right now. he's going to choke big time.
Obviously having a big performance there over at that Train Hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess he's finally caught his bearings. Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, as that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? It's 6 for Capsidal. He is woken up and erupting right now on the Subliners, making 8 in a row.
Going to be easy for them to break this as kills go down on both sides. Mac trying to do a little bit of acrobatics, finding Octane towards the back. Does eventually get it, looking for Kenny.
Oh my God!
No, Kenny! Oh my goodness! Thieves were set up. They had the first blood, and they've just been ruined.
Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying on the point. Joe Deceives gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it! Oh my God! It's a 2v1! Diamond Con! Can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond Con, if you win this! God damn, what a round!
Okay, one cross, two cross, one more. Alright, I'm gonna help you at B now, I'm gonna help you at B.
Yeah, I don't know where he went. I don't know if he's still here.
It was deep perception. Nice, no, get that ace, my friend, get that ace.
Probably in both.
1 minute remaining.
Oh yeah.
From a city, you hear sirens when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. On the table, age 10, look at me.
Push on up. You have 3 players on the spawn. Maybe a chance here. Accuracy. The back.
Linz is ripping Boston apart. Boston to close this lead. And Linz is going to just continue to push space for the Zawolabob's team.
Wow. Maybe come straight through as well.
Awakening versus the world, and he's coming up with the dub. And if you can transition this to New Hill, Awakening is trying to put in absolute work. Slashes up next. He gets the ball. The whole team.
It's time. Optic taking on Minnesota. Can the Rocker cause another upset? They've been on fire recently. As we welcome everyone back in, this is match 2 on a 3-match day. Ali, let's start here with Minnesota Rocker. For anyone who has missed them, what have they accomplished over the last few matches?
Well, they accomplished getting top 4 at our Major 1 qualifiers. Well, not qualifiers, excuse me, at Major 1. And now as we head into our second set of qualifiers, they kind of haven't missed a step. Minnesota Rocker taking everybody on storm, mainly off of the back of you have accuracy, the overall vet of this squad, but really rookie Linz, running for that Rookie of the Year. He has been the glue in this squad and the reason they've been able to accomplish as much as they have.
Yeah, you know, this team has been fantastic. Everybody has stepped up. They are waiting on Awakening to get to that final form, I feel like, to be a championship contender. But when you talk about Lens, he's been extremely consistent. And the accuracy in their last match versus Toronto, the man looked like he was in his prime again, leading the lobby in damage, leading the team in damage, absolutely popping off 1.11. And in the clutch moments as well, the guy was going off. You know, they ended Toronto's hardpoint winning streak, stopped them from getting to that number 15, and they pushed them all the way to a game 5. They just need to work on their clutch situations a little bit, especially in that invasion, if we see that again.
For Minnesota, we have our Monster Energy pregame, and let's talk about some of these keys. For me, you got to strike early, right? You can't let Optic get going.
And unfortunately, we're not in maps mode yet, so I'm not going to get into there, but their hardpoint is regressing. They're 2-5 in the last 7 maps, and they're going up against the second best hardpoint team in the game right now. So any opportunity, it's got to be in the search and destroys. And unfortunately, the objective play just has not been there. They're second with plants and 52% of attack rounds. It means half the time they're trying to get the bomb down, but their post plant hasn't been great.
And I do want to remind everybody, this team started 0-4 in the qualifiers. A lot of those numbers on your screen came from the first week or 2 of the game. Minnesota right now, how close do they stack up to Optic in your eyes?
I mean, I think they're a very good team. Like, I think Minnesota is still a top 5 team that we have in the world. It's just versus Optic, it has been tough. Like, at the major they played them was not an ideal match for them whatsoever, matchup-wise. The hard points just tend to go to Optic's way, so Minnesota are going to have to figure out something today.
Optic put an end to Minnesota's run on land. Now they'll try and do it online, and they're going to be looking at their star SMGs. You've got Pred taking over on Rio with Shotzi, who leads all players on that map, and not to mention the ARs they got on this team as well, Alex.
Not to mention, especially because Dashy has been soaking up that hill time. Last time these two teams matched up, it was Dashy with 1 minute and 40 seconds in map number 1 and 2 minutes and 31 seconds in that map number 4. So not an ideal matchup for Minnesota Rocker, but Optic Texas definitely licking their lips at this matchup. So when it comes to the match, the Monster Energy pregame notes, I'm assuming it's just to keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, especially in hardpoint. They've been lights out in that game mode, and particularly up against the Minnesota Rocker. I mean, they're first in break efficiency, they're second in break percentage, so they're breaking, and when they do break, they get a ton of points off of it as well. And then early round S&D struggles, 8th in opening dual win rate, and also 7th in conversion rate, so that has to be better. But then also, like, their defense opening dual percentage is some of the worst in the league. Also, post plant has not been great so far, but we did see a massive improvement versus the LA Thieves. Some big rounds, like, clearly they put it in an effort to fix their S&D. We'll see if it pays off against one of our better search teams.
Optic's big 3-0 was over the bottom team in the league. Today they're taking on a top 5 opponent, and they'll be playing on Rio. Terminal Karachi twice in sub-base for our second hardpoint.
The biggest problem right now is this heavily favors Optic Texas. Not only do we get that Rio hardpoint in that opener, but also that sub-base, which they definitely prefer when it comes to the respawn. This is not the same map set that they went up against at the major. Again, it is a little bit of a new game. So I see Minnesota Rockers trying to try something new, but I mean, their map pool is just not as deep.
I will say, I think that Rocker looked out a little bit. Skid Row was left on the table. Optics 5-1 on that map. They didn't pick it. They opted to pick Rio, which is a map both these guys have looked good on so far. So, and also when you think about control, Minnesota does have the advantage there. So this has the makings to be a good series.
Are we going to a game 5?
I think so.
Well, I think it's Optic 3-0. You guys are all choosing Optic as well. Fans have chosen Optic, and our casters have chosen to start the game. Ton, welcome back, buddy, alongside our good friend Chance.
Honestly, at this stage, Chance is just putting his hand in a bucket and finding a British caster at every single turn that he possibly can. Chance, I'm not too sure is your favorite yet. I would understand that would be Miles, but we're going to make a good decision whether it's me or Brycey after this, I would say.
You guys are all the same to me. Just one has a beard, the rest of you don't. Other than that, I'm basically casting with clones. No, it has been an interesting year for sure. And I think, honestly, the two teams we have are some of the more interesting in the league. Optic always going to be that voice of conversation. But Minnesota, like, they've like sort of made their impact, made their mark, maybe like in that sort of top 5 bubble, top 4 sweet spot. But Minnesota have answered a lot of questions. A lot of individual players have stepped up to the plate. Lynn's right now Rookie of the Year candidate. Rocker have almost everything going for them except actually getting a win against the top dog. But obviously, they have been knocking on the Devil's door a ton. They literally just played against Toronto, took them to a game 5, just faltered towards the end. But these guys are very close to solidifying themselves in the top spot. This could be the series where they do it.
Yeah, the series would go a long way to proving where Minnesota Rocker really do belong. But the hard points are something we're going to have to speak about quite a lot, right? I mean, look how good Optic have looked on this mode in particular. But something to note, And we played Rio, if you're Minnesota Rocker, up against Ultra not that long ago. They dealt them their first hardpoint loss in quite some time on this map specifically. So it should be a very interesting one. Both these two teams, various records when it does come down to the hardpoint, but on this all new map, things can get maybe a little bit mixy where you wouldn't want to see if you're an Optic Texas fan.
Well, I mean, look, the mix is something that these guys can thrive in. Like, Ton, let me tell you, Optic is a good Rio team, but it is truly a square-up match because, as you pointed out, Rocker looked great as well off the opening break. Super solid as well. Team kill might hurt you a little bit, but you're still in control of that time, and we've already seen his name pop up in the feud a few times. Accuracy and Vivid, in my mind, the men to watch from Rocker. You can see Optic really just flooding in, trying to find those extra kills. Can't quite get them. Rocker built themselves a nice little lead.
Yeah, good play coming in from Rocker already. 23 seconds on the clock, and thinking about this rotation, which will be coming in very, very shortly. Trying to find some kills over towards the middle, and eventually Shotzi and Dashi finding a break on through and some time, if only a few seconds, on the side of Optic Texas. We start to get moving over towards this P2 side now. You try to see the flip coming in from Rocker, couldn't quite manage to find it. Optic Texas now in control over towards the market side. Lenzico going to try and come through the front door here. A couple of kills potentially going to fall their way. Got to find the first feud if you wanted to try and find this break. Lin's Awakening starting to find them. Contestants here.
That contest might just continue. I mean, Shotzi flies out, not actually getting the time, but yeah, this is a hill where the angles can just be out of control. The cars you can look under, the weird places you can play by, the pillars, that's really the hot dog stand that is seemingly indestructible. But for all the effort that you just had Optic put in to actually win this rotation, they don't get any of the kills. Accuracy goes on a 4 spree, and now maybe for Rocker, you've got these guys actually pinned so far deep in your spawn. You imagine that rotation in P3 is going to be completely free, so I mean, this is the hill that Optic did a nice job on the rotation, but simply could not get enough time and still continue to be on the back foot.
Yeah, you 100% take that as a win if you're a Rocker, right? Probably lose out on the majority of the time that was up on offer, but you really do limit Optic Texas to only the minimal amount. Over towards P3 now as the lobby will get underway. Accuracy going to just try and hold it from the back side. Doesn't want to get overflooded over towards this point if he can. Dashi with a big kill, though. That might break things open. Potential pinch on the cards, but the kill's coming through, but only for Vivid. Team kill alongside of it. Working out in Rocker's favor. Some good time coming on through here, but a push coming over from the other side from the bridge was on the cards. Now from up top, not going to happen. Accuracy will say thank you very much. Couple of kills falls his way. Minnesota Rocket, healthy little lead so far, Chance.
Yeah, dude, Accuracy is straight up making plays. He goes on the 4 spree on P2 for the hill that they lost. We've just gotten a look at Accuracy on this hill where he is still continuing to put in the work. That's a 3 spree, backing Optic down again. But even at the start of it, Accuracy was in the back, and he just completely stopped 2 Optic players in their tracks to try to flank around the spawns. One player straight up gave up and then just tried to cut through boxes. So Accuracy right now, his presence and impact is being felt by Optic. You're down by 60 points, and again, a rotation. Optic are gonna be behind the game. A couple quick kills come through, so they're gonna make it mixy. But again, in the feed, you see it's Accuracy and Linz showing up again. Accuracy right now, that high impact player.
Lin's just trying to stay alive over towards the hot dog stand if he can. Finding one is big. If you can just slow Optic Texas down a little bit more, that would have been massive. But Pred will eventually find the kill. But now for all of Optic Texas, the one-dimensional push going to start coming through. Trophies on overtime. Just waiting for the opportune moment, waiting to try and find one pick, and then the rest of them will fly. But Vivid's going to start to lock it down here with Accuracy again. And you're right to make the call out. Accuracy having a really big game, sitting 11-5, but the break is going to start coming on through. Dashi with 2. Now Accuracy left on his own. Can't find the last kill, and Pred just about deals with him. But only for 15 seconds here, Chance. That scoreline's getting a little bit ugly.
And we already know that Optic, the only rotation they won was over towards P2. Couldn't convert that in a time. And now they're losing the rotation again towards the new hill. So even when they've been ahead of the game, they haven't had success. And more so, they've just been consistently on the back foot. And that story is just going to continue. You're trying to set up the pinch, but look at the spawn that comes through. Unfortunate timing in the game quite literally does just be like that sometimes. So Kenny getting caught out. Minnesota continuing to run it up. And now the spawns are easy to read. Optic getting pinned on the right side of the map.
Yeah, tough one for Optic there. Of course, you got the spawns over towards these trucks. If this side of the map is okay to find a push from, but you set up the pinch, and the rest of Minnesota still spawning towards the back. You can't get it done. Accuracy holding it down with ease from this side. Shotzi gonna have one last bash at it, but 24 seconds to go. I think Optic have got no other option than just continuously try to hit it. If they can get some bridge control to hit it P1, that's not bad, but right now accuracy is just soaking up that time, no problem whatsoever. Eventually the break will come through, but that's feeling like the story of the first rotation so far. Optic Texas will get in towards the end for 10 or 15, but that is it. Minnesota Rocker well and truly running away with this one right now. My God, Linz.
And look, Texas, they don't have room to breathe. Like, even when they're fighting for the scrap trying to work the break on the right side of the map, Minnesota are just on them like some dogs right now. So it is not an easy thing to try to come back from. A couple kills go their way, and finally we see green on the left side of the feed, and a nice little break for them to actually buy a little bit of clearance, try to stabilize in the game. But Rocker has been typical. They bounce right back inside the time, not feeling the pressure, not feeling the heat. Rocker right now, a clean look so far on Rio. Still a 100-point gap, and maybe some momentum back on Optic's favor. Another clearance on the hill. They still got the right side spawned. This might be the start of the comeback time.
25 seconds left to go here. Over towards P1. You might be right. Kills starting to flow the way of Optic Texas, and maybe it is going to take a rotation for them to get warmed up into this game. But so far, so good at the second time of masking. But Minnesota Rocker, with that lead, will be able to start play with it, right? They'll be able to leave certain amount of time, certain amount of hills where you can just go for a rotation nice and early because you have that lead. They found themselves here over towards P2 very first time by the looks of things, though. Optic Texas, for all that they were holding down those spawns, haven't been able to get some control over towards this hill. So time starting to soak over towards the side of Rocket. Vivid now will find a kill pushing through the double doors, and if you are Optic Texas, if anything, you are trapped in the spawn you wanted. Minnesota Rocket frying at the moment.
I mean, it's the same thing. You're just getting held back from the front side of time, and right now Optic don't really have time to waste. But the problem is, you try to make breaks towards the time. Two different AR players are going to be holding you down. Awakening's got the cross accuracy in the exact same spot he was in before. It's just a stranglehold on the power positions. A clean 4-man wipe in the back spawns again. The rotation to P3 could be absolutely devastating. Rocker, they are just handling the map on this P2 hill.
Vivid just trying to lock down in and around the escalators, just trying to slow Optic Texas down on this rotation. But the spawns are going to flip out now, so Texas will get a small amount of respite here. And we'll get something to go their way eventually, because really everything is working out for Rocker right now. It's a 120-point lead, and it may well grow if Rocker can find a break here. But Optic Texas first one's in. Vivid doesn't have a lot of support. He may well just go for it anyway. Kenny will deal with him, but you can see Rocker just starting to set up over towards the back. They'll take this time on their break.
Time, though, is going to be a factor. That's actually a fantastic read by Dashy to take him down, and that's another fantastic play by Optic to jump on the guys in the back spawns. The two players there from Rocker were just looking to block any kills that came through. If Optic had fallen, would have spawned across the map, but Optic do the more difficult thing, win the difficult gunfights. Now have actually set themselves up inside the time, looking to get this final 25 seconds. Rocker maybe one final push to go for the break. They're soaring forward, but they're not going to get it. Optic get a nice little wipe in for the final 15 seconds. It's under lock and key. Optic have it secured, so might be losing gunfights along the way, but they're still getting that final bit of time. Going into that new hill down by about 70 seconds, and Chauncey knows gotta wait for the boys to get here, but obviously no one's gonna be flanking for Optic. They gotta flood through the front.
That's a third kill for Vivid over towards the elbow side, so it'll be locking it down from the boxes. It's just such a hard cross, making number 4 for Vivid in this life. Shotty will eventually find a breakthrough. You need to find these kills. If you're Optic, can't find the third. It's the next one there. Awakening goes absolutely massive as per usual. 210 now being breached by Minnesota Rocker. They can win it here over towards this hill. Kenny now trying to find a breakthrough if he can, but Vivid again is playing his life so well towards that elbow side. Garage push going to start coming in here for Optic Texas, but they need to start moving a lot quicker than they have been. Vivid again, another force spree locking it down. You just can't get past him.
Yeah, no, this is the Vivid special, man. I'm telling you, this is like one of the highest engaged, most accurate players we have in the league. Rio is a map where you expect this man to thrive, and he, as you pointed out, just inside of boxes, going on an absolute tear on both of the lives that he had. I mean, just on like a two-piece front, I think Rocker had just been almost dominating the kill feed. It is going to be a victory lap on this rotation. Rocker just going to be 2 points away from sealing the game. Optic, pure desperation hour.
Oh, how can they hold this down? How can Optic find a way back into this one? It looks impossible. It looks improbable. Rocker have been so good across the entire map, and they're going to try and go for a break here from the top side. If they can find a kill over the top, Linz is going to be there to support, watching the flank. That's inevitably coming through. The stun is there. A bit of timing, though, and all of a sudden, Linz could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Linz, Vivid, find a way through. And Optic Texas fall like dominoes towards the end of that game. It's a very convincing map number 1 for Rocker. A huge win in Hardpoint to kick this series off.
Yeah, it's GG too. I mean, look, Rio is that brand new square up map. These are all teams trying to figure out exactly like where they're gonna lie in context of the league, because both Optic and Rocker came into this with a record of 1-0, so they're just thinking, hey, we're the better team, we're gonna chow them on it. But Rocker chowed back, and that is a hell of a game too, because last time they played against Toronto, it was more or less the accuracy show, dominated the kills department, dominated the damage, and early on in this game, accuracy was doing the exact same thing, making those high impact plays. But eventually, maybe at the halfway point, Linz and Vivid just completely ran away with the game and effectively on cruise control, but their damage numbers and kills pretty much out of control. And I mean, Optic quite literally did not have a response. I mean, the entire map, they had a couple good rotations over towards P2 to get the back spawns, but Rocker effectively just handing it to him, hitting him in the back, and then just abusing him on that P2 to P3 rotation. So this is really just a clinic on Rio through and through. Minnesota, they're going to have all the highlights.
Now, I mean, for Rocker here as well, now, on the new map, okay, it will take some teams a little bit of time to try and get used to it on the highest of levels, but for Rocker now, that's the scalp of the 2 best hardpoint teams in the game, realistically, right? You take down Rocker, you take down Optic, already on Rio. So, I mean, this is just a surefire way to make sure that you're never going to be playing it again over the rest of the season, to be honest with you, because now you set yourself up, you're looking really good on it. Some teams will be wanting to maybe throw that potential... I mean, it's a question mark, isn't it, for a lot of the teams? Well, still, it's still very.
It's like a it's like a respect thing in the pick and bans, right? You get 2 wins like this, every single team from this point on is really gonna have to second guess. Like, okay, we know Rocker's capable. Do we trust ourselves? We want to work on something else, but you know, it's sort of a square up map early on. But Optic also chowed twice in this series. Like, Rio's a square up, but we also have a Karachi control later on, where Minnesota, arguably the best team in the game on that map. So Optic are looking for the chow, and I think Rocker might be happy for it. So talk about sort of the respect factor in the pick and bans. Rocker, these have been like the little wiggle rooms of opportunity for these guys to get the series, and they keep getting wins like this. Again, the respect levels, they're just going up. Their stocks at an all-time high.
For Optic Texas, there's probably a sense of, I want to say they're relying on hard points at this moment in time for a couple of series here and there. You lose the first one, and going into a search and destroy where, I mean, Minnesota Rocket not a bad S&DT by any stretch, and we know Optic struggles have necessarily been on that mode of, if anything. And then, as you mentioned, the Karachi control for map number 3. It's a scary looking series. All of a sudden, if you're part of the green wall, Terminal Search and Destroy is going to be coming up next, as we do change the pace very, very quickly. But that's a huge win for Rocker. A really big win for Rocker.
I mean, that fact cannot be understated too, because obviously the Karachi control mention of, like, you know, arguably Minnesota Rocker, best team in the game on it. Those guys in Toronto had the best records, and they beat Toronto last week, so they're certainly happy to see the Karachi. But then that S&D as well, not only has S&D not exactly been the back pocket comfort sort of game mode for Optic, but even on Terminal specifically, it's a 1-3 record. I know a couple of those losses are your round 10, round 11, so they've still been strong on the map, but the record does not tell that story. So it is 2 very dangerous maps for the green wall coming up, and you get to really test sort of their resolve and how much work that they've been able to put in on the break. Again, seeing them for the first time on Terminal in quite some time. But as far as the next 2 maps go, this is as happy as Minnesota Rocker could be.
Well, who is going to be the players from either one of these 2 teams that's going to get the job done to try and get something going? Well, it could be Pred and Dashi in terms of search and destroy. I mean, look, the KD's low, nice, right, Chance? But something's clearly going wrong when you do look at their record overall.
Well, absolutely, but you know, this is obviously part of the record is from the qualifying stages, making up for it a bit at the major. But I gotta say, the KD's out of control for both of these guys so far. The improvements that they're making, a lot of Dashi's stats are sort of just expected in the sense that, like, you know, the kills per round he's getting is sort of like average for the league. But his KD being that solid is a benchmark for the team success. Pred though, 2.0, that's just kind of bonkers. Like, that man's just having fun out there in search and destroy. So maybe he'll be the guy to really turn things around from Optic, and someone needs to turn around for Minnesota just to collect the bomb. Awakening has it in hand. Linz, though, straight up the map. 0 time wasted and the first blood. Might get traded out, but on a map like Terminal, if you're on offense, you'll take the 3v3.
And to find that pressure straight through library from Linz. Really good heads-up play. And Dashi, speaking of heads-up play, he's just wiped accuracies off his shoulders. And all of a sudden, Awakening is going to have to start getting aggressive to maybe try and find something for Rocket. It's a really good start to the round. Vivid will find something to answer back. Dashi does fall. Shotzi and Pred taking on Awakening and Vivid. Next kill will be huge. Pred just trying to play his life. Rocket seemingly rotating over towards A. Shotzi going to have to lock this down.
This question of like, can they actually spot his gun peeking out from the door, or how good is this timing going to be? Shotzi gets it before the bomb gets planted and gets the timing for the guy on cockpit to not even be able to react. Heads up, high IQ play out of Shotzi, and as interesting as that round could have been for the SMGs on Rocker making plays, Shotzi just slams the door. And yeah, that's pretty much free. Again, that is a play that comes down to timing. Shotzi absolutely nails it. Can't get any better than that.
No complaints. Good defensive hold from Optic Texas to kick things off. Got a little bit scary for me when you see Linz just run straight through Library. It's just a difficult push from that stage. You lose the gunfights over towards the escalators and things get scary, but irrelevant. Optic will find those kills towards the end of the round, and they will find the round itself. Smoking the trophy down. Shotzi taking a couple of bullets. Will back on down. Pressure coming in over towards the A side. First blood would be massive. Vivid gonna have to back out. So the pressure is here from Optic Texas, but Vivid turns at the right time. Dashi is there to answer back. 3 versus 3. Texas trying to make some inroads over towards the A side. Stun goes out. Chal comes in alongside of it. Pred is there. Really good team play coming in from Optic Texas, and no answer from Rocker so far.
Yeah, and in a 2v3, you actually see Optic gonna pump the brakes and reposition. You don't want to get wall banged when you're in the airplane, so they're playing it safe. I mean, you have Shotzi, who started off in Library. He's wrapped back to Burger just to sort of clear the map. So, I mean, Optic knows nobody's flanking. One player is over by AC, and, you know, accuracy is still there. You got the intel. Shotzi's just going to play with him and get out of dodge. But, I mean, Optic haven't bit on anything. Still worried about the plane pressure. Linz, those strikes to even things out to a 2v2. And all this time wasted might end up punishing Optic.
25 seconds. Oh, Shotzi's on his way over. Oh, he doesn't get caught out by accuracy, but the information is there. Linz now just going to try and play his life. Huge kill if he can find it. Accuracy with the gunny onto Dashi. Linz knows exactly where Shotzi is. Bomb picked up, 13 seconds. Is he going to watch the cross, or is he just going to give it up a little bit up? It looks like he's going to give it a shot into the back, though. Shotzi will just about get away and will have time to plan. Utility is there for Linz, but not enough to do anything about this bomb going down. Shotzi backing up. 1 versus 1, 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Linz doesn't have any intel on where Shotzi was able to go, other than he hasn't crossed out towards Exy. So Linz right now trying to clear as much of the map as possible. But on an intel front, you have to know Shotzi, massive advantage right now in this round.
Linz in a really, really sticky spot. Shotzi's just going to hold this down, going to go for the wide challenge. Just about maybe a little bit of fortune for Linz if he can get it, but Shotzi is offering this nothing up so far, just being the slippery little snake. Oh! But Linz guns him. Is he going to get there in time? Absolutely. My word. Absolutely shotguns him from there. Incredible from Linz. And they tie it up. Big round to kick things off there for Minnesota Rocker. 1 apiece.
Oh, the new rookie against the previous rookie of the year in Shotzi's introduction gets the best of him in the 1v1, and it really just is a shred job in this moment. Shotzi overcommits on the Chow, but the reason he does is because the gunfight in that situation, free 90% of the time, but the headshot multiplier with the MCW, one of the strongest things in this game. So Linz just straight up guns him down, and that is a massive bounce back round for Rocker there. That could have been tragic. And speaking of tragic, I don't know if Pred did the damage on a teammate or just to himself, but that's an immediate 4v3, and that's immediate hitting the plane. Vivid doesn't even wait for the fall from his teammates, trusting himself. You got a 4v2 bomb down. This is the unlosable, and Vivid out here sealing the deal. You don't have time to break down previous rounds. Pred, I don't know what happened there, but that is costly.
Wow. I've seen better openings to S&D rounds, in fairness.
And look, Tom, that's a defense, too. Like, if you're messing up on offense on this map, like, all right, scratch it up, on to the next, but you throw away a defensive round, that is painful.
Yeah, that's tough. I think, you know, as soon as Minnesota Rocket, because of the fact that Rocket were actually pushing towards that site as well, right? Pred dies pretty much immediately there. Like, oh, right. I mean, we had the grenade go off where we go and we're hitting the plane, right? Immediate push comes through from Rocket. They find the kills towards the back, lock that one down. As free as you could possibly want. And as you mentioned, that's an attacking round underneath their belts now. If they can just solidify that with this defensive round, things are looking nice for Rocket. Looks like it's going to be an air hit coming in here from Optic Texas. Lin's over towards the B side, and it's going to be down to Vivid to try and slow them down, if anything. There's going to be some more watch from the other side. Oh, just get the bullets through the wall. That's a lot of damage, but not quite any result from it. Minnesota Rocket trying to defend from the outside here. That bomb will likely go down now. Shots in through the wall, though, and Kenny will find Lin, so that's a big kill for them to find. Vivid still towards the back, but that bomb is down.
Oh, yeah, and they're so concerned about Shotzi, too. And, I mean, it's a 2v4. You have to do stun checks like that. That was so much damage done, but Optic hold true, respond. Nice angle there from Kenny just to seal the deal. And, I mean, I don't know if they're going to do this every round, but that's the second straight up just A-hit, bang out the plane, go crazy from Optic. And they execute well both times. This time, though, they convert it into a dub. And, again, I don't know how much damage Vivid just did, rather, through that little terminal hangar, whatever it's called, but to come out on top and hold strong. That is a nice bounce back round.
One you needed. Lose defense, get an attack within the space of 2 rounds. Optic Texas very much back into this one. Still very early in this search and destroy. For Rocket, that's got a sting, though. I think you're right. You know, the amount of bullets that Vivid put through. I think he definitely spread that out, didn't he, between a couple of different members of Optic Texas. So here we go. Looking like there's going to be a burger hit coming in here from the side of Rocket. Dashi's got some work to do. Going to have to just back on down. Smoke out. If you can find anything here, that will be great. But Minnesota Rocket, complete control of the site. Lins will find one. Lins will find the second. The child coming through. Incredible work from Rocket. 4 versus 2. Bomb down. Usually defense is the more prime side here, Chance. But right now, attack's looking pretty saucy.
I mean, it's finally just aggression on terminal. If you play it slow and play for picks, like the team on defense has every advantage on the map. The one thing you can do on offense is just use your numbers and overwhelm them. I mean, that's almost like a poltergeist strategy there of like one smoke comes through and then the only thing Dashi's hearing in his ears is like, oh, they're here. Like they're ready. And by the time the smoke dissipates, Linz is already in your face popping pieces. And I mean, that's just not Linz. That was the entire squad that was there in that moment. So finally some aggression on offense, on terminal from both of these teams to a good deal of success. And I mean, now from Minnesota Rocker, it feels like the onus is on them to respond. Optic have just been flooding through plane, and now they're mixing things up too. So even if you wanted to stack A, pressure's now going towards B. Same old, Dashi already with the first blood.
Yeah, accuracy gets going, and all of a sudden you will have to back on down. You will have to give it up until you get those reinforcements who are very much here now. But it's taking his time. The thing is, for them, they're not sure how aggressive that Optic Texas have been, but not aggressive enough. How on earth is Dashi able to find this gunfight? Backs on down. Fight still ensuing. It's a 3v2. Now make it a 3 versus 1 in the favor of Optic Texas. Linz will find one. He will not find a second. They find the round. Bizarre, though. How does Dashi even find anything there?
Yeah, I was going to say that's brutal. That is the sort of moment of the round right there. Vivid finds that kill. I think you end up having Rocker clutch that one up because Pred would have been out of the picture. As soon as Dashi wins that one, now Pred gets the flank, gets a freebie kill in the back. But yeah, Vivid just drops the ball. I don't know why he's not expecting him to be prone, but I know it is kind of weird in this game on occasion to hit guys in the prone position. But either way, that is the key gunfight. Slips through the cracks for Vivid. Dashi executes, so a first blood for him. And obviously 6 total in the round, but all tied up on terminal.
Lynn's going to try and find this push once again. Oh, caught no man's land, just not where you want to be whatsoever. Smokes are out and they are away. Linz now finds himself in an advanced position. Rocket going to try and play around this. The problem is that Optic Texas know exactly where he is. Going to try and be aggressive, though. SMG in hand, he's just going to cause all sorts of problems. But Shotzi there with the cover. He's moving so fast as well to try and find something, Chance, but I think it was just a moment of panic. As soon as he gets out of library, he's in a tough spot. 3 versus 4, but in favor of Texas, make it now a 4 versus 2. And this attack is starting to crumble, as is the hopes in this S&D for Minnesota Rocket. This will be a couple of rounds in a row now.
Oh, God. Nah, Kenny's just too good, man. I'm telling you, Kenny's just too good. That round absolutely going to crumble. Kenny seals the deal. I think that's efficient work there from him and Shotzi. I think Kenny actually was pretty heads up, thinking that Linz might have the pressure if he's underneath from AC to jump up with the rival. So Kenny actually tucks himself in the perfect corner, basically just to hide. And I don't know if that was his thought process, knowing that that child's going to come through. But I know Kenny has been putting out some of the best content this year amongst like the pros in the COD League, where he walks through his thought process, on so many different maps. and he'll make like 30-minute long videos breaking it down for the insight into his mind. So if you want to learn about Call of Duty competitively, I imagine check out Kenny's YouTube channel. Things are great over there, but high IQ plays constantly.
So well to survive. Now what can Optic Texas do on the attack? Feels like the first time they've really had an advantage. Accuracy this time around will get the better of Optic and will back them down. And now this is the kind of attacking round where you don't want to be in these positions, right? You lose that initial gunfight. Now you're trying to play for a pick. I'd be very surprised if Minnesota Rocker offer it up on a plate for them here, Chance.
Yes, this is back to the standard. This is why you want to be aggressive, because if you can overwhelm a site, it's great. As soon as that gets stopped, though, it's just incredibly painful. You're going to run into a blender. You're looking for the trades in the plane, but if you can't find that first kill, no more are going to follow. Fred, there's quite literally nothing you can do in this round. It is up to Rocker to throw it away, but everywhere he goes, he is trapped.
Well, you hate to see it. Fred now left in a 1 versus 4, and Rocker ain't even going to give him an inch. Got to challenge something. Got to do something if you possibly can. Just such an awkward squad because you want to try for the 1 versus 4, but you know it's just not going to happen. Rocker answer back. A very clean round. A very clean defense from them. Accuracy finds the kill to kick things off over towards Berger, and from there, I mean, it's pretty simple search and destroy.
And I'm telling you, man, like the square up series we have and some of the maps getting played, especially the Rio and that Karachi control, but even this one, it's just a shootout of a map right now between these two teams. So they're getting after it, making plays on offense where they can give it a shot, executing, no clutches coming through. I think maybe one small mistake for either team with some SMG players on just these small little mishaps, but otherwise, top-notch S&D match we have right now. Minnesota Rocker back on the attack. Probably going to be slowing things down and taking it slow. Nice little spread back. We might have a bit of a standard S&D round on Terminal.
Starting out from Accuracy, we'll find him a little bit of info. You're always going to presume somebody has pushed themselves up to the top of Eskies and try and hold it down from there. But for Rocker, what is the play going to be? As you say, it has to be slow and steady. Get Optic Texas thinking. Catch somebody out of position, then all of a sudden you can open up the map. Gunfights going on through the middle, but nothing to speak of so far from Rocker. Some aggressive play from Optic, but they are going to back on down from that. You can see Pred was pushed up through the corridor. Mostly stacked over towards the B side, but for Rocker, you're mostly over towards A, so that is looking like the play at this moment in time. I think, honestly, Accuracy just making a lot of noise over towards Berger to try and distract us. The push now starting to come through over towards A. Playing control is there. Shotzi surviving towards the back, but firing squad very much letting it rain over towards the play, and a couple of stuns out now. It's going to entice Pred to the push. Accuracy will be there to find the first. Can Shotzi get him off the bomb? He just can't peek it long enough. Bomb down. Rocker do so well to get there.
Yeah, that is perfect coverage by Rocker. Now you just have to execute. You got the man advantage, bomb down. Everything is going well. You just have to trade out these kills.
David, this is massive. He can find this one, and Kenny pretty much seals the round. Dashi and Shotzi, though, I say that. Nearly make it interesting. Rocker eventually find the kills. And that was such a weird one, wasn't it? Because you could see what Accuracy was doing. He's firing shots off over towards Berger. Yeah, we're coming B, we're coming B. Big hit in towards the plane, and Shotzi, by the time he's calling out, maybe it is too late already. Good positioning in from Rocker by the time they get in there, Chance, and that was pretty much it. Really good cover whilst the bomb was going down too, as you point out.
Yeah, they're feeling great too, right? Smiles on their faces, a little bit of the nerves have certainly faded away, especially after that Rio. So they're on flow state right now. Minnesota Rocker just need to execute on defense, and you go up 2-0 against Optic. Massive round. Rocker does not want to see this round 11, and they don't have the bomb here, but Optic, 3 players squaring up, looking for a first blood over towards Eskies, so it's not a full-on hit out for the moment, but the smoke is going to be the call. Now everybody getting involved.
Nicely done from Rocker, though, to back on down. Equally as well done from Optic to gain that map control.
It's the double flank, by the way, too. Yeah. Like, it's the site control on one side, but 2 flanks coming through from Minnesota Rocker. Dashi, 2 players to deal with. He at least gets 1, but now the pressure on the site. 2 players from Optic just surrounded, and through the smoke comes Minnesota Rocker soaring, and Pred can't get it done. Linz sealing their fate. His gunny on point on that round in the game. And Minnesota Rocker 2-0 up from taking down a top dog. These guys have been menaces.
Huge win from Rocker once again. Every single map that they chip away here, the series is just looking that little bit simpler. The fact that they find map number 1 is the surprise. The search and destroy, not necessarily, but now they find themselves 2-0 up. cruise control from Rocker in the series. And just honestly, what I want to say as well, for me, Awakening was slow there, but accuracy seemed to step up on the defensive side towards the latter stages. They're starting to find so many kills over towards Burger. Just made any of Optic Texas pushes or defenses over towards that side just that little bit more difficult, but the man of the moment has got to be Linz. If he doesn't find that round chance in the 1v1 against Shotzi, we're 5-5 right now. We're going round 11. Big plays coming out from the youngster.
Absolutely. And again, just like a square up against Shotzi for the 1v1 as well, because that was a pretty prolonged one. So the ice is certainly in his vein. Something about French players and being good SMGs. I don't know what it is, but on point for the moment. And then also, not just that round, like you had a round on defense where Pred off the opening break nades himself on death on defense. So that is just a type of mistake that you simply cannot make against a top dog team. And Minnesota right now certainly looking like that. At the same time, though, they've taken these top squads to the end. They haven't quite gotten a win yet, so they still have to seal the deal. But great news for Minnesota Rocker. One of their favorite maps is coming up next, so I think they're in prime position to get this 3-0.
They got to be feeling good, but on the other side of things, Optic Texas very much need the reverse sweep if they want to get themselves a result here. We're heading over towards Karachi. Control, not a good view if you're a Green Wall fan so far, but can they find a comeback? We'll find out after this quick break.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Let's get it.
Minnesota Rocker 2 to the good. And Optic Texas, well, looked like a team who are 2-0 down, to be honest with you, Chance. They're not feeling too hot about this so far, but there's been a big catalyst for the Minnesota Rocker that is getting the job done for them. Potential Rookie of the Year in Linz, who has been lights out so far for Rocker here, Chance. He's a talent. It's these Europeans, mate. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
No, okay, hold on. You're taking a little bit too much credit. It's not a European thing right now. It's a French thing. A French thing that we're going to be dealing with. But I don't know. Linz, as you pointed out, he has been out of control. He's arguably been the most consistent player for the team. Certainly across the entire year, he has been. This series, he's been fantastic, but like, it seemed to me for Linz of like every sort of different spot we get to see him in, of like the moments where he needs to pop off and make the big play in the respawn, he delivers. When he's in the clutch spots now in the search and destroy against like past Rookie of the Years and MVP players, he delivers. Like, this man has been absurd. So, I mean, Linz might be getting thrown in the gauntlet rather, but he has been a spectacle of a player, and he is also a player that loves him some Karachi control. Again, Minnesota Rocker at this point might have the crown of being the best team on this map, but Optic, a team that needs to be and very capable of squaring up on it. They are strong on Karachi as well, but obviously Minnesota momentum in their hands, and the first blood rolls through.
Yeah, we were just discussing that through the break, right? That Rayo might be something that Optic Texas do regret, especially when you are squaring up on Karachi control against Rocket. It's a good start here for Optic Texas, though. If they can find all 4 kills, then all of a sudden you could be in danger if you're Rocket. They are able to lock it down. Great awareness from Awakening. 2 ticks over towards A already. That should be in the back pocket pretty much immediately. Rocket opening up the floodgates towards the B side. If not for Dashi, 2 big kills coming on through, but immediately the pressure from Rocket, unrelenting.
Oh, Dashi on point right there, too. I was going to say, Optic have had rounds before where they're on defense, where they, like, sort of open up the B pressure, and it sort of punishes them long-term. And even now, that might vaguely be the case. Vivid has the idea of working this, like, B zone, but you'd have to imagine Optic, if they can storm out and get the kills, they're going to be in good spot, or not. Maybe they fall to the same thing again. Dashi bought him, like, 3 contact kills before they made the cross out towards B, and maybe all for nothing. Trophies down inside the point, Awakening on a 3 spree inside the hill, and this might be the more difficult zone gone. How fast it can happen. Optic, I thought, made adjustments, but no, it is the same thorn in their side. Massive advantage on the round because it is done. That's how Karachi looks when it's one of the best teams in the game on it. Rocker, this is what they do.
Just so fluid. As soon as they start getting the spawns over towards like the hut side of the map, then all of a sudden they're just running straight through, all the way through office. You get across, and Dashi does a really good job, as we pointed out. And ever since then, though, it just never felt like Optic Texas gained control of that side of the map whatsoever.
Yeah.
And Rocket just walked through it.
I mean, like, they've been exposed before in a sense for Optic of like, they are not like super heavy on the pressure on the B side off the jump. Like, they'll sort of play those 50-50 gunfights after. That's why, again, pointing out that Dashi like was able to pick up 3 along the way. But Optic sort of wait to actually put the pressure on Junk to force out the deep spawns. It's cost them in the past, and obviously cost them in that round. So playing a bit of a dangerous game, and now off the opening break, you're expecting maybe some freebies for Vivid. Pred, though, from the bridge side has him covered. Dashing from the top rope, extra kills as well, but still pinned back in your spawn. Optic still having to work their way out. And you can already see guys like Linz, like even on the opening fight, working his way through Junk, the players from Minnesota Rocker, even number 5 on the minimap, immediately wraps back over towards B. It's playing it safe more so, but you've obviously seen the reasons why.
Playing it safe is working out, though. Minnesota Rocker 1 to the good here in the control. Optic Texas need to find a way back into this series. Let's have a listen in with the comms with Optic Texas.
Upper pinch. Wait, how far? Our uses? Wait.
Lamar's going. Lamar's going straight.
I'm one. Get on there now. We need to take.
Lamar's going straight.
On there. Lens.
Yeah, Lamar's back right. Lamar's left straight somewhere.
One's our uses. Awakening. I spawned out. Go top there. Play this guy uses, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to play. One, reach some point.
Mid. Our mid.
He's at Coop or some shit.
Mid, bro. Mid, wait. Cover, come on, 1 HP. What's our uses still? Go straight on me.
Nice, it's 2.
Go straight. Craig's in the corner. I got him. Alright, last time you
I have the pinch.
Cap this shit.
You guys cap that. Yeah,
hold on.
How about useless pinch?
I'll look left across some point, bro. We're good.
How about useless pinch? How far? They're gonna refill useless.
Lady from the middle.
Top fire. Yeah, no one reads. He went to top fire. One's useless. One's useless, guys.
We're gonna wait. One's what the fuck? He's deep by truck. Late.
Yeah, one's out.
One's deep.
Cover him. Useless.
200 useless.
I'll take it.
Let's close right high. Right. Close right high. Close right. Yeah. Close right. Good call. Close right. One. Awakening. He's run. He's one shot.
I'm in ticket. I honestly ticket.
He's laying behind the head. He's laying behind the wall.
Top.
Optic Texas calling out this 2-0 useless. It's been pretty useful for Minnesota Rocker, though. They're locking down that side of the map time and time again. Optic Texas just can't get rid of them. Now, all of a sudden, you may well get trapped in your spawn just a little bit. You got to fight your way out. 4 lives down. You may well have A, but you don't have a lot of time to get even anywhere near B at this stage.
Oh, and Awakening is just jump on it now, too. Yeah, no, we picked the perfect time to come out of that listening ton, because it would have been devastating to hear as they go 4 down. They've worked their way out of like junk at the very least. They've sort of cleaned house, and they're more or less grouped together with Shotzzy working the flank. So now you actually have the time. Let Shotzzy work this flank. Get the entry kill. There it comes through. Now you make the hit.
Here we go. Can they find the kills? Shotzzy will be on his way over. Dashi does a good job, but Linz is just playing the exact same role. And here comes the cleanup crew. 1 and 2 for Linz. The third will be wonderful. Can't quite find it. Shotzzy does so well. But he has other players here from the side of Minnesota Rocket to deal with. Just staying alive for Shotzzy here would be a bonus. Reinforcements on their way, but they're going to be bulleted up by Vivid already, who will get taken down. Finds nothing. Rocker are here in numbers, but they're starting to fall. Their accuracy in Awakening can find 2, but get shut down. Eventually, Optic Texas 8v7 in terms of life. 15 seconds to go. Push here from Rocket is not an easy one. The utility needs to be good, and it needs to be pretty much perfect. Lynn's trying to find a push. It's been a good defensive hold for the majority of the game, but can they find a way through? The ticks starting to come through. Awakening with 1. It's only Kenny inside the point with a teammate alongside of him. Optic Texas just about get the round.
That is unreal, and they fought out of hell to make that happen, by the way. That is like a clean 4 down where Minnesota Rocker get like the pure, like, sort of trap them into their spawn, get that spawn shot flowing. So they were in the blender and managed to get out. And again, it is just the perfect execution on the play. Shotzi's getting that kill long alley. Linz might have doubled down and made a good play with the 2Ps as well, but Shotzi, that last man standing, continued to play his life and buy that extra bit of time. So Shotzi the MVP in that round, but all of Optic, just the resolve that they showed, that is impressive stuff. So all tied up 1-1, back to the square up, and now you got guys like Shotzi pushing out towards Shunk, playing it safe. Don't want that B pressure to open up.
Yeah, don't let it happen this time. For all that Minnesota Rocker will have lost that round, they know their previous attack was very, very comfortable. It's just one good break coming through. Shotzi plays it really well over towards the back of Dyna. And now Pred can get himself in a position where he can cause absolute havoc. Knows exactly where Awakening is coming from. 2 big kills coming in from Pred. Now he can try and start to farm. There's another one. Minnesota Rocket do make progress over towards their side, but Pred is going to be a constant thorn. This is much better from Optic Texas, though, controlling the map as a whole. Shotzi frying with the rival 9. And all of a sudden, Rocker, well, yeah, they will find a little bit of respite, but there's a bit of damage already done here from Optic Texas.
Oh, that's interesting timing too, though. Awakening actually makes it above Shotzi. So Awakening is a bit of a ghost on the map, and there, because he's a ghost, he gets that free first kill. Shotzi on the flank might have the timing perfect. Wins the first gunfight, wins the second gunfight, stops the zone from getting captured in a highlight reel play. Might not be able to get the ace, but he has just brought so much pressure on the map for the team. I know the A zone does get captured, but in the meantime, Kenny is already pushed out towards Shunk in prime position. Every Rocker death, you spawn up into a blender. Accuracy may be getting sent that direction. A few next players are going to be in line.
A little bit of red control wouldn't be the worst thing here for Optic Texas, though. Might have Kenny over towards the junk side, but Shotzi could do with finding a little bit of presence here. Linz will find a kill on the Dashi, and all of a sudden this play potentially opens up. Big snap coming in from Pred. Shotzi follows up with another. So Optic Texas will steady the ship for just a moment. Rocker going to try and slow this one down, find some picks, and then make their move. If anyone I expected to be on the flank, accuracy is maybe not top of my list, but here he is nonetheless. Kenny should be dead to rights here in just a second. This might open things up. Accuracy needs a little bit of help, but he will get himself inside the point.
Well, there's number 2. Shotzi going to be the next player underneath. Get tags up. They at least know where he is. But accuracy is still not a ton of help. He is getting surrounded. If he can take one with him, that's great. And he's done his job. Vivid covers him as well. A 4v2 now around this zone, and every single gunfight goes the way of Minnesota Rocker. And by the looks of it, that's going to be the round.
Oh, just flowing like water through the map there. Optic Texas don't know which way to look. And there's another attacking round. Minnesota Rocker. When they smell blood in the water here on this B side, it is just relentless. They'll find one kill, and then all of a sudden, it's like the floodgates open. They just all of a sudden find a few more. Really good play from Rocket. Optic just cannot get control of that side of the map whatsoever.
Dude, in so much of that, it's like it's a bunch of one-on-one gunfights, but especially that first one, accuracy wins. That's now an extra player from Optic that has to turn the attention to accuracy to try to trade him out. That's now looking the wrong direction, so it's a free kill for Vivid. And then away, I mean, again, it's just a series of one-on-one gunfights, but that is impressive for Rocker to be able to deliver. That's also 3 offensive rounds in a row. And Optic, the pressure cooker, turn on high. Need this map win, need 2 rounds in a row, and on offense, it is not going to be an easy feat again. Rocker, this is what they do.
Awakening now over towards the red side, and he's been phenomenal for Rocker so far in this map. 2-0 up in this series, 1 round away from potentially closing this out. Got to be feeling good in the Rocker camp. Let's go for a listen.
I'm gonna go hard, let's get. No, we can. I'm out with you guys. Let's get Fred. Give me a mark.
He's staying left third.
I'm just walking out. I can call you. Shots, you want to
Third ped, one on point.
I want this one.
Nice. One point.
The one,
get hus.
I have a sub though. When you try to get to me.
I'm gone. Nothing top red.
Shots, like that. I don't want your card.
He went ATM. Okay, wait, ATM's in a pinch then.
Your card, Dashi.
I need help. Yeah, I'm coming. You're mid right now. Yeah.
Dude, you shoot the left side. I'll control here. Dashi was there. He's fucking around the mid. You see anything?
I have ACL and out.
No, he's actually dead. Nice. RJ, you hold that. I'll hold our
One's church, Fred.
I'm holding our top red.
Dashi's in our spawn. And one top AC. Top AC.
I'll guys. Can you I've already. I'll go right. Belk got me. Shots in. Belk jumped up bus. Bus on you. Just stay left.
I think. Low windows and back alley. Low windows and back alley. 3. Last guy, Kenny. I killed him first.
Yeah, they shouldn't spawn here. They shouldn't spawn here.
Okay, out the right.
Glimmer of hope for Optic Texas. They do get some control over towards their side. 3 ticks in. And they had a little bit of control over towards B. Lost the gunfights. Now find yourself maybe in a position you don't want to be in. A couple of gunfights go their way though, and this round can spin on its head. Shotzi, Dashi, find those couple of gunfights. Vivid's the only one who can answer. We'll try and slow down this push, but this will be some control over towards the diner for Optic Texas. Irrelevant of what happens now with Rocker.
Yeah, Vivid right now, the cutoff man. He's done a little bit of damage, but doesn't actually find a kill. Kenny gonna gun him, and well, Dashi's there for the follow-up. This has been just an offensive battle between these 2 teams. Optics still need to execute towards the end, but if you're trying to cross over that dumpster, not gonna have a fun time. Lynn's there for the trade. He gets traded out himself. Last man standing is accuracy, trying to be the hero, but Optic, the floodgates are here, and only 1 more tick needs to go through.
Second one's in. Awakening Vivid, accuracy no now dealt with. Lynn's is the last one there. Round number 5 we go. Honestly, it really surprised me. Every single round on the attacking side for Optic Texas, it hasn't looked likely until they do it. Like, they're caught in awful situations, but then all of a sudden there's 3 dead and you can just run on through. So maybe you can give Rocker a little bit of credit for helping out in terms of these gunfights not going their way, but Optic Texas doing a really good job fighting out from this spawn, and from there, diner control, be locked in. Round 5 we go.
And fighting is the key word, because they've ended up in spots where, as you pointed out, completely stuck in their spawn. Like, just not good spots that they are in on these offensive rounds. But that time, I mean, that was almost light work. That was like 2 pushes to actually get the break on the reins, get those close side spawns, and then the floodgates were fully open. Optic just never looked back. And maybe an interesting spot too, like typically you want defense for the final round, but it's been nothing but offense here on Karachi, so maybe Optic happy to grab it for the final round. Opening break's still always going to be key though. Trades coming through towards the middle of the map, and Shotzi, by the way, doesn't get that cruise missile. Could have been an impact, but Rocker happy for it to fall through the cracks. And Rocker, again, by the way, a stranglehold on the map. Linz is in spawn killing position again. He might get dealt with, but Optic are constantly feeling the pressure immediately off spawn.
Just going to try and find a route through that works for them. Pred not able to hit the shots or the jump, if anything. Accuracy will deal with him. ATIC is slowed coming in here, though, for the side of Optic Texas. Accuracy once again. Punching just to slow things down. I think the inevitable of it going over towards Optic Texas will come on through. They found a couple of kills in a good moment as well, so a little bit of control over towards red. I think Pred knows there will be players over towards this side, actually just dropping all the way back to deal with them. Help his teammates get out the spawn, but you gotta hit your shots here. Can find one. Vivid dead is find the second as well, though. And all of a sudden, you're forced back into your spawn. Vivid is here to cause that issue. Rocker once again putting Optic Texas on the back foot.
And you gotta notice Vivid doesn't have a trophy either, so he's having to play from a pretty distant position. Or maybe the trophy's over on the right side, but that's why he's playing it a little bit safer. So Optic trying to flood through the middle of the map, trying to flood through junk, but they're getting stopped towards mid. You might have Pred that found a timing to go on the flank, but he's just going to be the player looking for the opening. Right now, his team just completely stuck in their spot.
Can Pred find something? Actually, one of the spawn, Pred gets dealt with. But because of Pred being there, it feels like Minnesota Rocker have had to drop off just a little bit, but Linz with a stunt. We'll just slow Optic Texas down from this push that's never going to be coming through, and he's just dancing around the rest of the team, finding the gunfights. It's a good job from Kenny that he can find not one but two. So that pressure easing again, but the lives are starting to falter here for Optic Texas. 12 remaining, 11 remaining now. Minnesota Rocker in control. 1 minute to go. But these previous attacking rounds that Optic Texas have won, it takes one good break.
Yeah, but still, though, as you pointed out in the life count and the time left on the clock, Optic, you see how much they're slowing the pace down, waiting to group up together, but they can't find the area kills. Rocker constantly putting on the pressure. Is accuracy again going on the flank to find the big two-piece, and he seals the deal with number 3 as well. Accuracy living up to the name. Man is shooting for the moment, and Shotzi, maybe the only player right now on the map from Optic that can make the play. He's behind enemy lines. He has snuck through. No one has turned for it just yet. The problem is no support on the map. Optic again are just stuck in their spawn.
Heads are going to be on a swivel though from Rocker. This is what broke it open last time. A couple of kills now starting to fall their way, and you've already got somebody advanced up. But Shotzi doesn't see the player who's left hand side. Should clean this one up onto accuracy and does so, but he has less reinforcements than he would have. Awakening can find 1, only 4 lives remaining now for Optic Texas. Make it 3. And this might be game. Pred and Dashi can find a couple of kills, but 12 seconds to go. You've got to be perfect here from Optic Texas. They need to get across pretty much unscathed. Into the point we go. There's still potential here from Optic.
I think I might hear a cruise missile in the sky. I think Awakening might have gone on this spree right now, but no control and no dice. 3 players on the point. They have the extra kill. It's a 3v3.
Gotta go. You gotta go. If you're Rocky, you're locking it down. If you're Optic Texas, make it 1 kill from Shotzi. Linz, can he find the cleanup here? It's Dashi to find 1 more. Can they lock it in time? It's a 3 versus 12 in the end from Optic. Round number 5 goes their way. Head in your hands moment for Rocker. Series on our hands now. Optic Texas. Send us to a map 4.
No respawns remaining, Ton, because they simply did not need them. Heroics again on the offensive rounds. That is a ridiculous thing. And if you're talking about a potential momentum shift, that game is the way to do it. But this is every single kill going their way. They wipe out Vivid, get the trophies on the point. I think it's a nade that ends up coming through from Dashi that ends up getting this kill to push this player further back in. I mean, for Awakening, we didn't catch the entire Hellstorm for his POV, but doesn't connect at all. And then everybody else there just flooding into death. That is an absurd clutch there from Optic. A ton of credit to Dashi as well, who picked up 4 along the way. But that's a nail biter. That is control in its finest form. And that means, Ton, we got a series on our hands. Down but not out is Optic. And I know we talked about some of like the square up maps. Karachi is a square up map. They got away with one there. Optic played incredibly well. The second half of this series on just like on paper looks a lot better from Optic. The reverse sweep potential fully on the cards.
34 and 17 from Awakening. What a performance, but those last couple of kills just slipped through his fingers. What a map that was. I can't believe how many attacking rounds that we've seen there. It feels like both those rounds that Optic found at the very last moment came from a Shotzi moment where he was able to actually just find a way through what was feeling like a really good spawn trap from Rocker. I was actually watching him on the minimap, and at one stage it felt like he passed somebody very, very close, either above or below him, gets himself around from behind over towards the diner, and that just opens things up, right? Really good play coming in from Shotzi, a little bit of luck to help them out, and they get it done in the 3, with only 3 players left remaining. Incredible round coming through from Optic Texas. And as you said, we head into the latter stages of this series now, and they're going to be feeling a lot better, especially with sub-base output coming up in a second.
Absolutely. I mean, certainly. I mean, Rio's sort of an unknown quantity for a lot of these teams. Obviously, the expectation is for Optic to be strong. Second best hard point in the team in the game right now. But sub-base, I would say, is definitely more of a comfort pick for them. That being said, Rocker obviously putting on the pressure, but like that pressure might get alleviated. Like even on the player cams from Minnesota Rocker, that was like a massive buff to them at the end. Linz like launched himself back in the chair. So you go in a situation where you're up like 12-3 on life count. It's basically the round is done and dusted. You're feeling like you got it. This is a 3-0 against one of the top teams in the game. It's like electric, the feelings in your nerves that you can feel in those moments. that get broken down, you just go on an emotional roller coaster that Rocker now have to bounce back from. So it's a spicy one indeed. But as we're looking at the highlights, obviously back and forth game, everybody having these sort of moments, either Optic collectively as a team for the final breaks over towards B, or maybe a bit of an awakening sort of montage for the kills he was collecting. But obviously, as we saw, it just comes down to these final moments. Here was the round in round number 4 where Optic just break through the floodgates and get that capture towards the end. But even for the one that happened over in this direction, just again, ridiculous stuff. High IQ, high octane plays coming out, not easy to orchestrate, but Optic do impress.
It's very stressful for their fans, I would imagine. I mean, it's coming down to the final moments. But would you have it any other way, I suppose? It's a sweeter way to find victory. But I think, you know, kind of going to what you're saying, you find those moments, everybody the same who's sitting there at home playing rank play, you're like, oh, those moments for where Rocket towards the end, you can see their faces. They're as you mentioned, they're already sitting there just kind of chilling, calling out in probably a relaxed space, and oh yeah, everyone just in, yeah, okay, we're good. You know that feeling yourselves at home when you think you've got the game completely locked up. And Optic Texas just bring it back from the jaws of defeat. All of a sudden, we're heading into map number 4. And Minnesota Rocker don't look like the team who are in the lead in the series yet. They still look a little bit shell-shocked from that one. And Optic Texas are going to feel the opposite. The wind firmly in their sails. Heading over towards sub base. You've got to feel good if you're an Optic fan now. Might find yourself down in the series still. But the reverse sweep is fully on the cards now.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know if the fans necessarily feel good because the fans just see the 2-1, but I saw like that smirk on Pred's face. You already know what the comms are going to be like for a team after a win like that, of like, oh no, these guys broke down like that, they're terrible, we're going to get the bounce back like we got them now. So if confidence was ever an issue for the team, for Optic rather, that's the type of performance you need to get it right back. So got to keep the foot on the gas though. I mean, again, even from an opening break front, this is an opportunity to either keep applying that pressure or for Rocker to sort of bounce back, get rid of the nerves and get right back in the swing of things. Lynn's right back where he left off this entire series. He's been on point, strikes for the first 2. That's exactly what Rocker needed.
Yeah, 100%. You get a bit of momentum just heading back your way. Some points alongside of it will be nice, but Optic Texas will gain a little bit of control over towards P1. Actually now just patrolling, but yeah, for Optic, it's got to be feeling good, right? But the same has to be said from them. A nice start here as well. It just probably feels like the game will run away for you. A little bit of control here from Rocket, though. At the same time, Optic Texas will be more than happy to keep hold of the spawns right now. Rocket trying to put some pressure on, though. Lynn's and Accuracy doing some good work and soaking up the final 15 by the looks of things as well.
Yeah, how about that opening break from Millions, right? Just gets the opening break 2-piece himself. He jumps into P2, gets an extra kill, wraps back over towards the time. Now he's being the Super Soaker, and he's on a 4 spree. So you do have Lynn's potentially thinking about that cruise missile as well. Now getting mixed with his teammates, a couple trades coming through towards the middle of the map, and Lynn's still on the hunt. That's number 5, but finally the cleanup kill is there. Optic don't have the spawns for new, but currently they do have the time. Looks like Accuracy gonna take him right after it, though. That is the importance of the spawns on rotation, rather. Rocker continuing to run up that score.
Lynn's maybe has found a gap here, not quite. Kenny and Pred finding the kills. Accuracy is able to answer back. Vivid is there alongside of him. Accuracy will find a second. It's been so impressive in this game, Accuracy, but not able to lock this down. Or is he? 3 kills for him now. Can't find the force. Optic Texas with 23 seconds remaining will at least tie things up here on this hard point if they continue to lock this down. But good shots from Lynn's again. Every time we're in the POV, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
Yeah, no, the man has incredible walking 2-piece. Yeah, absolutely. Starts on point, and got to give credit to Accuracy as well. I'm watching this dude slide around the map. He genuinely might be the most improved player from last year to this one, but with Lynn's picking up the big kills at the old time, obviously Rocker. This is an absurd setup right now they have over towards new. Shotzi distant, putting the pressure on the right side of the map, but right now Optic have not even made it to top snow. They might be getting some of the kills, but now you have to be worried about getting shot in the back. Shotzi gets red, however, that spawn never will. Yeah, no pro team is ever going to read that. Dashi happy for it. Maybe credit to Shotzi or just the game in that moment, but that's a big moment for Optic to start collecting some time.
Yeah, it might just come down to Shotzi being in that position at the right side. You still don't read it, you're very right. But irrelevant of that, Optic Texas will care very little. Pushing from the snow side, though, up top, coming in from Minnesota Rocket, just trying to find an angle if you can. Accuracy not going to be quite dealt with, but Kenny is. 15 seconds to go here. Optic Texas will get the majority of the time and a lead alongside of it if they can keep a hold of that scrap down, which is looking like it is going to be theirs. But Rocker What can they do now? Shotzi was the root man here for the Optic side in the previous hill. Can he find one here now? A couple of players dropping from Optic already, though. Can make this job very, very difficult.
Oh, that is so tragic. I mean, dude, if you're Shotzi going that deep in the water, you got to be worried about, like, the pressure change when he re-submerged. So, like, free diving, not an easy thing to do, and Awakening shooting in the face as he came up the ladder makes it that much more difficult and dangerous. In the meantime, though, accuracy is on a 5 spree. He does get traded out, so again, no cruise missile, but outside of the no cruise, this has been an incredibly comfortable time for Minnesota. I mean, it is looking to be a potential near full 60. Even Vivid, the opportunity to get that cruise missile was there, and I mean, he's still on the 5, so this has been a beautiful hill for Minnesota Rocker. You got to be worried about Vivid, you got to be worried about the scrap time, and obviously now a pretty sizable lead for Minnesota as we rotate over towards New.
Yeah, Optic need to make sure that they make it count on the rotation over towards the next hill. Really, really good hold from Rocket, which puts him in a comfortable lead. And that can happen. Over towards P4. Teams can lower that down. If you don't find that coordinated push, it is very, very difficult. Now Vivid trying to find a way through, can't just quite find the second jab into Kenny's face. Good lockdown so far from Optic Texas. Still plenty of time remaining here on the hill. Shotzi will find another as well. The setup looking very, very nice. Minnesota Rocket need to try and get something back here. My word, Awakening. This snap onto Kenny. Not going to result in anything here, though. Optic Texas very much in control of this hill.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not a big win, but it's a fun one, but it amounts to absolutely nothing. I mean, Kenny gets traded out, and again, as soon as that happens, you know exactly where the final players from Minnesota are going to be coming from. So you just go from like sort of an easier money hill to lock down from Minnesota where they get the full 60. Optic are doing it in a more difficult spot, and we talk about all the cruise missile potential on one side. Shotzi finally heating things up. No more water routes. He goes on a 5 before he falls, but all of that work Minnesota Rocker put on from the start of P1 just gets vanquished now as Optic take the lead as we start over on the brand new hill. P1 now popping.
Trading 60-second hills back and forth. Optic Texas still are the ones with the ever so slight lead as we head into that second rotation. Yeah, very impressive, both the two teams, when they do get themselves set up. It felt like the other hills, though, that neither team really got that control they needed to do much with. All of a sudden, Optic Texas, well, they did have a bit of presence over towards P1, looking like that's going to get wiped off the map. Oh, Pred, it's a tough one. I don't even want to call it a turn-on, really. Linz was there to pick up the pieces, shooting at 2 different bodies. It's a tough gunfight to take. Optic Texas, though, for all they are bleeding some time over towards P1, P2 control, is very much that.
Yeah, no, you're exactly. That's just an unlucky moment for Pred, so close to the 2-piece and an opportunity there, but instead it is Linz again on P1. He's just been the Reaper. He might die before he gets the cruise, but that's like 2 different P1 hills where the man goes on an absolute tear. Beat down up top. This time Vivid wins it. Gets redemption from his fist fight earlier. Around P2, though, you see 3 clean in the feed there from Optic. They might not actually get the back spawn because the old time was still active, but this might pan out. 2 players spawning towards the middle of the map. Minnesota Rocker player is going to get shot along the way. As long as Dashy reads the gunfight towards the back, which he does exactly that, but you got to get the kill. Linz dances on him, gets the break in Minnesota Rocker, maybe making the best of an awkward situation. It's still a bit of a square up, but right now Optic just struggling to win the gunfights around the hill.
Yeah, and it's just not something you would expect to say from players of this caliber. There's been a couple of questionable ones. Linz and Awakening will find them back. Awakening finds a second as well. The gunny is hot from Minnesota Rocker right now with 20 seconds to go here. On P2, they're looking good for a very, very comfortable lead chance. Linz finding some more as well. It's all about this rotation. Optic, you need to lock something in here.
And now a big gunfight coming around the backside of the map. I say a big gunfight, easy one for Dashy. Vivid just not able to read the angle he was going to be selecting from. Kenny gets an extra kill pushed up on the side of the map, and you see how deep these players are going to be spawning. So that kill Kenny got, accurate spawns at the worst possible time and the worst possible place. You have to hike all the way across the map, and again, you talk about blender setups. This is beautiful right now from Optic.
Yeah, when the gunfight's still up, Pred can find 2. Awakening from Snow will find 2 of his own. Breaks the setup pretty much all on his own. Accuracy towards this side as well. Here comes the squeeze. Big wave. Broken down. That is such a big break coming in from Rocker. It's all on the back of Awakening. Finds 4 kills from the Snow side. The Minnesota Rocker now in a commanding position. 25 seconds to play for here. They may well be very, very close by the time we head over towards the next hill. Wow.
Yeah, we got a long way to go, but that might be the type of play that just calls game. That could have been a wonderful situation from Optic, but those weird back spawns continue. This is actually a time where Optic do not want to spawn in the back at all because you're so far away, going back towards the hill where Minnesota already secured a full 60. And you see how much closer they're going to be spawning over towards New. This could be the hill where the game ends on Optic. The pressure officially back on.
Could not have worked out worse for Optic Texas. Spawn towards the back for what was 10 seconds, and now all of a sudden, these gunfights, well, they were looking difficult, but 3 fall their way. Rocket forced away from the backside. They're going to be spawned out here as well. Accuracy and no man's land. They're dead to rights to 5-3 from Kenny. Now 30 seconds away for Optic Texas to tie things up. All 35 seconds here. Over towards this hill would find themselves in the lead. Awakening will find a big gunfight, but Optic Texas continuing to lock some good time down. Lynn's just trying to find some pressure. Kenny is there. Kills being traded. Minnesota Rocket break back. Can't quite win it here with 20 seconds to go, but they won't be far off.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say they can't win it with the 20 seconds, but that is a huge 20 seconds that they're able to get. And now on the rotation, Kenny wins a big one just to keep Optic alive. This was a hill where they got a full 60 themselves. They got more pressure for the moment near the zone, but they do not have those power positions. Shotzi, though, pushes out the left side. That's a massive gunfight to win. It might come down to Big Wake again, top Snow in the power position. It is just kills right now in this moment the Rocker need.
As talked about, Big Wake having to maybe start making his impact for the team, and that is certainly being felt on the Optic side, at least anyway. 16 seconds away for Rocket. Optic Texas starting to lock it down, though. 2 kills coming in from Dashi. You've kind of got them where you want them. If you are Optic Texas here, who can just about win it without a contest, I don't think we can do so now, so we will be going to another hill if Optic want to continue this game, but they might not have the option. A couple of kills coming through now for Rocket. 10 seconds away. Cruise missile has to come on through from Kenny, and it has to be good as well. Rocker are forced off the point. This is the opportunity now for Optic Texas to maybe find something. Couple of kills going to go their way. Pred from behind, from loading bay, is maybe going to be able to find something. The break comes in. 12 seconds to play for here. Over towards the last hill. We're going to another rotation chance. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, but look at the spawns from Shotzi, too. Shotzi ends up spawning behind a few players, so you're able to make sure they spawn sort of in the deep trenches out towards the warehouse side of the map, but now the spawns are just out of control. Inaccuracy picks up 2 as soon as the hill pops. Rocker desperate just to flood this time.
Jump in the point. 5 seconds to go for Minnesota Rocker. Optic Texas is going to be pretty much perfect. They find a couple of kills. Dashi will find a second to himself. Vivid can't find a thing. 3 from Dashi. 10 seconds away now for Optic Texas. Complete control for Rocker. It's a hard break back from here. 7 seconds to go. The shots in from Awakening are good, but you need to start moving if you're Rocker. The kill feed's just starting to light up green, and Vivid can get in for the contest, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's still surviving. The rest of the team on their way. Vivid has went massive for the team, but it's not enough. Optic Texas falls to map number 5 in an absolute banger of a sub-base hardpoint. It's a 5-point game, and map number 5 on the way.
Oh, good God, Ton. Back-to-back games where the Optic ice needs to be out of control. I mean, that's not even a map. You can see the look on Kenny's face. They're not happy about anything that has really gone down in this series, but the good news is the series for them continues. Here's a look again, just at the final few moments. This is a ridiculous moment. Again, Shotzi gets a good spawn, turns that into a nice flank to come through. The timing on Willow Hill pops is just about perfect. And then they get control of it and just simply never look back. A nice tight setup. Kenny's got the cross for everybody else. Just look above them. So, I mean, these are not easy situations to orchestrate in these moments. I thought when Vivid put these players on skates in the hill, like the opportunity might have been there, but everyone else on Rocker simply too far away. Optic too quick on the tight setup. And again, those are the nail biter sort of finishes. Those are tough to even find when you're in scrims, when you're in practice. That's a lot of execution in the moment, in the match, on the day. Optic 2 for 2 in those situations in this series, and I mean all that just for a game 5.
Oh, for Rocker though, you've got to feel for them a little bit. I mean, there's been a couple of moments here and there where you think the game is theirs, you think it's in their hands. 2 maps in a row. Optic Texas have made them just let it slip. 250 to 245 to end the game. I mean, that was as close as you could have possibly wanted. Optic Texas were behind for a long time in that map.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely criminal. And I mean, you know, I don't even know who you necessarily tip the cap to. I suppose everybody on Optic, even like the P4 sort of sub hill in the back that they had to break the second go around. That was a hill where Kenny actually goes on a tear and collects the cruise missile that maybe didn't get any kills towards the end, but at least gets you clearance in the clearance on the point and the intel as well from the sky. So Kenny certainly out here making plays, but all of Optic again in those moments absolutely deliver. And a tale of two different series, I suppose, right? Rocker in the first half, Optic in the second, and it all comes down to a Karachi S&D. So many questions we have, Ton, and we get to answer it, I suppose, after whenever the break comes through.
Oh, man. I mean, honestly, after the first two maps, this is not where I've seen the series going whatsoever, but a map number 5 is the treat that we get. What a series this has been between these two teams, Optic, Texas. Maybe just looking a little softer. Maps number 1 and 2 have come roaring back into this one. And Karachi search and destroy to close it up against Rocker right on the other side of this break.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
map number 5 incoming between these two teams, and what a banger of a series it has been. I did not see us getting here, chance. Not even remotely. Even at halfway through the half point, I'm like, yeah, this is done. It's so many moments have I thought to myself, Optic Texas are done here. But my word, the ice coming through on multiple occasions. We head towards a game 5. There's so much on the line between these two teams. Optic Texas, can you complete the comeback? Can you complete the reverse sweep? Or can Minnesota Rocker eventually get a game 5 over one of these top teams?
And this is a series to be where, like, bad or neutral, the game 5 stats look. Last weekend, when they were going against Toronto Ultra, they had Ultra on the back foot. They could have taken down the champs. They go to a game 5 and they get slammed. So now you're in a situation again for Rocker where they could take a top team down. It could have been done in a 3-0 fashion. And if you lose in a reverse sweep, that is going to feel like you just got slammed. So you know that series from last week is going to be in the backs of these players' minds. I mean, again, ice has been maybe the only sort of issue for Rocker as of late. Game 5 is where you need the most of it. And certainly in this series, Optic have had all of it. It'll be Optic on defense for the moment. Nice little stack around the middle and B side of the map. That is exactly where that bomb is going.
Right up top. May well be that to cause some issue, but Linz has found himself in a little bit of an awkward position. Can he do something with it? First blood beckoning to the Frenchman. Manchester's got himself in a little bit more of an advanced spot. You'd imagine Rocker are just going to hold tight and wait to see what Linz can do here.
I'm kind of surprised Pred never turned to look for him. And yeah, that ends up turning out into a Linz first blood. So they knew where he was, but they still let him through anyway. And now he just put himself in a cheeky spot. His team's going to be getting the bomb down, and now it's going to be a maybe 3v3 retake. Shotzzy catches the planter, but still a very difficult bomb site to retake.
Oh, it's awkward position across the map of the entire remaining players, but Minnesota Rocker with the number advantage. Shotzzy making a play. We'll find one under Vivid. Can the rest of your team be here to help him? Dashy's the only one left. Smoke out on the bomb. If Dashy can find this, it will be huge for the team. Linz gets away, but Shotzzy, he's gone for the defuse. Awakening eyes on. Shots in. Not quite good enough. Shotzzy then turns it. He got off the right time. My God, Shotzzy. Big plays, a big moment. Optic Texas one to the good.
That can't happen. That can't happen. Shotzzy is too good. And I don't know if that's that someone on the team, I think, had to calm that. If Shotzzy thought of that in the moment, that's insane. If I had to guess, one of the players spectating there from Optic saw what was happening on Dashy's point of view and said, Shotzzy, get off the bomb. Linz might be challenging you from top green. Or they heard something, or I don't know what the hell just happened. But for Shotzzy to hop off the bomb and find the kill on Big Wake is a godlike play. And Dashy delivers on the final kill as well. That is an absurd situation to be in, but Shotzzy, that is what he does best. That was a 3 versus 4 where he kills the planter and just commits, I don't know, wizardry around the B site.
He's a little magician that sometimes you just you question what he's doing. But I mean, how can you ever? Makes it work that time. Shotzzy 3 kills in the round. The defuse on top of it. Smart play. I think it was Awakening who jumps off from the top event side, and then all of a sudden things start working out in Optic's favor, which they just continue to do so.
Oh my God.
Shotzzy finds accuracy as well. B site broken completely open. I'm going down, not from pressure though. That will start to come in from Rocker. Shotzzy will now jump on this bomb. Have to be careful here. It doesn't eventually go down. Dashy will find a kill on the Linz. Now it's Awakening left in 1 versus 2. It's eventually going down. The shots from Awakening look good, but the ones from Kenny are better. Optic Texas 2 to the good.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a very solid executed round there by Optic. I'm still thinking about that first round. I mean, that is quite literally shades of exactly what was happening to Rocker against Toronto, of like, they had just such winnable situations that get thrown away. Even that final gunfight, it seemed like Awakening had good shots, but Kenny behind the car just able to drop them. Rocker right now, I mean, this is what, at least 8 rounds in a row in game 5s that they've lost, sort of thing. Like, they're just, they need something. They need a shining light. They need to get on the board.
Especially in the way that they've lost them, right? I mean, especially that first round. I think, you know, you remind us well of what happened on Invasion in that first round. Shades of that to a certain degree. Shotzzy now pushing forward. Optic Texas are running through them. Fred finds a second. And my God, that round is over as quickly as it started. Optic Texas getting themselves high. 3 to the good now. Rocker again, and map number 5 are starting to fall apart.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have identified what might turn into the singular problem of Minnesota Rocker in this moment. I mean, this just feels like, I don't know, like someone's doing like a voodoo spell on them where they just turn into a different, like just the luck even is not on their side. You just feel like they're going to lose every single gunfight. If you're watching Optic's POV, you're just expecting them to win it. Bad juju on the map 5s from Minnesota. By the way, Shotzi, perfect 5-0 start right now for the moment. I mean, obviously a map, if you get a cruise missile on, just utterly devastating. You might get pelted by one nade, but still just going to heal up and right back, doing what Shotzi does best. Of course, the first blood goes their way. Of course, he knows exactly where accuracy is going to be playing. Optic can take their time in this 4v3.
For all that, the game's not going great here for Minnesota Rocker. I don't think Accuracy was going to position himself to let Shotzi do that again. Seems like a distraction smoke over towards B's side. Does it do anything here for Rocker, though? If anything, no, it's actually eluded them to where Optic may well be going. Plenty of noise here for Linz to deal with. Shotzi will be dead to rights pretty much immediately. And made that a little bit more stressful than it needed to be. And Kenny gets there for the trade. Waiting to follow up with his own. Dashi now left. And eventually around goes Rocker's way. Great shots coming in from Awakening. And maybe they can just steady the ship here, Chance. They needed that round.
Yeah, no, if I'm Linz, I'm taking a deep breath, too. That was real close to being a problem. Shout out to that final hip fire bullet for connecting. He makes a fantastic play, right? Like, Shotzi gets the information. You got accuracy on the bridge. You got Awakening, like, over back bricks. Let's just wrap this bomb over towards the other side. If Linz loses that gunfight, round is done. And I mean the first one that was, like, off cam. He, like, sets his team up for at least a 3v3, slows the rotation down. But even the second one that we did see, if Linz doesn't get that, very different round. So, again, Rookie of the Year, the shining light we were looking for from Rocker, he has delivered us. And Rocker, a completely open A side as well. Kenny, the only player nearby, and that's not going to really do too much. Smokes out, bomb's going to get planted. A true 4v4.
Minnesota Rocket, when they have got this side of the map under control all of a sudden, it does look difficult to break, but Pred on the flank taking his time, but needs to start making a move because Accuracy will find Shotzi as well. He's a very noisy boy. And Linz will find another kill on the Dashi. Pred now in a 1 versus 3. That just seems very improbable. Next kill's obviously massive for the side of Rocket. They'll win around it, but if Pred can make this a 1 versus 2, not going to happen. Accuracy with the read. Really good round coming in from Rocker, calling it back.
Yeah, just to stop the bleeding. And again, like, that's a good play call coming out from Minnesota Rocker. Just a nice little blind counter. Send 4 players straight over towards A. Optic completely unprepared for that setup. And even for the first blood to roll through, I mean, it was Linz again, that first player from Minnesota to strike. So, nice little bounce back is there. Linz Rookie of the Year candidate again, making plays. Still down, though, for Minnesota Rocker, but if you're Optic now, of course, the tides turn just a little bit. Things aren't as easy as it once was. Got to strap in and play some clean Call of Duty. They're roaming towards this A site, and Linz is going to be that lone defender.
Optic can't find the opening break. It's Linz again who actually comes in to help out through the mid-map, but maybe gives up a little bit of control over towards right there for the trade again. It's 4 in a row from Linz. Can't get away from the jaws of Kenny. Bomb will go down over towards A. Split up from Minnesota Rocker in terms of how they're going to attack this, but a 2 versus 2. Optic Texas, can they defend?
Yeah, and Vivid's going to get in position and then just wait. They're both going to have to clear out different things. It looks like P2 is mostly cleared out by Vivid. He's made the cross. Accuracy swung all the way around. You know these players are going to be doubled up around Ticket.
First kill will be huge. Accuracy information is there for Optic Texas. Oh, and he's killed his teammate with the grenade. Maybe he could have went a little bit better for Minnesota Rocker there, as Optic Texas will close that one out. I think they always would have. The positioning was good. The bomb was down. Things are looking nice. Yeah. Not necessarily the most of ideal grenades from Accuracy, but I think it would have been a difficult position anyway.
No, I mean, that's just a free B kill for Kenny. Seals the deal. I don't know if the nade actually got the... Are you confident it was the nade, or it might have been the player?
I think it was the nade, you know.
Either way, Minnesota can't get that one. Linz, the shining light for the team, got you 2 in that round. Nobody else on Minnesota able to deliver. And Optic have effectively stopped the bleeding. You're right back on defense. Sort of deja vu all over again, though. Once again, Kenny, the only man to look over this A site. They're trusting their retakes around A. And Kenny being a little bit more aggressive this time around, but the stun's going to back him down. So another 4v4 with the bomb down at A. Optic trying to retake again.
Kenny He's thinking about it, but he has actually just slipped the net, finds the first kill onto Awakening. Now Dashi, over from the top red side, needs to assert some calmness over this situation. They need to start finding some picks. Shotzi is there to trade out the kill. His accuracy will find Pred. 2 versus 2. Next kill is huge. Lin's just playing his life, as is Vivid, but Shotzi will find him. You know exactly where Lin's is. It's a 1v2. Shots in. Tadashi are solid. Can he find a second? Lins! As well. And you, French Phenom. His Lins will find a second. 4-3. Back and forth. Shotzi doesn't get the read, but Lin's like a buck in this situation. Huge moment for Rocket.
Bro, who cares about Rookie of the Year? Honestly, it's whatever. It's MVP. Maybe that we should be talking about. This dude's been out of control the entire series. Even in the hard points, he was sort of the guy. Like, again, you have a devastating loss on that Karachi control. It's like weird vibes going at a new hard point. Lin's opening break just starts to fry. Again, every round we're there on the back foot. Lin's has been the star. And yeah, if I'm on Optic, don't go to his side of the map. Run it straight down over towards B. Middle of the map under complete control. Stuns out and bound on everybody. And Vivid getting a lot of tags in, yet to find that first blood. As maybe a more default round is able to stabilize, but Lin's is just a nightmare right now.
Vivid not having necessarily the best of games so far. Those shaky shots at the beginning of the round may be showing it. Setting himself up and will find the peak on the Pred. If he can find a second kill on a Shotzi here, he would make up for some amends that haven't necessarily been made in the first couple of rounds. But 3 versus 3 now. Shotzi still staying alive in the middle of the map because, well, it's Shotzi, of course. Accuracy finds Kenny. Shotzi in such a stinking position here, but the smoke may well just help him out. Vivid just doesn't want any part of that gunfight. Shotzi continues to survive.
Look at this stuff.
Not for very long. What?
I was going to say, but Linz is on the hunt now towards the middle of the map in the chaos. You don't even get the kills to come out on top. Vivid gets traded as well. The flank doesn't pan out. Accuracy, last man standing. Bad news from Optic. Maybe they don't have the bomb. Good news is you made it behind them. He's pinched in between 2 players, and they're going to get the kill. Optic, they do it once again.
How on earth have Optic Gaming won that round? Honestly, I just had Shotzi dead to rights. But I think the fact that he just stays alive and just be such a nuisance for the majority of the round, you can see him laughing. I don't think he actually believes that he survived as long as he did.
He shouldn't have either. Like, that flank should have come through a lot quicker, I think, from Linz on the red side of the map. Like, Vivid had to have just been begging for help, just dancing with Shotzi, but the call a little bit too late. 1 HP is all Shotzi needed to get out, and that is just another nail-biter round that Rocker just cannot execute on. 1 round away, and this will be maybe, I think, our 5th reverse sweep we have had this year.
Rock, I don't want to be part of that stat line again. Oh, hey, Linz, once again, just being a menace. Couple of bullets in and just skating around red. Minnesota Rocket, a lot of pressure over towards this A side. Big kill for Kenny to find. Rocket didn't necessarily have an open door to walk through, but the potential was there. Pred will put the bullets in and just continues to survive. Optic Texas starting to tighten their grip now. Huge moment. Linz will find it. Bomb goes down. 3v3. Optic not too far away here. Rocket need to get set up quickly. Optic Texas also need to move fast. Dashi will find the kill onto Accuracy. 3 versus 2 in favor of Optic. Linz, Vivid, surviving. If you're Optic, do you have the info? Do you make the jump? Shotzi will lock it down from Ticket. Rocket making a lot of moves, but Optic Texas yet to jump onto the bomb. Partial defuse comes through. Vivid will find 1 kill. Dashi the other. It's now left on Linz. And if anybody's going to clutch this up for the side of Minnesota Rocker, it's going to be the young Frenchman. The shots into the bomb carrier is going to land. Can he find a second gunfight as well? Shotzi finds it. Will he get there in time? It's looking like he will. In Optic Texas, reverse sweep. Locked in. 6-3 in the search and destroy. What a series between these two. Minnesota Rocket just don't have the Game 5 Iceman.
I mean, that might be one of, like, the most difficult series any Optic player has ever had to fight in. Like, I'm not even kidding. The amount of, like, clutches that they just had to have in Respawn and Search and Destroy alone, that is clinically insane. And you can see it's just like a stress relief on the players on Optic. Like, they just had to fight for every single inch. But as you pointed out for Minnesota Rocker, I mean, dude, get Linz some help at this point. Linz has been playing out of his mind. in every single round. He even quite literally makes the perfect play, I think, in the end in that 1v2, just to make sure Shotzzy has to go for a chow like that. He just needed his team to buy him an extra 0.4 seconds. I mean, Linz tipped the cap, hell of a series, but yes, for Minnesota, as you said, the ice non-existent. I mean, it's wintertime too. They're in the north. I don't know what the excuse is, but that is almost two completely unacceptable performances in those clutch moments from Rocker. Still good looks though overall, like a strong Rio team. Clearly they're able to go toe-to-toe against the top teams in the game, so it's not like we need to be too harsh or too negative on Rocker. Like, the squad has been impressive, but just devastating loss after devastating loss. And I'd say for the rest of the league, the wake-up call for Rocker, clearly there. We got to pay attention to him, be concerned about the Rio, but I suppose from Optic, it doesn't matter, an inch or a mile, a win is a win.
Yeah, they can take some positives away from it. We're absolutely right with that. In the sense, if you think about the control, small little moments here and there, especially, you know, map number 4, 5 points is all that's in it. It's a very tough loss to take at this moment in time, but I think there will be some takeaways, at least from that will be positive for Rocker. But yeah, they need to find some mental stability in maps number 5. It was the start, right? I mean, the start of the Search and Destroy was just so slow. Put yourself in such a tough position, and then all of a sudden you have being reverse swept. I mean, for Optic though, big clutch up moments. I think, you know, the shoe on the other foot, maybe not necessarily the best of performance all the way through the game, but clutching up when they needed to, chance makes a difference.
I agree wholeheartedly, Ton, and now I am worried about the desk's opinion. You guys have anything left to say?
Thank you, Chance. I think Ton broke down the match, so let's just take a big picture look at what went down here. This is back-to-back Game 5 losses for Rocker. You took Toronto the distance. You had Optic against the ropes, games 3, games 4, and then you lose it in game 5. Where did the wheels fall off, Ant?
I mean, in the control to start things off, just absolutely unfortunate. And there, see the streak coming in. Optic's able to get the stack. They had a massive life differential as well. It's just like, gotta have better decisions in the final moments of that map. They had them trapped earlier on as well, but I cannot get over the end of that hard point. I cannot wait till we get a replay of that, because that was ridiculous. If I'm Minnesota Rocker, I'm sitting there like, yo, guys, we put our best effort in. We're still nasty. Let's keep it going.
I mean, I completely agree. It's clearly just not cold enough in Minnesota, though. I gotta say, like, 3v11 in that map number 3, you had everything you needed to take that crouching control, and unfortunately just weren't able to hold off this defense for an extra, like, 15 seconds. Like, they were this close to closing out the series of 3-0, and then, like Ant said, I mean, just an insane map for Hardpoint.
Let's like lay this out though and talk about it. Like, Minnesota Rocker, okay, first 2 maps, absolutely phenomenal. Everybody had their moments in this series, like all 4 players individually. In the control, they played better than the entire time, but unfortunately, they don't get offense that very last round. It was an offensive battle back and forth. They still played it great. Just once you get wiped, you spawn out, and it's very hard to re-get Diner, right? And also, I thought they played sub-base better as well. This is a tough outcome.
Optic playing in the second match of the day, and they made it as long as possible. Shotzzy and crew not going away until they steal the W and send Minnesota packing. Minnesota still in action again later this week, and they'll be playing Boston on Sunday. Fortunately, they'll have a whole Saturday to review what went wrong here tonight. Allie, let's take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game. This is the close of the hard point. And Nameless, you have a very special spawn to call out. Let us know when it comes.
Yeah, I think the game's trolling here a little bit, man. This would be extremely frustrating. The only thing that I can guess, like, the time is white, so Shotzzy spawns behind them, and he's able to just rotate over towards top server, and you see, like, Minnesota's like, let's just cut our losses and get over there. They're not expecting shots to be up and behind them. He influences the rest of the game here. He finds one kill, and he stays alive, so it just slows down the Minnesota Rocker. They don't know what to do, and then they don't have control after they get put in the blender. Like, this is a tough spot to be in if you're Rocker, and it all comes down to the game just deciding, all right, Shotzzy, you're gonna spawn behind him.
Well, and it was also like the patience out of Shotzzy as well, because when he first initially gets that spawn and hits the time for a kill, he stays pushed out, waiting for those players to come off spawn. And unfortunately, his teammates don't get the kills, so Minnesota Rocker get the white 4P1, but Shotzzy then, and his patience, backs up, gets another kill, catches him off guard, Dashy finds the 2, and then suddenly, up to Texas, they're forcing a game number 5.
Yeah, him surviving up top server means Minnesota have no chance. If he were to take a second chow and potentially die, they'd probably win that game. So still a heads-up play regardless of the swamp.
Heads-up plays. You saw Shotzzy get away there. He did it in Game 5 as well, as they sent Minnesota packing with a 6-3 defeat in search. Optic staying perfect so far. Minnesota still looking for their first win, and it's Boston next. How do you think they fare in that matchup?
I think they fare pretty well. I think they can take. I mean, Minnesota looks like one of the best teams we have in the world. I mean, Game 5 against 2 top 4 teams. Unfortunate circumstance, but still looking strong.
All right, Allie, any final thoughts on this one?
I mean, wow, I haven't seen a match like that in a while.
All right, I think we're trying to get an Optic member on the line. We'll be waiting for them to join us. In the meantime, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with match number 3. Hopefully a player when we return.
Push.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Would you rather stack a point and just get that extension? Because they don't even have 2 ticks done yet. Now they will, as Formal, he gets pushed up into wood, and they're just playing around these spawn kills. They're looking everywhere. Only 1 death in this round for Optic.
Oh yeah, this has been a clinic, an absolute clinic.
In such a fantastic spot, we'll find one. Looks over towards top 3, will dip out as well. 3v3, Jay. Snoopy and Kill. Trying to find something. Capsule will find another, though. He's been an absolute menace over towards the market side. Snoopy lingering around the middle of the map, but Capsule has just locked it down from the market side. They need to get rhythm with 15 seconds to go. He cooks the nade, and that's 3 for Capsule. Snoopy's baiting out. The ace is on the cards. The ace and the map is there for Capsule and Boston.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
Just a question of, is that what he's going to do? But he's just going to spot him, but Cell, so clutch. A great search and destroy player into a one-on-one. He's just going to finesse his life. The pistol, does he buy enough time? Can he get there?
I don't think he got it. I don't think he got it.
Close.
I don't think he got it.
He might have. He might have it. I don't know.
Oh!
No! Buys enough time.
Oh my God!
We're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like, this is crazy. Like
the golden nut, baby. The diamond nut. Excuse me.
You know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask you. Is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs. We obviously.
All right,
That was Sib in our Monster Winner Spotlight, part of the CDL TV. Hope you guys are enjoying the production. We have Kenny on the line, though. It's time for our Monster Energy Winner Circle. Kenny, first question. Maven was super concerned in the green room. Are you sick?
Yeah. A little stuffy. Allergies.
Wow, he knows him well.
Allergies are killing me. Yeah.
Oh, that's Joe DeLuca, not Maven. It was Joe worried about your health. We're glad that you were able to pull through, though. When did you start feeling better in this match? Because your numbers went up across the 5 games.
Until after we won, I feel like this whole series felt like everything was going against us. It was a hard one, but I wasn't happy until after we won because I definitely was not playing well individually, and I could feel it kind of affecting the team.
Naturally, so for the fans at home, when you go down 0-2 in a series like this, what is the vibes in that conversation like with your team specifically to try and pull out what you did today, that reverse sweep?
I mean, we're super confident in every game mode right now. I mean, people are talking about our S&D, but we've been trying to practice a lot. Yeah. But Control has been one of our stronger game modes, so we're obviously going to Karachi Control, thinking just win this one map at a time. We're going into a hard point next, which is definitely our best game mode. So it was kind of just one map at a time. We were still confident. We just, like I said, felt like everything was going against us, so we just need to work together a little bit more.
Kenny, talk to me about the end of that sub base. You know, there's a crazy spawn coming in behind him. I'm sure Shotzi was going crazy. Yeah. How'd you guys reel that in and get control of P1 to close it out?
Well, Shotzi was screaming that they were spawning P2, but I was in P2, so I'm like, they're not spawning on me. And the call was just to get on the hill time and kind of just bait, look over. I don't remember who was on hill, maybe Brandon or something like that, but it was kind of just to get kills around him. We kind of knew that they weren't spawning on us, and that we got a blessed spawn behind them. So it was kind of just, like I said, once again, trying to work together and just shoot around our teammates.
Kenny, last question for you, because we got to get into the next matchup here.
Yep.
How do you feel you guys are playing right now? Do you play down to your competition at times, or do you think you're pretty consistent?
I would say we're pretty consistent. We're really confident right now. I feel like this match was definitely not us. They're a really good team right now, so it felt good to have some resilience and kind of some clutch factor against probably top 4, top 5 team. But overall, we're gonna look to come stronger tomorrow, so hopefully we can show that.
I love those comms. Thank you so much for joining us, Kenny.
Yep, thank you.
That's our Monster Energy Winner Spotlight with Kenny. Optic is done, but we still have one more battle left on the day. Las Vegas versus Miami. Alley Cat, let's start with here. With this Vegas squad. Okay. Attach just popped off. That's the story coming in, right?
Yes, he did pop off. I mean, he was just showing once again why he has 9 wins under his belt and why he's kind of one of the better ARs in the league currently. The thing for me right now is that they went to a game 4 versus LAG. That map number 4 was about a 15-point game, so I'm not convinced just yet.
Nameless, what are your thoughts coming into this final matchup? Vegas only has 3 wins on the season. Miami hasn't won since Jan 20th.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would give the edge here to Vegas. I think they look really good. You know, after picking up Gio, I thought the change that they made was a structural change, right? It was so other players, so they could have a better teamwork on the map, more chemistry, set other players up for success, and that's exactly what happened. Attach had the best series we've seen in 2 years out of him. They finally won a control, and that was the game mode that was leading to the reverse sweeps that's been happening to the Legion. So they're in a much better spot so far.
And when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame for Vegas Legion, I mean, obviously just continue the hard point heater. This is a team that traditionally has struggled when it comes to the respawns, but they're now in a 4-1 record, 2nd overall in hold in the league, and 2nd in rotation. Again, that's just in this split, though. That is not overall. So clearly, post-patch for Vegas Legion has things looking up. And then, of course, 2 sides of control. They're 14-7 on defense, but their attacking is not really where it needs to be. So that's why these maps like High Rise might favor them a little bit more, as we saw Attach go 32-17 in their last series.
420 growth, chat. All right, that's of course the Las Vegas squad, 4-20 on attack. That's what they're typing. Yeah, they missed the dash. Let's talk about their opposition from Spain. The Heretics are here in the CDL, and they made noise early, but they've been quiet as of late. Metals, Lucky, Vehicle, and Eric Boom looking to get to their winning ways today. How do they match up against this Vegas squad?
I feel like they match up well. For me, this is the last series that I'm kind of giving Miami Heretics to prove themselves as still one of those top contenders in the league. Because again, they came out swinging, right? They get to that top 4 seed, catch the entire league by surprise. They go to Major 1, bomb out, and now they have to go up against Vegas Legion, who's sort of in the same situation. So for Miami, they need to simplify their search and destroy. They're 12th in opening duel win rate. Basically, that means when they get in that first gunfight, they're losing it 37%. Are they winning it? So first in conversions rate, though, if they do get it.
And I would see there that Metals has the worst opening duel rate. in the league. Out of all the players, he's a great sub, a great entry guy.
Yeah.
Does he need to switch things up in his play style?
I mean, yeah, potentially, right? They've been close in a lot of these search and destroys, though. I mean, they lost 4 straight, but if you go and look, it's like 6-4, a couple 6-5s, right? Like you saw that one versus Atlanta phase, extremely close. And then also control form has disappeared. They started 6-1, they're now 6-5, 4-12 round count in the last 4 controls. Well, good thing for them is they're going up against Legion, who haven't been great in that game mode either.
I have a feeling we're going to another game 5. Let's get it started with our scuff predictions. I'm going to kick things off here. Miami, 3-1. We're not getting to the 5.
That's fair. You know, they went to a game 4 versus Atlanta versus Vegas, going to a game 4 versus LAG. I said it. This is my last chance for you, Miami. I'm going with the Heretics. Vamos.
Heretics again?
This is where I catch up to you. I'm going with Vegas. Give me Dylan.
And the fans, was Vegas' performance enough? No, everyone's siding with Miami outside of Nameless. With that said, it's time to get this party started. We got 2 fantastic gentlemen to bring you this cast. It's Merc and Maven.
Hello. We get back to it. I'm kind of with Allie in the sense of like that whole like last chance for Heretics. Because listen, we can throw kind of the beginning of the season away, right? Like you come in with this team change with Eric Boom. You have to play Ultra. You have to play FaZe. You can't take much away from that. This, though, is a match you need to win.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to be, we kind of had the middle of the table, right? If they want to solidify sort of that position right there, not trending downward, obviously this team change has to pay off. Yeah, this needs to be a team they beat, no doubt about it. Now, Legion is getting better. Nero has been fantastic. He was great at the LAN. You see it right there. He's got a 1.24 in hardpoint. Obviously, again, their hardpoint turnaround. But this is a Major 1 rematch in Vegas. They were able to win 3-0, and these first 3 maps are the 3 maps that they played. One of the big problems for Miami was the fact that a lot of teams just vetoing Invasion over and over and over again against them. That's where they had all this success.
True.
But Vegas is like, let's square up on this. We beat them on LAN on Invasion. We're going right back to it.
Both teams with a different look, though, obviously, since that happened. But somebody that's been cooking is attached. The talent has been there. He was really able to shine, obviously, with the new inclusion of Geo. We'll see if he's able to keep that going. Purge, you know, in the series they won against Heretics, that's the one where he set, I think, like the lowest KD you've had, like a 3-0 victory. But he's bounced back in a different position. Geo and excited to see what Purge is going to bring.
No doubt about it. I mean, hey, fact is, you get a W, right?
No, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it was insane, but you get the win, and that's what matters. And they trust this guy. That's why he's still on this team. They bring Geo in. So 16 points earned in P1 there for Vegas, but on rotation will be this setup early for Miami.
Let's see what Miami can do with this setup. Purge trying to find openers. Trades there, though, as Eric Boom and Metals get through on the feed. Metals still just trying to dance at the outside of this hard point, wait for this continued push that's coming forward. Getting eyes on maybe 1 or 2 on the cross. Stun hits close. Geo maybe waiting to chow, but obviously he's got teammates he's got to worry about. So Metals will now get this streak up to 4. Nice little snap there. Another rival out, continues the fight and able to win it. 7-1, 6 in a row for Metals.
I mean, huge plays out of Metals on the point, but also before that, they were looking for attach, and Vickle able to win that one-on-one, gives them the spawns to set up here towards the P3 side, that right side, but then Metals is going to get ripped, takes that gunfight. So the rest of the time, it looks like it's just going to go away. So nobody going to earn it, and everyone going to start to rotate over towards P3.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. He's taking the fight off ahead of you. Like,
yeah, at least he got to cruise.
Good luck. You did. Yeah.
They probably want him to just get that time there, but screw it.
Yeah. I'm just thinking heat check when he takes that one. Vickle looking to get something going here. Stun will hit. The chow will come through. Drop shot is on, and Geo is dropped. As he'll now look to reposition. Another fight in front of him. The drop shot is hitting. Keeps on working. Keeps on battling.
But again, you see the way he's playing this. He's ready for one more. And the comms would be where is attached. So you see number 5 trying to sneak on through. But Metals and Lucky are both turning around. So this is just the comms right here on Invasion. How important it is to kind of control these back spawns towards Yas. Geo does get found, but still trying to find that number 5 in attach, and there we go. So the patience pays off. They're able to win the gunfights on the hill as well. Nice comms there for Heretics.
Yeah, after he lost his teammate close, kind of comes down to a one-on-one. You're just wondering who's going to maybe get the lucky timing. But it's Lucky with the angle and able to win the fight. Metals keeps on going. He's at 10-3, 70-point advantage. Hipfire first bullet hits, and Lucky's able to take the rest of that fight against Purge. New hard point pops. Everyone is sort of fighting for control around the map.
And this is sort of right, new invasion, P4 and P5 in different spots. So a lot of the time is going to be earned at P2 and P3. Just sort of, if you're spawning Palace, you're just kind of put into the blender. We've seen some, what, 250s to 100s we saw from last week from New York. You just put teams in this Palace spawn and they can be there the entire game.
You already got, what, 1 cruise earned. I think Vickle was on 5 in a row. He ends up dropping. So a chance to maybe earn a second cruise. And what we saw in our first series, how big they can be as a subliners, really use them to their advantage. But I'm not sure you're going to need streaks right now. You're looking at the scoreline, they're kind of flowing. As Vickle takes down 2, they get up over the 100-point mark. And it's Purge just on his belly in the dirt, soaking up that time.
And again, 14 seconds left, and you're already set up for P5. So you're in Palace. If you are Vegas, you got to go all the way across the map. They at least find 2. To find a couple of those kills, the players do spawn safe, so that is good for the side of Miami. Heretics P5 will spawn up. Nobody in the hill for now, but again, map control over to Heretics.
I feel like that's been the scenario in a couple of these hard points. It's like nobody in it right when it pops, just sort of vying for control. And well, it works out again for Heretics. They want to get the kills first, then worry about the objective. They're able to do just that. Now they rally in, and well, to be fair, when you're up 100 points, do what you want, or unless you're Boston in an earlier series as things fell apart in map 1. But Heretics looking to avoid that kind of turnaround, keep Legion at bay, and Eric Boom 11-6, 13 up for medals. So far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, I just think too, Heretics, their comms in a couple of those scenarios around P2 and P3, that's when Vegas was trying to flip the map. They just didn't let it happen. They always found that one lurker, that one player, and it has paid off. And slaying-wise, it is just a one-sided story. The scoreline one-sided. Heretics putting on a show through this first rotation on Invasion.
Yeah, I don't know if Purge was just trying to see if he could get by with a 0.4 series win again. Right now he's at 5-14, so he's struggling, and they are in a hole.
You gotta let it go for my guy, all right?
Okay, listen, he has some sort of record, Joe. It's in the Guinness book if you check it.
Okay.
But he's trying to rally back, and they're going to need him to big time. Can they get something going? Now into the point, 5 in a row for an arrow. There's 6.
Flip the map.
You're able to get your streak, and yeah, can you get the map flip? When will the crews come into play? You've exhausted it. If you're on Heretics, you've got several to work with for Vegas Legion.
Neo's got one.
Did that not just show that like 3 players had it when he tabbed over?
No. It's like, it has to be highlighted. It showed like the 1 out of 6.
God, I saw like the 1. I was like,
It's okay, Quinn.
I was going to say, the only one I saw earned was that one just now. I'm like, when did they get the others? I just like glanced out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, damn, these guys are frying. I thought they were getting cooked.
No, the only thing cooked is you right now. No,
yeah, true. It is warm in here, Joe.
No, you still have this 100-point lead again. Can they flip this map? It looks like you have Attach in position to try to fight for streak control, but Vickle's going to find him, and this is exactly what Heretics wants. Now, Middles is going to spawn up. But they're look at number 5 Attach right away. They're going to use this, and Lucky's going to find the kill. So some time earned here at P2. But it looks like Miami just trying to set up for P3.
The 1 streak comes in for Heretics, able to hit. Purge's struggles continue in this one. Now a chance for Legion to get back into the point. 30 seconds to go in the hard point. And bit by bit, you chip away at this lead. Down nearly as much as 100. Slowly starting to claw back into this. And lose a little bit of aim assist probably there with the pillar. And the headshot comes through for Metals as his game continues. 18 and 12 now. Nero can't quite connect. The gunny's a little bit hotter on the side of Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. It looks like a couple of ghost bullets come through. It looked good to me, but it doesn't matter. Game didn't think so, and that was kind of just worst case scenario, because now what you drove 4 dead. They're all going to spawn up once again, spawning Palace, and you can see all the blue arrows setting up here for P3. This is exactly what Miami wanted to do. It got a little bit hairy. Is lucky he was on 5 in a row once again. With that cruise being called in, a couple of players spawned up Treehouse side, but Miami able to recover after that moment.
Now, Nero's streak into the fray as both teams exhaust their added utility. Looking to get one back, able to do that. Boom. Dropped. They light it up. All 4 are going to fall as Legion get a 4 down. A big moment maybe for them to crawl back into this one yet again. Great answer there from Heretics. Legion trying to do it now too.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed to do. Obviously, the cruise connects, and you're going to see Gio's able to find another cruise. He's on 6 in a row, so really stepping up here as a newcomer on Vegas. But Miami just off with spawn, immediately headed towards Treehouse. Will be Lucky, the first player, trying to set up for P5. Again, just trying to flip the map. Not worried really about P4 control quite yet.
Nice little sequence there from Attach, though. You'll get that control. Getting in behind, though, is Lucky. Attach actually able to get a third off the tail end of that. They'll get the flip. And now we look to the other side of the map as the next hard point up. We got a one-on-one on the other side of it. That'll be Narrow and Metals.
If you're Vegas, you're in a tough spot here, but I mean, you're down so many points, you kind of just, the way Miami is playing this, they're playing around map control, right? They have this lead. They're just playing for the spawns, and they just have that comfort to do so due to the lead, and now they're winning the gunfights where Vegas is like, we can't really go all the way to the back towards gas, fight for those spawns. We have to earn time if they give it to us. That was the play call, and then on the back end of that, they all get taken down.
Yeah, I'm saying the problem is you not only get flipped out, but then you don't get any of the time that should have been gifted to you. You thought at least for a moment, but beautifully done from Heretics. That requires then you to exhaust your second streak if you are Legion, but all the kills to follow the streak are going to be for Miami Heretics. So once again, still in control. Now next hard point ready to go. First person in position will be at number 8 in Purge. As he's trying to get through his spots, it's going to be one hell of a rally to try and get back into this. I don't know, every time you made a little bit of a run if you're Legion, things kind of fall apart.
Oh, Vigil with the spawn back parking lot. This is not what Vegas wanted. I think just due to Attach and Geo's position all the way across the map, it gives Miami the close spawn for P5. Purge, though, hanging on to this P5 control, keeping them alive.
Yeah, he's at least able to win one, but you like literally physically were moving when you saw the spawn come in. But yeah, maybe it's them just pushed up so far street side, but you still hold if you're Legion. You're here for now. Metals, though, the headshot comes through, the entire kill feed, his head's getting peeled off. Next fight for Metals, he started hot and still continues as he's at +10. Trying to hand out more haircuts to Geo, but can't quite get it through. Vickel's able to bail him out as he looks to push in. Just 15 more points needed. You can't win it on this hard point right now as Heretics finally get through.
I mean, he's doing this with a rival, 27 and 16. We've been saying it since day one. It just feels like he has such great awareness on this map. Put up some insane numbers with an SMG. Not easy to do, but he's done it all year long.
Just 15 to go. Does Legion have a heroic effort in him as Metals looks to put this even closer? 3 will drop. Attach really the only one up to try and make a play, and he's not even close, so this may do it. They're trying to race across, trying to get there in time, but they're set up in the tank. One nade able to hit at least, get them out of the point for now. Lucky right back into it, though. Can't win the one-on-one. This feels like there's always one more man for Heretics as they look to seal the deal here.
I just seen a couple of more seconds here. Eric Boom gonna find it. 21 and 21. Map 1 for Miami Heretics.
I mean, they are always just focused on the rotation, always focused on map control.
Yeah.
Even at times it would hinder them for a moment, maybe in the objective.
And that's just the way
they're a step ahead.
That's the way this map plays now, right? With sort of the hills and the spawns the way they are. So much is on not spawning Palace. Where these teams are giving up a ton of hill time. The game clock gets pretty low there. In Miami, just with the lead from the first rotation, they took their time, made sure they were spawning where they wanted to be. It was a great game out of Metals. Vickel as well. Everyone really contributing around 4,000 damage on the other side. Geos drops 5K, Nero 4,400. It's just that first rotation was tough for Vegas.
Well, it really was. And then, I don't know, there were a couple of times where, you know, you kind of called it out. Heretics play for map control. Should be some time at least for Vegas, and then they don't get the time either. It was just sort of the double whammy where you get punished, and every time Legion chipped away at it, every single time they threw a punch, it seems Heretics had the answer.
Yeah, I mean, it starts here with Metals over towards P2. This really gets them going.
Yeah.
Allows for an easy setup towards P3. You're just going to see this lead grow for Heretics, and until really just the second set where, yeah, they start to chip away, but that 60 to 70 point lead never goes away for Heretics. They just played it calm, cool, collected, got the spawns they wanted, able to close out map 1.
It's an impressive win, and you kind of said, like, you know, we kind of had them in, like, the mid-tier, right? Yeah, maybe after the major, but, like, going into the major, I mean, we're talking, like, a level above the top teams. We kind of had them, right? Like tier 2, like, we thought the potential was there. I think you're right after the major, yeah, kind of middle of the pack, but this is just one of those series. I think for your confidence, for your organization, you need to come in and win. I know it can be said for both sides, but with the way Heretics starting kind of some of the fire they got behind them, you got to get this dub.
Yeah, I think it's always just a question of being the top seeds. They dropped to both of them last weekend. There were some close maps, but obviously you bring a new player on in Eric Boom, but one thing is still the same. Their invasion is one of their go-tos, so You can see the game flow always in control.
And you were surprised, I know you brought it up kind of before we got into the map 1, maybe that we were seeing some invasions. And I don't know, like, yes, you're right that they thought they beat them at the major on those and they'll be okay, but like, have players change position, you have a new player in, like how much can you really take from that?
Yeah, I think it's just the confidence of Vegas from the major. Kind of just sort of, again, 4-1 in the last 5 hard points.
True.
Maybe they want to play a sub base. You see real hard points in there, but yeah, it just feels like when you take away invasions against Heretics, you have a much better chance.
Well, and if you're worried of the sub base, I mean, sub base is where the Heretics came out and you're kind of fired on phase, right? Like you kind of body them up. So that makes sense. If you just watch that, I mean, they look so good. The rest of that series phase kind of take over, but like that first hard point, they looked incredible. So now we get to the search and destroy between these two teams. Vic will kind of chat it through as we look at our S&D metrics. Now, Joe, take me through it.
Yeah, both right around, what, 6th, 7th, right in the middle of the pack. See the opening duel percentage for Miami Heretics. You heard the Desk talk about it before game 1. It's very low for them. So just not winning those opening duels, giving themselves the first blood. But when they do get it, 82% conversion rate, which is strong. It's just a guy like Metals, can he find that? Or yeah, can they give themselves more openings?
You set yourself up for success, get those early kills, take control, play behind your numbers. The conversion rate says they can do it, just can they get the kills? So we'll see as we get ready to head into this one. Metals, Lucky, Vickle, Eric Boom, looking to continue off the success of that map 1. Looks like Eric Boom looking really vocal right now, kind of talking through things. Not sure if it's about kind of next map, last map, but just sort of chatting through stuff. Excited to see what he's going to do. We thought he was going to be in the lineup kind of start the year, and then he takes a seat, but he's back at it. And then on the other side of this, you bring in Geo. Kind of some switches around position where Purge is going to play. Standy out, which may have surprised some, but I mean, if you saw their match last week, you know, it looked to be maybe some of the pacing issues were solved. Map 1, though, you struggle.
Yeah, I mean, you just play an invasion there where you don't really get to show Purge in the second sub. You're right, he's got to run the AR.
Yeah,
pretty much everyone's got an MCW out. I think last week we saw them on Karachi hardpoint that looked a little bit better there, but that veto comes in, so don't get to play that map. But on this Karachi search and destroy, well, you got Vegas 1-0, Heretics 0-1. So again, that map pool being in question for both teams.
Legion now looking to answer back. Geo's POV had some brilliant moments in that opening map, and not enough to propel them forward for the victory. It'll be an early A hit. Lone person here is going to be Lucky. Can he win his first one-on-one? He's able to do that. As Purge slides to the edge, he's able to win that fight. He's still a bomb carrier here in Nero, though, and they are split. Attach, basically total opposite side of the map. Gotta hope Attach wins his one and can maybe get there to help, but you've got a presence on both sides. Miami Heretics is trying to play both.
Yeah, Attach is trying to do what he can. Maybe buy Nero something. Maybe to wrap back over towards B, but yeah, you kind of said you are just on opposite sides of the world. And they're just going to give everything up. Go ahead, you can plant the bomb, at least try to. There's going to be the first gunfight. Does take down Vickle, takes down Metals, evaporates him. But the third is there.
Oh, he gets out. I was going to say, I mean, as soon as Attach up, you literally saw 3 arrows just staring right at Nero, but like he, you know, now you see it from this POV, and maybe other side of the bus, he's got an opportunity, but he's just trying to scramble away. Probably even think he was going to win the second gunfight.
I don't think anybody did.
Yeah, no, just shotguns him.
You hit that little slide jump, and yeah, nice little camera. But it doesn't matter because Heretics able to get that first round on the board.
That's why I know, like, sometimes you'll blame the second player for dying in like a 1v4. Yeah. That one, like, I don't know. He just got deleted through the window. Goes Eric Boom, Purge ready and waiting. Purge was blooded to start that one as he lost the fight to Lucky. This time he's able to get the opener for him in red. Now smoke out. You hear all the utility going off, just stun, 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 pop, pop, pop.
And that's just to make sure he's not even planning, right? That's just an awareness thing, right? They know that there's no trophy down. Now a couple of players working the pinch right away. It's gonna be Geo just backing down, trying to play his life, but Vickle gets behind enemy lines. Now his position is known, but there we go. So it's activity on one side of the map, and what happens, Heretics, they just meet here towards Fountain, but near an Attach shut him down.
All Metals now. Be a 1v3. Able to take out Attach. Can he take out Nero and Purge? Got eyes on him, kind of. Sort of a second look there. Might be one where your teammate's like, whoa, 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 he saw him.
Yeah, and you hear it too, right? He's got lightweight boots on, so he hears this jump.
He's stomping.
Yeah, he's stomping around. Maybe the call out from Purge. Nero hears the sound cue. He's able to get 2 in the round. But yeah, I was a little bit worried there. There was a time you had 2 players work the pinch for Vegas, trying to work over towards top 3. While that happens, if all 3 of Miami Heretics just go towards Fountain, it's like a 3-on-2. But Vegas able to come out on top.
I know 2 of Nero is kind of meaningless in the sense you're in a 1v4 and you lost that round, but he's got 4 of their 6. See if he can maybe be the playmaker in this one. First blood, though, is somebody Metals. Nero will not be the playmaker, as he's ripped out of this one instantly. Now a 3v4 position for Vegas Legion. Try and get back into this.
Now that they know Purge's position, Vickel's just mid-barrel, so he's behind everybody. So if you are Legion now, Attach and Geo, just got to wait for Purge to make the play. But are they going to give him anything? That's kind of the problem. The longer this round draws out, there's just an opportunity for Miami to take down his teammates. That's exactly what happens.
Well, now more pressure on Purge to try and make a play. He'll drop down, try to get involved, but now Gio's gone. By the time he gets involved, everybody is gone, and then Purge into a 1 versus 4. Basically exactly what you said. The longer he stays up and not involved, more time for his teammates to get picked. That's exactly what happens.
Or the opposite. It's like, if nothing is happening on the map, that's usually when someone's like, there might be someone behind us. Like, start to watch the flanks, watch the pinches, basically be careful. But everyone from Miami is past the 50-yard line, right? He's hoping there's someone up top satellite, up top AC. There's nobody in those positions, and he gets nothing.
I mean, we saw his POV, and he peeks it a couple times, just nothing. Yeah, until he eventually drops down, gets 1. And
that sucks. You're like, I made the play. I got behind him.
Yeah. But then nobody's home.
Nobody's there.
Well, they're stomping. Trying to get across quickly, but Purge is able to get the angle. Attach takes one out as well. Trying to get through into red, not quite able to do it. They are getting sliced apart. 1 by 1, they fall, and that's a fast one here for Legion.
I mean, it just starts with Purge, right? I don't know if a nade or a stun isn't thrown at those mid-barrels, but he gets right to that spot. And he's going to find those 2 players crossing into top red. I believe that was Metals and Eric Boom, just with the lightweight boots, trying to find a timing. Hit that V-rush.
I think 1 gets through. Well, 1 almost did, I guess. He gets shots into both. Oh, yeah, he's attached with the second, right?
But Purge able to find 2 in the round. We're all tied up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, tough map 1 for Purge, but answering back now in the search. Heavy presence defensively towards B. Everybody mid-map right now for Legion. Purge is trying to get up top, get eyes, gets nothing. Now the view to red, nobody home there as well. And now you're sort of like all out mid, like, all right, let's take the fight. Nobody's there, though. Now you back it on up.
Yeah, but now you have the info, right? So they're going to try to work and isolate Lucky. You see Attach's position, but it looks like they're going to opt to rotate. So this is on Metals now. Metals is going to get caught. Purge with that first blood and immediately just plants A. They're like, all right, there's a player back bridge. Screw it. Let's give up B. Now we're new at 3-on-3.
Purge gets the kill, but then drops to Vickel as he peeks back dumpster. So now to the 3v3. Got to work the retake if you're Heretics. All tied up at 2-2. Hatch is trying to spot. Boom, looking to the corner. He shoots, and then you collapse. Yeah, the dead body gets him. That's his teammates from early in the round. All on Vickel. Wins his 1. 15 seconds to go. Are they going to even give him a chance?
Yeah, just not a lot of time on the clock to work with. He's able to find the gunfight onto Attach, so shooting well. Time is there. At least has the 3 spree he can carry on. But nice play out of Vegas. Yeah, you get the info. It's a B setup. And he's able to get 1 more. So 4 in the round.
Yeah, I mean, those were nice little gunfight wins. Yeah, with the first 2, but the fact that you get the pick and you get like an instant plan after, yeah, by the time he gets a chance, what, there's like 15 on the clock, 16, something like that. So
So just from that mid-rush from Purge, I mean, he kind of gets the first blood, he gets the info about the player back bridge, and they just go to A.
Well, they said like it was 2 or 3 out mid, and they get there, they're like ready for a fight. Like, nobody there? Okay, let's drive out A. Yeah. He checks the corner, he gets the kill. You're up 3-2. Geo still looking for his first, but the teammates got him in the backpack for now. Looks to be a quick B hit. Geo, I thought, was caught. Wow. The rival gets away from Metals, and Geo snaps.
They do recover, though. They recover in a big way. Purge, he's able to sneak through Coop, but he gets taken down. So 3-on-2 here from Miami.
It's not often you see somebody like that type of gunfight at this level, but it happens.
No, especially with the rival, man. I mean,
you
rarely with Metals. Rarely with Metals with how good he is with that gun, but he can get away from you.
You think Geo's a freebie, and then suddenly he's just put down. Legion. Can they do this in the 2v3? We see Attach kind of get caught right before we swap POVs. Ult and Arrow 1 versus 3.
Yeah, not the gun you want in this spot either.
Yeah. Bomb planted, good luck.
Vickel's still alive, so I'm not sure if you found another one in the round, but...
Bye-bye.
Cars do explode. He's not going to give them a kill, so they can't earn towards that streak, and Miami in a tied up.
Don't set Vickel up for one. I mean, it's one thing, you see him try to go for the 1v4 earlier in the game. One, you don't have somebody on a streak, but also, like, he's in a position, he's just, he got a chance to fight for it. That, by the time he would have got over there, like, what, you've got, like, 20-something seconds left to try and clutch. Like, it's across the map.
So Vickel didn't find one, so he's still on 4.
See if he's able to earn the streak, but back and forth we go. Purge gets eyes on one that works to the car, and those shots, my God, right through Lucky's eye socket as he gets the headshot. Purge and Attach, once again, kind of that 1-2 punch to open around.
I mean, Purge, I think he's got, 3 first bloods minimum so far throughout this game.
He's done it in different ways, too.
Yeah, using it with the sub, there with the MCW. Kind of just talked about him being in a more comfortable position, and he's showing you why. Vickel, though, threw on the flame, quickly able to find number 5, but bomb planted.
They'll drop, though. No streak going to come through. Metal's a chance at a 1v3, and Purge opens it up. Purge will end it. Or maybe he wasn't comfortable in the map 1. He looks very good here in the map 2.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these early rounds, early in the round, it's just sort of these early skirmishes, right? With players rocking lightweight boots, just trying to, if a stun or a nade hits, trying to get that first blood, finding some info, and then the offense just kind of run away with it.
Well, yeah, it's not like one of those, we cast one last week. It comes down to at least 2v2s and 1v1s. This has like been, the dust settles, 1v4, 1v3. Yeah. Like, it's been lopsided affairs. You haven't had a lot of those crazy sequences where it comes down to the clutch. But Purge on 3 in a row and doing a great job with the first bloods. But right now, eyes to Nero in the boss. He gets some info, and 2 teammates kind of rotate across the hill, but you see where the bomb is.
And this is kind of like a setup to retake B. Bomb's not planted, but now you're going to have 3 players start to work over from Vegas, so they're going to be set up for this. Just kind of waiting for Eric Boom here, right? We see this a lot of times from teams like Minnesota. The one lurker who's normally Linz kind of relies on him, and this time Eric Boom on an island takes over.
Yeah, that lurk roll. You can change around the drop of a hat, and he does just that. Vickel, 1 kill, damage into another. Geo scrambling away for his life, but it's looking like we're going to have a 4-4 tie game. As he's got 25 to work with and a trek towards bomb.
I don't think he's clutching this one.
Now, if he had a nade, he might be joining Nero.
But it's just really, I mean, who's going to win a defense here? Who's going to stop this attack on both sides? Just someone making the play. It was Purge last round. This time, it's Eric Boom. And I see the replay. Again, just lurking inside of red. We see this from so many different teams. He's able to make the play, finds the first, jumps out, gets the second. That is worst case scenario for Legion.
Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes just getting 1 and getting away and making them worry about you is enough to do it. You get 2, all right, well, you might have won the round for your team. Vickel on 9, though, leading the way for Heretics. Can they get a defensive stop? Lots of vision here early from Metals, at least able to snap onto one. It's a hurricane, and then suddenly it's all kills for Legion, and Vickel's left alone. Like, boys, what happened?
Right, didn't that first blood comes through? What we talked about with those stats. And it just goes away. I mean, they're normally so good in the conversion, but it just felt like they get collapsed on. You saw a stun hit. The aim just kind of go everywhere, and I just think there was 2-3 players in that area. Legion pick them apart.
Yeah, again, that's one of those first bloods. It's not really that clean. Like, he's traded instantly. It's kind of a mess. I don't know if you could really throw their conversion rate into that, but like, it's just the next 3 kills are instant from Legion. And it's kind of how this whole map has gone. Like, this whole map, every round.
As you see break-offs, they're both just going for it. Had like no retakes, nothing.
Nothing. No. It's been a strange one. Geo hit down to 53 with a nade. The pressure is here, and they're going in quickly, trying to get this planted down fast, similar to what you saw Purge doing a Legion side of things. You get the first pick if you are Vickel down to double digits. You get the bomb planted instantly, and now where Purge kind of rotated over and died at a dumpster, this time you're able to win that. So you get into a massive advantage now if you are Heretics. 4 versus 2 to push to around 11. Nice little shoulder there from Eric Boom. Vickel drops, and Purge last alive. Little time.
I mean, we're at like 6 offensive round wins in a row. I know at least 4. It was 3-3. Now it's just all offense, so we'll see who's going to win a defense, who's got offense here in round 11. But that's just worst case scenario, right? If you are Nero, you're the one player over towards this site. You're just hoping for some info, at least a first kill, and then maybe a trade to hope for that 3-on-3. Instead, he gets picked. He's hoping to prone behind the car. Bomb is planted. Miami just hit an easy bomb setup.
Round 11 now. If you're just joining us, welcome. Map 1 win for Heretics. Nail biter here in the map 2. It's been an offensive onslaught over these last stretch of rounds, as Joe said. It's offense here for Legion. Can you keep it going? Last time they went to mid, it was a wrap out towards A.
Oh boy.
Purge just trying to get through, not going to happen. Nero drops to an 8 as well, and things collapse. Bomb down in a precarious position. Attach, one of the more clutch players we have. He's going to need one of those moments here.
I got real nervous for Metals. I mean, I saw he was mid-alley, and I just could see one player kind of in that P1 area, and then I saw one player top red, but it was Lucky looking over. His teammate had his back. I thought for sure that was going to be a first blood for Legion. Instead, Heretics able to find 2.
Some help with a teammate, all you need. Geo, he gets 1. We just joined Christopher Nolan film for a second there.
Yeah, we're in Tenet.
Tenet, I think, yeah. We're back at it. I don't even know if that was just our POV. Metals takes down 1 more, all on Geo now. This would be an ace if he's able to do it. Oh, I think that's just for our POV. I'm looking at the other TV, Joe.
And there we go. So Heretics able to clutch up to round 11. Sorry, folks, our TV was going backwards. But Heretics clutch on up in the defense. It was all offense for so long. Lucky had Metals back to start off that round 11. Able to clutch out the 4 versus 2.
We saw the TV Joe and I were casted off.
No, that game was literally going backwards.
I think it was like suddenly probably our replay ops was doing something, but like, yeah, we literally like scrubbing backwards in time. I'm like in the middle of the round, like, what's happening? But glance to another television and
get so many.
Get it done, yeah. TV's all over the place. But it's 2-0 advantage now for Heretics. As we take a look through the stats, Vickel gets the double digits early on, able to close out there, leads the way for damage on his squad. Attach, a little lackluster in that one at 5 and 9, one that goes the distance, but
I mean, a lot of the times you're a guy watching the flank or you know, in sort of the positions that he's in, and it just doesn't come down to you. It's just these breakoffs that turn into these skirmishes where suddenly it's a 1 versus 3, right? Attach was in some of those positions.
That's what every round felt like. Just somebody down to 1v3, someone at 1v4. Like, there weren't any of those like nail biter 2v2s, 1v1s. Like, it was
well, I think it's kind of summarized by the non-traded kills, right? Everyone's got a good amount. Where, yeah, it doesn't come down to those clutch rounds, but Heretics clutching up so far in this map.
They're able to get it done where they had you know, pretty pretty steady lead throughout the course of that hard point. This one, obviously, a much tighter affair. You know, we talked about the fact that you get a lot of invasion in this one. You're always going to love to see that if you are the Heretic side, so a chance to close it out on a control where they've been comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, this is their go-to control before they got vetoed a bunch of times. But, yeah, back on this map, we saw in map number 1, they are very comfortable here. We'll see if they can close it out 3-0.
Well, it's a wacky game 2. We go back and forth all the way to around 11, but it results with Heretics up 2-0. They're looking to close this one out with the swiftness. So far, they've got Legion's number. A lot of invasion in this best of 5. We go to invasion control next. Don't go anywhere.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back. We get right back to it. A crazy round 11. Dramatic search and destroy as Heretics up 2-0, and Legion now have to rip off 3 straight. Round 11 was an interesting one. Purge just kind of goes rogue, hits something, gets caught. Like, I don't know. That search was interesting, but now we think about control. The attack matchup and where these teams sit. Vegas Legion, 4-20.
I mean, listen, Legion with control, it hasn't been a great last couple of years.
They've had no
honestly, the fact that their 11th is probably better than I thought. I'm serious. I mean, we know they have been.
How do we get worse than 12th in a 12-team league?
You don't. You don't.
13th on attack.
The good thing is, though, I mean, they were able to take down Heretics at the major one on Invasion, which is, again, why I think we're seeing this today. Miami are 3-1. The only time they lost it was at the LAN.
They look to close it out now. Attach opens things up with a frag. Geo right onto the point. No trophies early, so always been nerve-wracking on these objective points. Metals trying to push up that A street is going to get caught, so the pressure will get alleviated there. Narrow looking to get to work, able to catch Vickle beautifully. As you've just sort of sat on this B objective, you've been home free for the most part. Finally, the next wave of action coming in. But Nero's just hunting, man. He's moving.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of saw the start there for Heretics. They're playing pretty heavy A side. You don't want to lose A off a break, but now you got a couple of players. You got a trophy down, 2 on A, and Attach is going to stay alive. Nero is pinching, and he's going to find 2. This might be a very clean round here for Vegas Legion. He's got 6 in a row in the cruise.
Yeah, he's taking out cars, players, everybody. Is this round nearly done? Nero is all across the map. 7 in a row for him. Locks down his 8th, stays up through it. One of the more decisive and quick opening rounds you're going to see on Invasion. Legion just hit it.
You do not see, I don't even know if we've seen that ever. A quick transition from B to A, maybe a couple of times, but yeah, they just defend A. Heretics off the spawn, and basically Vegas just take the map control. You get Nero inside a DVD. He's just a roaming slayer, and then they just find an opening and go.
Well, usually, like, even if you play heavy at A, like, there's time to sort of get it defensively over a B. You leave one person on it, right? Like, it's not stacked. They only had one person that entire time. But, like, every cutoff man, Nero was just catching. Like, everyone that was trying to get over and get pressure to B, he has kept shutting down. I'll tell you what we haven't seen in opening round probably was a 8-0 start. Ultimately 10-0 that he's able to do. The hell was that?
There you see sort of that early A hit. Heretics now maybe in a bit of desperation, losing round number 1. Trade those trophies down at A, but Geo Nero able to cut them down.
I'll tell you what, Nero's twisted. Get me to listen with Vegas Legion.
My mid.
Put on mid fast.
He's close up corner. He close up corner.
Oh, and he's deep left as well. Yeah, they're going
Dark on you, dark on you. Mine. Two core and 1 dark. Fuck. They cross. And one's open, one shot. And one's on point.
Open dead. Nice. Our side point.
I'm name point.
Front left corner.
Chom.
I'm netting back corner.
Not there no more.
Open. Fire truck. Then open.
I don't see him open. He might have
picked one. Get him rugs.
There's side point. I don't see him. He's open.
ASD.
He didn't come in freezer yet. I have freezer. He's still ASD.
Go to him in. Yep.
I have freezer. He did not run a freezer.
He's side DVD on me.
I see him left. Let's push out. Let's shot this.
Nice going.
I think
B.
They're gonna go B. I'm gonna hit dark.
2 more B.
I'm playing with your spawner. Do you have a 2v2 at B? What are you talking about?
I can shoot as well.
Yeah, you could.
I'm streaking.
Watch your push, yeah. I'm
okay, 2 on point.
Going to info.
Well, the streak that was earned in about 7 seconds in round 1. Nero throws it into the fray. 15-4. Look at the rest of the lobby in Nero. Guy looks like Poseidon.
I mean, Heretics have 16 as a team, now 18. They're going to find a couple of kills, but yeah, you hear the listening right there. They were just trying to figure out when they wanted to call in that cruise. They're going for the jugular. They do not want them to earn this B point. There was only 20 seconds left, now down to 14. Vickle, the last player in position. And there we go, they hit him off that. Now, the timer working against Legion.
I'll tell you what, man, you have a round 11 loss like that, you're in an 0-2 hole. One way to come out, it's like that round 1. Then you follow it up. You go straight for the jugular. As you said, Bickle trying to get to it. Not going to happen. Legion thus far dominant in the map 3. You know, it's so funny that, like, just the karma is not the right word, but, like, you know, we look at the stats, the attack stats leading in, and then we see the most dominant attack round of Control and Evasion we've ever seen.
Yeah,
I'm really chuckling about them being 4 and 20.
I know we've seen some A to B transitions where right off the break you go to A, maybe one player dies, and when that player dies, he spawns up, goes to B, but the other 3 are alive at A, they get A, and then they go to B. Not being A that way. That was unreal out of Aegis.
I think what surprised me the most, there was just no fight at all at B. Like, there was no fight whatsoever.
I got this.
Yeah.
He's going right back to his little alleyway.
Let the man go rogue. Let Nero get loose. Get freaky on the map.
Well, he's hitting. He's already doing that. He is 18 and 6. Using the rival, picking up MCWs, doing whatever the hell he wants.
As the face of Amanda is locked. He's feeling the game right now. But you still have to close this out. Heretics obviously can claw back in this one. We've seen some insane swings on Invasion Control. You get a defense here, then who the hell knows? I mean, you're going to have to win 2 offenses already at this point, so it's going to be tough to do.
And just the way that Vegas won that last round, what Heretics might opt to do is try to play very aggressive here on defense and only try to give up maybe a tick on B.
That's true. I said 2 offenses. That might not be the case. Yeah.
See if they can get a round 5 defense, but they just need a round win right now. Now Attach and Nero going to find 2, 3 players on it.
Round 1 was so dominant. I'm already thinking 2 offenses. They're going to do it. You've got 20.
Well, now they're going to have to. Okay.
20 already. We played 2.5 rounds of Control. I mean, this goes 5 rounds. He's on pace for 60 or whatever, like 50 kills. Like,
especially on Invasion, that would be quite insane. Still fighting over this B point. Lucky the last player here for now does get taken out. B done.
That's what usually you expect with a B cap, like some battle of attrition, right? Like, you know, this trade fest that goes down. Eventually,
somebody round 1, there's no trophies, right?
Yeah,
no nades.
Yes, I think it's the first thing I said. I mean, usually it's scary to be in the objective. Somebody hits a frag, like clears that one person off, but nah, I think it was Gio was just chilling while Nero was going wild. Now Miami trying to bring this one back. They've got lots of work to do, despite the fact they're up 2-0 in this series. To listen in now with the Vamos.
Vale, aquí. Carretera no he podido ir. Puede que esté en show. Carretera no la izquierda de plaza, creo. ¿Quién es el tío? Carretera de plaza. Ayúdame, Javi, la izquierda de plaza. Voy, te apoyo. Vamos para. Has echado a mí, me has echado aquí muerto. Otro más en con.
Attach no lo veo al fondo.
Con conmigo. Está jugando en vida, bro. Está en Bedomo, va a estar Bedomo, el mío. Estoy esperando conmigo, Nero, ¿vale? ¿Era Nero? No lo sé quién era.
Attach el Londri, el último. Hay Londri.
Se puede meter barra, se puede meter barra. Flanca al de Bedomo. Otro va a estar a la izquierda. Bedomo muerto. Uno a la izquierda. Es el mío. La izquierda de plaza, buscamos a la izquierda de plaza muy tocado. Buscamos Gio y Nero. Te tengo con.
Tengo el push de la derecha yo. Han podido cruzar.
Gio izquierda de plaza, creo, y otro con.
Apoyo Javi, de para la derecha. Apoyo Javi.
And what is a much better defensive hold for Miami Heretics? You've got medals on 5 in a row. Maybe a chance to earn a streak, and this one's not over yet. Like, Heretics have been good on this map, and I think you just take that round 1 for what I don't want to say fluke. Listen, that was awesome from Legion, but that was just, it was unusual.
Yeah, it's not what we see on this map, like I said. But I think, honestly, even just with the 3 ticks, should have defense for round 5, just with how many they got in that round 1. But we'll see what Miami can do here. Yeah, see if you can get a cruise missile on metals, some extra utility to work with.
Because now, I mean, just like we saw, like, I know it's different mode, obviously, but like we saw on Skid Row with P2, like, a streak now can be the difference. It can be a kill that is the difference. And the same goes now for, like, trying to get A. It can be a very hard point to get. You get a streak, you get one important kill, it could be all the difference.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if someone like Nero slows down, what does this turn into, right? Slowing down a little bit, 20-11. Still having a very good game, but not an A hit for Heretics. Maybe just trying to get medals that cruise we talked about, and they do. Just kind of set up here at mid-tank, playing a corner, finding a freebie. Now going to get aggressive. So he's got the cruise, going to play his life back on up.
I think Lucky was on A for a moment, but Purge is there. Purge actually gets a double. Simtek should hit, and there you get the kill. Lovely from Metals, up to 7 in a row now. And yeah, if Nero slows down, And the guns start to get hot for Heretics. Maybe you start to come back in this one. Nero does get one before he drops, but B, he's got one person on it, still a little ways to go. But you should get an extra minute now. You got a ton of time. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Lives basically even. Can he maybe set this up behind a streak? Nice play there from Gio to make sure you don't have a clean transition, though.
And Legion decided how they wanted to play this, 30 seconds ago. Purge has been here in this position, but does get taken down by Lucky. So they knew they were going to give up B, play a heavy A defense. But, oh, man, if Victor finds this second, a lot of map control over to Heretics, pressure on. Instead, it's Gio with a big gunfight win.
Yeah, I mean, still got a presence here, but yes, that's probably the let's go, boys. If you get that second one, they get fired up. But you still find a sequence of kills. You're starting to move up on this. So the person inside it will be Nero. Nero there defensively. Streak in. Can you everybody stay up now? That's when it's painful. You lose a player during the streak. Vickel's going to drop. You lose Nero as well. And the streak doesn't hit. Basically worst case behind the streak.
Yeah, there was just no presence on the point. I feel like if you're going to use that, you're trying to push A, isolate that one player, and keep everybody off a spawn kind of inside of a building, right? So they can't get angles as you cross to A instead.
You get the timing just right, it works out that way. It didn't.
Yeah, it doesn't work out. Just could not get that player off A, and then you don't find anyone. You get taken down, trying to get pushed up towards Laundry over Mannequin, and now Nero right back to it. He's on 25.
Yeah, maybe slowed down for a moment, but starting to come back to life, and now he's mid-map and he's going rogue. Here's him stomping across. The free fire is there. 4 in a row now for him, as he was kind of stuck on that 20 mark for a while. But even the best players sometimes got to be in a position to fry. Once you get to that position, what do you do with it? And that's exactly what Nero is doing right now. He is ahead of the game.
Oh
he is zapping 7 in a row, and it happens like a lightning bolt. The lives were basically even, then Nero happened.
I mean, get him to this area, watch him go off. He has done it in 2 rounds. One time on attack, this time on defense, trying to get us to a map 4, and I think he will. Cruz is in, blowing up medals. 31 kills through 4 rounds. Heretics just did not have an answer for this man.
And that's the spots where like Heretics been so good on this map. We talk about their rivals and stuff, sort of like that mid-map dominance. That is where they have taken over on Invasion. This time, it's Nero that goes wild. Wild in the mid-map, just getting lost, catching the timings. You saw him just with the patience there to hear the footsteps stomping. Get some pre-fire in at times. A lovely bit of work there from Nero. Just a monster map from him, and now you claw your way back into this series if you're Legion.
Yeah, I think Heretics, you just look at that cruise right in that play. The way you want to set that up, just probably do it a little bit differently. Maybe you wait for one more wave of kills so you can at least challenge the player on the 8 point, but that does not happen. Instead, they just get nothing out of it.
Yeah, might want to make sure your controllers are plugged in for round 1 too. That'd probably help. But 3-1 there for Legion. You get 5,000 damage. Actually, look at that. You have a great map from Atash. He actually puts in the most damage.
That's crazy.
But, I mean, Nero's 27 non-traded kills of his 31. I mean, he just got loose. And, like, that happens when his highest streak is 10. He had a 10 spree, like an 8 spree. Just they were coming in flurry. It just felt like, you know, when you just get into your flow, like when you're getting kills, the game becomes easier, the timings come easier. He just got into that state. And when in that position on the map every time.
Everything was going his way. I mean, that was blowing up cars, finding 2 pieces, getting spawn kills. This gave him his first streak, gave Vegas the first round in a record time on Invasion. He kept it up, kept it going. Miami just no answer for him.
68 seconds was the round. And I think for me, weirdly enough, I don't remember exactly when it was, but when it clicked for me that he was frying, is like that little sequence where he got the kills with the rival. He just like picked up an NCW, slid around the corner, and zapped somebody down the street. I was like, oh.
I mean, even that last round where he's been tanking, he hears like medals. Right, you hear the lightweight boots, and he's like pre-fired.
Oh, he pre-fired like 3 people in a row.
He like re-snaps.
Yeah, yeah.
Just disgusting stuff for him. This is what we talked about with him. Like, he just has these individual moments where you're like, wow.
Yeah, no, his volume is turned because yeah, he tried to pre-fire multiple players there. So they're stomping around in the middle of Invasion. And yeah, maybe you can pull this one out if you're Heretics. You get to round 5, but you know, winning 1 offense can be tough enough. Winning 2 going to be so difficult. But props to Legion. We show you know, their control struggles. We show their attack struggles. and they just come out and throw an absolute haymaker out the gate in round 1. And Heretics just never a chance to recover.
And Vegas has been a team that's got reverse swept a couple of times throughout this year, right? And they probably should have some more CDL points. Instead, they're trying to do the same thing here. So in a bit of a different position, we'll see if they can get us to a game 5. We're headed to a Rio hard point, which I think we're always excited about.
Nero looked like he was in a pub at moments there. That looks
and what a map for, I mean, if you're really going to get going, the next map is now a Rio hard point.
That's true. Yeah, take a little bit of that sauce into this one.
Yeah.
You can probably absolutely explode here into the Rio hardpoint. But listen, you know, we've talked a lot about, I think, the Heretic side of it because, I don't know, maybe just thinking they're more of a chance to be contenders with the way their year started, pressure on them to show they have the ability to do that. But, like, I mean, you're fighting for your lives here for your Legion when it comes to CDL points. If they're looking to make things click, they made a change. Like, there's a lot of pressure on them. I think we were kind of centralized on the kind of the Heretic story, but, like, Legion are out here battling. That's a big map to get back into. There's still work to do, though.
Yeah, I think obviously they just don't want to be in the position that they've been in throughout the CDL, which is like trying to just get to that A spot, not miss out on champs, and do it earlier in the season. Just get into the mix. And I think a big reason we talk about Heritage is just due to their history, right? We've seen them compete top 4, top 6, even back in the CWL days. So, yeah, I said to have them back in the lead. But for Vegas, we know with this trio how strong they can be. They've been competitive. It's just some series they've let get away from them.
Yeah, it's like it's weird. Like where Heretics have, like, you know, it just feels like they've 3-0'd or been 3-0'd in a lot of their series, right? Like it's just like they slam somebody or get slammed. Legion, it's just been, the game 5 heartbreaks or pulling off the reverse sweep. Just like it's been dramatic, long series. And I think, you were the best. They've been competitive, but you need to get those CDL points. You need to get the series victories. We go to Rio now and see if they can do it. You know, we've had some, Ultra come out. We see them here first. They look so good. Then Rocker now looking like the best Rio hardpoint team by a mile with some of the victories they've had.
Yeah, this should be a strong map for Miami Heritage with the players on their squad. They are 0-2, but again, they played Ultra and FaZe on this map so far, where Legion are 1-0. So see how this plays out. But again, a little bit different when your first 2 matches of the stage are, Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hey, FaZe. How much can you take from the map stats? Maybe not a lot, considering where those 2 teams are, but into the mix, in the blender we go. Top middle, the attack looks to pounce. Starts out 3-0. Lovely bit of work from him there. Nero trying to get right back to that kind of flow state he was in. And sometimes, like, you mentioned like this map, and sometimes like a little too mixy to get to that. Like Invasion, the way it plays, like allowed, dude, it's just like that. I don't even know what to call it. Just like fight to fight to fight. Like how the timings work out, where it's not like you're trying to 2 or 3 piece somebody with a clip. Like he was just, I don't know, it was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was just sort of find a kill, a couple of seconds, hit a slide, through the doorway, find another one. But here, Purge is going to have to find a couple because he is all by his lonesome. Here comes a swarm from Miami Heritage to try to break P2. Kind of spawns all over the place. She had some presence there towards the back, but it's going to be Nero, Purge with Geo cutting off the reinforcements, and Legion in control.
You look to get something ripping and roaring now if you are Legion. In the early going, Attach is going to have several players in front of him. Sees a shoulder for a second, starts to try and hit the pre-fire, has to go to the pistol, and Dickel gets 2 big ones with the headshots through. You still have Geo playing from the back. He catches a stun, and Lucky is there. Just a flurry of headshots through on the feed there for a moment. But the end result is Heretics at least control around the point. And, that kind of play style we saw from them in the map 1, where it's just all about map control, all about the early rotations, all about that comfortable setup. A little tougher to do maybe on a map like this.
Yeah, and even P2, I mean, as good as it is to have the spawns, you don't have early trophies. You're just going to get naded, and that's kind of just what happens on that map, right? So early at P2, it's just sort of all the nades and stuns are going to hit. It can be difficult to hold early in the map, but they do a very good job breaking through the front, finding a good amount of time. Now over towards P3. Vickle in the back trying to lock down the spawn, just fight for control, but it's to be Geo and Persia on the hill.
Lucky, I think, was getting close to maybe a streak. He was on 4 in a row, but that ends. I mean, we've seen Vickle winning some wild, like slide cancel chows. The drop shots have been on point. He's been great in some of his one-on-ones, but Attach seemingly better on the kill feed. It lights up White Legion with a flurry as they look to claw back into this, maybe take over with a lead change. There's a chance to do it here with the rest of the time. Those barely go out in front, but there's a one-on-one on the point. going down with Lucky. Lucky able to take out Nero, get the little bit of scrap. That's a couple of seconds as they look to rotate across now, but they're spawning out.
Yeah, they lose some big rotation gunfights. Attach goes on a long flank. It's all the way from P3, kind of flips the map. And now you have another pinch coming in. So it's a two-man setup while Gio and Nero are trying to find some flanks on these players. So that happens, but it's kind of a split 2-on-2. Persian and Gio, though, able to win it. They're on 5 in a row as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to 2, and they've got just enough sauce there to hold on. They finally end up dropping, but you hold that first wave, you hold on to like a 10-point advantage, and after that first wave, it's just going to be an onslaught around the point, just a flurry of firefights. It just comes down to the next man up more often than not, or who's going to get that big multi-kill like Metals is able to do, but it's late in the hardpoint cycle, as you've got just 10 left to go as you look at Purge's rotation early in his setup. Once again, Legion a little bit ahead here on the rotation, a chance to do some damage, and they're getting all the kills in transition.
Yeah, that's really been it. It's just been like, every time someone has gotten to an early setup, a couple of kills that go down, and it just gets messy, right? That's why you have this tie game.
They've all been messy.
Yeah, no one's really been able to cash in like we saw Minnesota earlier today. And now it's kind of the same thing. It's a 2-for-2 near the hill, so Purge has to opt to fight for some map control. His teammates off his spawn. Gonna have to pick up the rest.
Ugh, Snap is there, but 2 players to deal with. Nickel will come out on top in that gunfight. Attach hitting lots of shots with some maybe through the vehicle. As Nero works in, tries to help. He's able to pick up 2. One more player. Maybe get 2 still around him. Nero's trying to wipe out the whole squad. And there's the magic we saw on Invasion. A quad there for Nero. And it's only going to lead to a bit of scrap time, but it's an individual play. It's disgusting.
And what, it was around 70-70, so they really cash in there towards P5. Purge, you know, he wins that big one-on-one top middle that gives his team map control. Attach off spawn, moves into the hill, and then you had Nero just start to go off. And when you're controlling top mid, when you have P5, that's when those flanks come in, and Nero really able to cash in. Doesn't find a cruise, but his teammates, they get all the hill time.
GL, the newcomer, what a map he's having. In 18-9 right now is GL. What a talent they were able to acquire, and now you're getting closer and closer, maybe pushing this to a map 5. Nice clean headshots there from Attach, so every time I see him in the feed, it's a damn headshot. Bickle pounces with the multi-kill. Lucky will follow it up, but still inside of the point, at least for now. It'll be Purge just trying to stay up as long as he can, but when the rest of your teammates die, usually mean the swarm is coming, as they're able to push him out of the point.
It just feels like, again, once we have that P5, the slaying has just really started to go the way of Vegas Legion. You see Eric Boom struggling 6-19 right now. This should just be a map where times feels like you put into the blender.
You're plus 20 right now, 21. Yeah, they've had the advantage there for sure.
Eric Gibby on the board, and they're going to need a break here towards P2 to try to get back into this game.
Yeah, it's tough. You're coming in, figuring your spot on this team. Even though I know you've been a part of it, but like, it's a new map you're also trying to solve as well. We'll see if he can get out of the blender and back into the fray. Able to shotgun one around the edge. The Attach will drop. And now you got a nice little sequence here. Try to cash it on this time, as you said. Maybe the most comfortable time they've had.
You're trying to see what Vegas is opted to do here. They're waiting on Purge to go all the way through boxes, but Eric Boom picks it up off spawn, so it's a nice heads-up play out of Eric Boom. Head still very much in the game, but the scrap time, Vegas gonna fight for it. It's a big 15 seconds, but that does allow Heretics to win this rotation for free.
Gets away from him a bit, and Gio once again
nice little pop-up, you know.
Yeah, making Heretics player pay. Yeah, you lose that scrap time, but now early control. What can you do with it? Metals, the opener. Purge trying to answer back. Metals trying to wrap back and maybe catch one just to contest for now, but it's Lucky and Bickle that are actually able to find the kills, so you kind of do a good job there making it so it's not messy early like it's been on a lot of these early holds for Heretics. And this is now back-to-back hard points, so you've been a little bit more comfortable because like the gameplay's slowing down maybe a little bit for Heretics.
Yeah, it started to, and now you just go 2 dead, and they're just right into this hill. It was a good job by Heretics to pick up the 2 players flanking in back alley, but now they get flipped out. And as you said that. It's just right through the middle, right through the staircase and the escalators. Legion get on the point.
I mean, it was more positive time than they've had, but yeah, before I can finish that thought. You just cut through them if you're Legion. Next hard point, Poppy. You got numbers right now if you are Legion. Those numbers are increasing. It's down now just to Lucky. His teammates trying to get through. Trying to pick up the cut to the other side will be Nero. Nero's trying to cut off these reinforcements as they come in, and Nero's able to get to position and do just that. Beautiful there from Nero on the mid-map cut. They can't get there. And that just slows them down. That just buys time. Delays it 10, 15 seconds.
And I just gotta avoid all the stuns and nades off spawn. It looks like they do just that, and they're finding the opening kills. So Tatch in position, able to take down 2. Geo with the 3rd. And they have just, I mean, this P5 and now P4, they have found around 100 points, and that's really where that lead has come into play.
Geo up to 30 and 15. Newcomer dropping a bomb for this Paris Legion squad. They're looking comfortable here on Rio. It's looking like a map 5. They can't win it here. We'll see another hard point, but where it was very messy early, the early setups for Legion paid off late.
They're just setting up those pinches, a couple of more seconds over towards this P5. We're headed to a game 5. Vegas Legion, get us there.
Where it was what? Sort of the search and destroy early for this team in the lead that kind of kept them alive in series. That faded away at times, and now it's been the respawn starting to resurge. And you saw also the hardpoint stats in the last 30 days for them as they've continued to improve. And map 1 didn't look great. Rio, that looked great. They look solid. And Geo, you see why he's been out of this team. That was a hell of a map there from Geo.
I mean, they just got, I mean, we talked about it since day 1. There's some playmakers on this squad. We've seen it from Attach throughout the year. Neo's had his moments. Now you have Geo doing this, almost 6,000 damage for him. It is a one-sided affair when it comes to the slaying column. It was what, like close to 130 to 160 around there?
You added Eric, boom, dope. We added a Geo.
Yeah. So he goes off. Nero kept it going. See this game flow.
Yeah, I mean, you're tied. I think when you said it was kind of messy around that 76, you see where it crisscrosses. But they take the lead there, and they literally just never looked back. Yeah, there was the moment where I sort of said, like, it finally seemed like maybe the game was slowing down a little bit for Heretics. It was just getting away from it. And typically, you know, when it's like that messy game, like that's where a lot of times this team will thrive. Like, in that chaos is where they can be so good, but not the way it played out here.
And now, I mean, you're kind of 0-3, and you just had some losses. Maybe this is a map we start to veto over some teams. Look at something else to bring in the map pool. We'll see what they can do.
I think you think after you lose Ultra Invades, like, okay, all right. Now getting slammed there by Legion, you're probably thinking maybe this isn't our map. Or
let's find something else.
Maybe we go back to the drawing board or find another map. But we get ready now for a map 5 as Legion have clawed their way back into it. One map to decide your winner here. Quick break, then the search and destroy.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
About to close the night out with a banger map 5. Heretics, Vegas Legion. So sorry, I think I said Paris Legion once during that one.
Well, there's an Eiffel Tower in Vegas if you think about it.
That's actually a very good point. So it makes sense that I was confused.
It does, yeah. There is.
But now we get ready for what I'm hoping is different than like that game 2 in the sense of like give me some one-on-one, some clutch like 2v2, some crazy moments, not just like one team getting smoked each round. I'm hoping we have a little more back and forth. Well, okay, we have back and forth around count, but you know what I mean.
I hear you. Yeah, just some clutch situations, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're headed back to Invasion. So,
and we see a stat here from Brian Stats 1. This is pretty wild. Like, you know, considering the CDL has been going on for years now for the Legion franchise, whether it was in Paris, whether it was in Vegas, they've yet to start out any of the qualifier stages 2-0. So a chance to do that. I know it's like a weird shot. Like it seems like it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but like they've never done it before. So it is. Let's see if they can do it. If you can get one more done.
Yeah, shout out to Brian. He's got some great, Call of Duty nuggets, stat nuggets.
I love like the little. So I'm not the biggest stats guy. Like that's not my role in this relationship. But I love like those type of stats, like the big picture ones or like the little nuggets. I love that shit.
Yeah, he tweets out some about me sometimes. I'm like, wow, I was okay.
You were good. You were great.
I used to be.
You were a Demon Joe.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now Boomer Demon.
Just a dad.
Just a dad.
Just remember that if you lose to me in ranked. But medals, game 5s this season, 1.14. Neither of these teams strangers to Invasion. Search to destroy. Vegas 2-4, Miami 3-2. But right now, I mean, the way Nero is playing, Legion are looking after that game 4. Even Geo, we'll see what will happen.
I mean, you get what you want if you're Heretics. You get
3 invasions.
All the invasions. Can you actually win this one? It's a Tatch that starts us off. Map's blowing up and Lucky on the receiving end. Some might say he was unlucky, Joe.
Well, I mean, I think that car blows up often, so you just got to watch out for that. It's a good nade down.
Some say you can control your luck. There's no such thing as luck, Joe.
Well, okay, Nero. I mean, shot down to 8 HP. I don't know how. Hit some easy shots at first, but then the pillar kind of gets in the way, but he gets pushed up. And just like that, Victor caught off guard. So Nero playing with confidence as he has since game 3.
I mean, we've seen that so many times this year, yes. Like, you have the rival, you're on point, you hit some shots, somebody gets behind something, and it starts wiggling a bit. We see it all the time. Just lost it for a second.
I'm more so, he's hit down to 8 HP, so I don't know what kind of snap.
More like how he got zapped. Got it.
I mean, Metals, literally just...
You talked about the pop-up, bro. The pop-up is mean.
Yeah. There were a couple of shoulders there, does Metals. Makes it a tough shot and hits some crazy snap. But it is a clean round for Legion. Starts with that first blood, and then Nero just gets in their face.
Yeah, it feels like he's just got the confidence. Since that map 3, can he keep it going? He has taken over in Search and Destroy's back when he was on the Boston team. Like, he's had the moments where he just erupts, and he's looking to do that now. First blood for Nero, who has taken this series over.
And now there's still a minute, 5 seconds left. There's a lot of room to work with, but again, they know maybe no trophies are down, but Lucky Mesa's a 3-on-3. Smoke is down, and that's the info. They know this is a rotate, so now it's over to Metals. Can he at least find one? Does get some info. I think he's spotted one player. What is his timing going to be like? Gonna open the door, loses the gunfight.
Oh, it's just like, gets out, like slides out a little bit further. It's a cleaner shot, but a wonderful wall bang there to finish off a Tatch who's weak.
And now look at this.
Oh my God.
What we talked about, the COD timing does not go Purge's way. Now it's down to Nero. 1 versus 2 to defend this bomb.
He's had some heroic efforts over the course of this best of 5. Can he snap when they need him most? First one, sure can. Lucky, your head. Well, it's gone. Peek in the corner, though. It's Vickle, and he's got the time to go. Vickle able to clutch up in the 1 versus 1, and you're sort of the 50-50 there if you're Nero after you get the first kill.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, where's the trade coming from? And Javi just takes his time. Still 17 seconds left. Where is he going to reposition? Gets the comm. He's just prone, able to get the cleanup. But a nice 2 versus 3. And yeah, the fact Lucky able to hit the wall bang, right, to turn it into a 2-on-2. And what that does is then Purge is watching Dark. Lucky gets the kill. So then he looks over towards Lucky, and that just gives them the opening for Vickle and a free kill.
You tie us up at 1-1. And he got an aggressive here for Legion towards that A site. is Heretics. They are taking their time looking for this push. The kind of rogue man on the opposite side will be Vickle. Might have a one-on-one with Geo here shortly, but
is he up top? Yeah,
we'll keep an eye. His Nero's tucked up in the dark corner. Metals sniffs it out.
Yeah, I mean, just a great check, but Nero's hoping to cheese one, maybe two. Doesn't happen.
You get 0 cheese.
Yeah, no cheese for you. Lactose intolerant.
Attach still looking for this player, but he's taking a lot of damage from down lane. He gets bailed out. I think the help comes in from Geo. He gets the pick onto Vickle. Now Attach still with players around him trying to get away. He's able to do it again. Metals with the snap, but Geo is here. Geo gets 2 before he drops. Down to a 2 versus 2 we go. 30 seconds to go. Bomb is down. Picked up now by Eric Boom.
And Purge just stayed. I love this patience from Purge. He could close a round out. If he just sits in this spot, they're going to walk into it. He's able to find the first, not ready for the second in the same position.
Yeah, thinking maybe one cuts the opposite side, but this is what we wanted, right? Give me some 2v2s. Give me some one-on-ones. The one-on-ones are flowing right now. Attach. Eric Boom. He's got a lot of these moments in his career. Why don't we tack on another one? The new guy? I've been doing this my whole life!
And as soon as he sees him, runs away, just hops it, able to get the defuse. Eric Boom never checks it. And that could be the issue with this bomb set at times. But what a play from Attach. Able to spot him, and he's just like, you know what? I got this. It's close, though. It's very close. A half second earlier, maybe Eric wins that round.
I mean, that's what you kill for. That like perfect timing where you see him skirting away, you're able to hop on it instantly. And it's just like, you know, you have that internal clock. If it's off a split second, you lose the round. Attach. So many spectacular moments in Search and Destroy in his career. There's another one. Up 2-1. Still early in this one, but already more dramatics than we had through map 2.
Kind of slows down here a bit. You do have Metals pushed up Cafe. 30 seconds into this round. Just kind of your standard on both sides.
Geo just looking for this one-on-one with Eric Boom if he can.
And Eric Boom's just kind of playing this a little bit differently, just kind of shouldering this for info, maybe to call for a rotation.
Smoke out.
This could get wild.
We love getting wild here, Joe, on the CDL. We love it. You've got Vickle just on the other side of this.
Well, Lushy's watching over him. The stun hits. Metals is going to get the first blood, and Vickle is just staying patient, and he's going to find a kill. But now we're in a 2-on-2.
Whoa, 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 whoa. It looks so good from this side, not so much on the other. Vickle back down from that.
The time is against Legion. They have to plant. I don't know if they're going to have time to collect this bomb. I don't think so, but Metals is going to shut it down anyways.
No time to go. Attach. You'd love to give him a chance to this one-on-one. There's like 10 to 15 more seconds, and we might have another insane 1v1 again, but as you said, just no time. As they are patient, they look to develop that push to the mid-map behind the smoke. Metals, he gets the first one early, right?
Yeah, just the first one, and then just the teamwork there for Lucky and Vickle, right? The stun hits.
The trust.
Just the trust, yeah. Especially with the smoke going down, that could get ugly for Vickle if a player just slides right into him, maybe with a rival, probably loses that gunfight. Instead, they both go to the back side of the tank once that stun hits. They're able to tie it up at 2.
Exchange some shots across the mid-map cross. You've got 3 here defensively on the B side, and they'll cut it right up through mid instantly. Aggressive again from Vegas Legion.
I kind of like this, right? Because they throw that smoke B street, and what this is going to force Miami to do is really take their time to clear out Broken. If they opt to go for B, they wouldn't know if a player crossed. That's why Metals is playing it like this. Could be a player DVD Alley. They just have no idea.
I mean, Search and Destroy is an information game. When you lack information, you're just trying to get more information. Just kind of clearing the minimap like we're playing StarCraft or something. Just trying to unlock more of the map for information, but Purge is unlocking heads as Metals gets dropped. Oh, no. A teammate comes in. Eric Boom goes boom. Unfortunately, it's against Lucky. Attach wins his one, and suddenly and very quickly, it's Vickle by himself, and he is dropped.
Yeah, obviously the team nade doesn't help there, but starts with that first blood from Purge. We saw it in map 2. I didn't see how many he had, but it was around 3 or 4. So playing more comfortable positions, Geo locking down this B Street.
Geo, terrific in that map 4. I think he gets caught in a round where they have advantage. Probably frustrated about that one, but you get him into his one-on-one fights, he's able to take that. Attaches on 3 in a row at 5 and 2. But his Purge with the big first blood. Balanced effort really for Legion right now.
I mean, on both sides, it's just sort of some of these clutch scenarios. Legion's coming on top so far. Another slower round. Nero just working through Cafe, checking all the spots. Maybe where Metals plays. It's Eric Boom who gets aggressive. Up towards Broken, so the first time we've seen that from them.
Making sure Vickel's not at the tank still. So this time they're able to get the smoke out. It's a little bit different setup, so you don't have Metals getting shots in the cross. Vickel's not in that position. They get the information, so it's able to connect. Now Metals like, oh God, smoke out. Let me get out. Can he get out with his life? Trying to stay alive as long as he can. He stays alive longer than I thought he had any right doing, but finally he's going to get caught. You're surprised the nade hits.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's because he gets up from being prone. Or where it lands, but basically it hits and he's like, well, I'm screwed now. They have the info. Now bomb is planted. 3 versus 4, make it a 2-on-4. 0, able to take down Vickel.
Lucky, Eric Boom, 30 seconds to go as they try to clutch up in this 2 versus 4, but Nero's got the information and Lucky pinned. Attach is able to take out Eric Boom. Lucky trying to do his worst, but good luck. A little bit different of a defensive setup, same type of setup offensively for Paris Legion. This time they're able to make it work, but we're going to watch it one more time. And this is sort of after the moment where the nade hits as Metals tries to reposition to sort of headshot through the smoke there, but...
Yeah, I don't know. There was the nade, and obviously, you know, if you are crouched there, it hits you. Maybe if you're prone, it doesn't connect. I didn't see exactly where it landed, but he gets up.
I know at first you were like, oh, that hit.
I thought if he just stayed prone, he would be safe, but he probably knows better than me.
5 in a row now for Attach. 1 away from earning a cruise, and they've got a 2-round advantage. What a day of reverse sweeps this has potential to be. Already saw 1. Optic able to do it. Now Vegas Legion looking to take their crack at it. So you got this 2-man setup at mid. Purge able to find a pick from these positions earlier for the first blood. Does he have another shot to do it here? Nero been the playmaker for this team. He's double positive.
Man, none of these teams have really opted for B. I think we saw it in round 1. But everything else has been all middle of the map over towards Cafe. You've only had Geo here for the most part.
I'll lull you to sleep, and eventually we're going to hit.
Stun does connect. But you still have 2 players lurking over towards A, really, for both teams. But everything's starting to develop now.
Yeah, look at everyone just shooting across the map as this B Street becomes all of the action. 25 seconds to go. Geo doing his job, getting a pick, staying up, allowing the reinforcements to come through. Trying to cut through his Nero, I believe, take a fight in the back. He's not going to be able to do it. Has to back down. Geo is lighting it up. He's able to get 2 before he drops. Lucky gets the kill. Lucky gets the bomb back in his hands. 10 seconds now to go, but what are you going to do? They've got eyes on the cross.
Yeah, I mean, you're just so slow. You allow everyone to reposition for Legion, and now Legion 1 round away from winning this match. You just have to go faster. You have to trade out Geo because the longer they waited, then Attach repositions all the way from A Street over towards B.
Well, I think
he's got the cover.
I think Geo's like, listen, it might get funky here, but then once they slide to the tank, he's like, yeah, boys, help come. And like they're there so quick. It just never really develops onto the point. But yeah, I mean, that's Geo. I mean, he gets
yeah, similar to Sid that we saw earlier today, just buying enough time for his teammates to get in a position.
That's why B can just be so hard to push, just the angles you can take. The lines of sight you can get from B defensively. A good shout out. I mean, Sib did a great job earlier, Geo doing it now, but you're a round away from a reverse sweep and a 2-0 start. In a stage for the first time for the Legion franchise.
And Attach might shut this round down. So a Cruz is coming in from Attach, and he's going to have all the info. I thought he was going to have a freebie, but I think he was in the Cruz. So there's a couple of players in his spawn that he's going to have to deal with. Bomb planted at B. They know the bomb is wide open, but Attach taken down.
Now you got to hold in a 3 versus 4. Gio did a great job here on defense and getting go off on the B street. Not really going to happen as Vickle just sort of shuts it all down. Then we go to Gio's POV. Good luck. So you use the streak if you are Legion. Comes up empty. Attached in all sorts of trouble by the time he gets out of the streak. And Heretics easily able to collapse in that 4 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, a great play by Vickle to just stay patient on his side, wait for his teammates to work up this streak. But, I mean, if Attach isn't in the cruise, there was 2 players working the street. They were very aggressive. He might get a free kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's like weird right now because it's like cruises go from so not good to like great, but it's just when you want to use them is a little bit different.
Well,
how
it's
you
a
can
process,
use them
right? It's like I pull out my tablet and
yeah,
use
like
my unlock code,
run dial up to whatever we're working with,
and within those couple of seconds, a lot of things can change.
No, you're absolutely correct, but you're gonna have to rip off 4 in a row if you're Heretics. If you're gonna stop the bleeding and stop this reverse sweep from happening. Gio once again holding towards B. He's got Vickle he's kind of dancing with, but both I think just kind of looking for information. Nero.
It's a nice lamp.
It's a very strong lamp. It's a very sturdy lamp to hold a human
pure
being.
gold.
Yeah, that's a good point, Joe. Oh! Players on both sides. Heavy damage into both, I think, but can't get a kill on either. Both at like 30% HP, it looked like. Tagged about 50, but dropped. The swarm now to Purge. Purge trying to go big. Able to lock down one. The help comes through on the cross from Attach now. So Purge able to stay up in this sequence, and suddenly we're into a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, but Vickle takes down Gio. Gio tried to rotate on over through middle of the map, and now B bomb site is open for a moment. The problem is you're going to have a one-on-one, and that's the bomb carrier. Purge finds the tail, bomb down, 20 seconds. I think that's the map.
Purge with the map 5 ice, going big, massive kill. Vickle scrambling. What are you going to do? Nowhere to go. It's Purge set up in the back as he goes massive in the map 5, and they pull it off. The reverse sweep is in. Purge is all smiles. They get the dub. And you're shocked on the other side of the screen. Heretics, that is a tough, tough loss.
I mean, incredible teamwork there towards the end of that round between Attach and Purge. Obviously, Nero should have had 2 kills. Doesn't happen, but his teammates stay aggressive. Purge gets into the bus stop, just plays his life, able to find the first, and Attach with the crossfire. Couple of clutch rounds, maybe Miami's way, maybe we're still playing this, but doesn't happen. Attach 9-4 with that ninja defuse. Vegas now 2-0 for the first time to start a stage.
That's awesome. Congrats to them. And yeah, an entertaining final map to close out. I know it in 6-3. We don't go the distance, but just some wild little skirmishes, some 1v1, some 2v2, some entertaining rounds within that one. But unbelievable stuff. You know, we said at the start of this, I mean, most of the story we were pushing was sort of Heretics, and you know, you make the change, you play FaZe, you play Ultra. This is one you have to win. You're up 2-0, you have it in your grasp. What did Ali say? Like, this is the last time. This is it. This is the match for me. Like,
she's
they need
done.
to prove it.
She's selling her stock. She's out.
Ali's stock in Heretics is gone.
Maybe she's got a few left, but most is gone.
It's all gone, Joe.
Oh, okay.
It's all gone. To the desk we go.
Should we buy more stock?
No.
She's rich. All right, let's talk about this match a little bit, Ali, because you and I are wrong. Nameless has now taken the lead in our prediction pool. The only one to see Vegas going 2-0 for their 15th stage.
Yeah, you know, I think I just saw enough in that first match, right? Like, they had to improve in control, and that's exactly what they've done. And now they're doing the reverse sweeping and not getting reverse swept. I love to see it. And Gio didn't even have to go crazy in the controls. Really, the hard points where he sort of absolutely fried and took over. Yeah. It's just situational, man. It's a good team. When you're set up for success, different people are going to go off each map, and that is what we saw. Also, can we show some love to Purge? No. Let's talk about Game 2 S&D, Chris. 4 first bloods. We talk about Game 5 in the ice. He gets in gills and makes the play. This Vegas team's exciting.
Purge doing all the right things. There's a micro you've seen in the CDL. He single-handedly took took over that control. He starts off 7-0, 8-0, gets a second streak later in the game. I got to talk to that guy after this match.
I mean, we have to talk about the fact that Vegas Legions go down 0-2, right? I mean, that first hard point was not close. Miami looked incredibly comfortable. We go to a round 11, and then we head into this control. Nero goes 31-14 on invasion control. This is the Nero that we get every once in a while, that once he gets going, like they say when they cast over it, it's like a highlight reel. You just can't take your eyes away from some of the plays and some of the kills that he's getting. We go into Rio hardpoint. It's Gio going 32-16, the new addition to this squad. Nobody knew he had that explosive potential, and now that we know it, if Vegas Legion can continue this, it's all about consistency for Vegas. It's all about consistency.
Metals is pissed in Miami.
Oh, yeah.
I just saw that cam.
They look very frustrated. I mean, you know, this is a team that they keep playing Rio now 3 times and just keep losing. It's been tough. And when you talk about Vegas Legion and Gio, where he's finding success, they're putting teams in the blender. It's because Nero and Gio complement each other so well. You go back and rewatch that game, Nero pinched literally every
Can you
single
pause
life.
on that? Let's go to our Scuff play of the game, and you can just revisit some of these, and it's a Nero montage.
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of it's probably going to be control where he was frying. I mean, every time we're on this guy's screen, he's finding 3 or 4 kills. Like, he's literally a highlight. To expand on what I was saying, though, it's like certain areas of the map, like, you can just hit a pinch, make some plays, but that only works if your teammates are really aware of that and playing off of it. And that's what Gio was doing extremely well on the Rio, and that's why that led to their victory. But yeah, Nero on this map, I mean, the guy was destroying.
As we highlighted, Gio, Nero, and Purge, just 9 events together as a trio to Attach's 27. They now start off 2-0 and look like they've got some momentum with this win. I was just looking at the numbers. They jumped to 8th place. They're in our top 8. So if Champs was tomorrow, they get the invite.
I mean, that's the first time in the past 2 years. I mean, let's go Vegas Legion. We're moving up in the world and finally making some moves that make sense and are showing the fruits of their profit.
Nero popping off in all games and seals the deal in Search as well. He joins us now live in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Awesome stuff from you today, Nero. This is the best I've seen since some of your explosive plays for Boston last year. What's this evolution been like, and why did you finally take the cuffs off today?
I'm back, baby. Put this over my hands and I'm back. Holy crap. Today was insane. I don't know. I was really locked today. Like, I always I hit a lane and I knew it was going to work, and that's just what happened.
Yeah, for sure. And
simple as that.
Simple as that. 31-14 map number 3. I want to ask you, as like the main entry SMG player for this team right now, having your sub duo kind of have to get switched, Purge changing roles. What's it been like for you having to maybe teach him or maybe change your play style a little bit?
No, I really don't have to teach him or do any of that. He is actually like a really good in-game leader, sort of he actually tells us what to do most of the times, which is crazy. But I think a sub fits his role. That's his role, is a sub, and he just lets me do whatever I want, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of
how I strive.
That's kind of what I was going to ask you. It seems like they're kind of playing around you a little bit. Like, you were pinching crazy on the Rio.
I flanked every life. I flanked every life.
Yeah, for you, do you feel like that is the route to success for this team? Because it's clearly been working as of late. When you're seeing Purge on the early rotations, just holding down time, playing his life. Do you think that that's the route to success for Legion?
I wouldn't put it all on me, but I would say it helps with me using a sub, so I apply all that pressure, so it helps my teammates lock down their lanes.
Yep.
And they don't got to worry about that. So I would say that's how we evolved in that, and how our success is going to is me actually hitting these routes and just them locking down the lanes and then letting me do it.
Applying that pressure. Yeah, it's working, man.
Yeah.
Nero, I know these people that I play with in ranked are too lazy to go back and watch your VOD and learn from you. So can you give them just a short clip on Twitter, a little bit of advice? How do they get to platinum? Maybe diamond one day?
How to get to platinum? Okay, yeah, use a sub, sit in corners, and flank.
There you have it. You are
and now get in the hill. Please get in the hill.
And get in the hill. Nero, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. And keep this roll going, all right?
Thank you. I hope so.
All right, I need a bottle of water. Let's get out of here, fam. But before we do, we got to revisit all of the action. Vegas Legion, the last champions of the night, but we had 2 other winners and a whole lot of tight matches. Let's start, though, with the one that was a blowout. New York Subliners going up against Boston. We had close moments. Boston starts perfect on the first 2 hills, and then New York rattles off 180 points.
Honestly, it looked like maybe New York didn't get a warm-up scrim because they were not getting a lot of these kills in the first half of this game. And then after that P5, it was just a steamroll. It felt like the Titans of our world, our defending world champions from last season, have finally decided to spawn into the league. They looked phenomenal throughout this entire series.
Yeah, and you know, Hydra is back, baby. MVP form. The guy had a 1.6 and 9.2k damage leading the lobby. Ooh. Just absolutely super frying, right? And they just seem so comfortable basically everywhere. I mean, when we talked to Skies in the interview, he was like, yeah, everybody individually, like, they're getting back to that level. They all feel comfortable on the map. They're playing off each other really well. And I think when you go back and you watch that listen, you'll hear the vibes are at an all-time high. So New York surging forward.
I gotta say, I am so bummed we are not gonna see New York able to play high-rise. Everyone is gonna ban that map against them on Control the rest of the season. Enjoy it while you had it. Today they popped off. Optic versus Minnesota. Mini was up 4-1 in the series, basically. They could not close the door. Optic surviving, clawing their way all the way to a Game 5 victory.
Yeah, a lot of things were against Minnesota Rocker in this series. If I do say anything, though, Lynn seriously made another testament to possibly being the rookie of the year when it came to this series. I mean, every single map, it was him doing it on the leaderboard. For on the side of Optic Texas, a couple mishaps at Real Hardpoint, maybe not their best pick when it came to those map vetoes, and possibly won't see it again. But as we move forward, the iciness of pulling off that reverse sweep, incredible.
Yeah, still a decent gap between the top 2 teams in the world and then these 2. This is 3rd and 4th best team in the world at the moment right now. Minnesota seemingly continuously improving. Everybody had their moments in that series. All 4 players. It was nice to see Awakening pop off again. Yeah. It was also nice on the opposite end of that to see Optic Texas clutching up at the end of games. A team that's an organization that's been criticized to fold under the pressure, rising to the occasion.
Nameless, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If Optic and Rocker are top 4, where are the subliners?
They're 5th right now. They're getting better.
Okay.
That's why I said my last statement was they're surging forward.
Out of Nameless's mouth, Rocker officially better than subliners right now, despite an 0-2
I mean, you'd have
record.
to put them ahead of them, yeah.
Rocker just ordered a drink. The waiter asked if I wanted ice or no ice. I answered Minnesota.
My drink arrived.
Yo, but listen, man, it wasn't even their fault that game 4. Like, it really wasn't. That spawn was.
COD God smiling upon Optic once again.
Like a 1 in 50 chance of a spawn that happened.
Love to see it. Thank you all for joining us here on day 2 at the end of all 3 matches, or week 2, day 1. We've got Ultra still at the top with FaZe. You've got Optic improving to 9 wins right ahead of the subliners. And then on the right side, you can see there's 3 teams tied at 5 wins, and the Gorillas currently with that spot over Vegas Legion. I expect Legion to be passing them after Legion's next match. Let's take a look here at the schedule.
Yeah, after the next match, Chris?
Maybe the one after this one. Toronto Ultra. Rough draw, my guy. That's your first battle of the day. Nero, good luck in that one. Your monster charging matchup, LAG versus Optic. And we close it out with Thieves versus Heretics. Nameless, as we close out the show, if you missed anything today, what do you need to go back and watch?
That Optic Minnesota series, one of the best series, if not the best all year long. That was some great COD.
Allie, who was the best player you watched today?
Best player I watched today, Nero. I gotta give it to him.
The Ohio boy gets our love tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow, 2:45 Eastern, for another day, 3 matches.
Yeah. Oh my God, papi.
Okay, let's go.
Estoy cansado de los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control, el rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control.
Let's get propane, guys. Let's get propane. Propane with the point. Good. Nice. Oh my god. Good game, bro. On A. He's on it! He's on it! One shot! Nice! He's on it! I was like, what?
Christ.